and welcome everyone back to another week of EUSL. We're in season 2 now, this time with an actual pre-show, and for this pre-show we're doing the good old power rankings, right? The good old stuff that we wanted to do last week. We'll pull it back now though. So we'll see, maybe there's some bias that is coming in already. I have 3 lovely guests with me, helping me out today with their own rankings and sharing their potentially controversial opinions. Firstly, you have Donkers from Fish.
Hello.
You have SMG, the super sub from Flames Kittens.
Yeah, what's up?
And lastly, Cookies from TMCT. How are you guys doing today?
Hello.
All right.
Doing great.
Doing great, yeah. There's some great matchups today, overall. I do think all of the matchups are, like, decently important to each other. However, before the matchups, it's always nice to get kind of like a grasp of, you know, what should you be looking for? You know, which teams should be the ones that are doing well, and which ones are the ones that shouldn't be doing well. Going off of week 1 results, I feel like there's actually a decent amount of potential for some conflicting opinions here, because we had 3 series that go to game 3. That's already on like half of as many as we had in the entirety of season 1. So I feel like we can just jump right into it. We'll start at the bottom. So and since Donkers is displayed on the left, Donkers, who do you have at last place? What team do you feel like it's just not really up to par with the rest?
I think, just going off from the games that I've seen, I think probably Eclipse might be at my bottom tier, just performance-wise.
Is there any more specific reason, or is it just a gut feeling, like I just kind of feel like that sits right for you?
Yeah, I mean, just from the players, I mean, I haven't really seen much of their team play really, so I think, I mean, at least right now, I think Eclipse is at my bottom tier right now.
Okay, that is fair enough. SMG, do you have a different opinion on that?
I'm gonna have to agree with Donkers. I think the players, the major problem I think is one, their forwards character pool, but also Nira's a bit of an old man, but he can be young if he's locked in. But for a while he's been too locked in on Throne and Liberty, and I think it's up to Tempe to carry the team. Honestly, I think she's a bit of an underrated player, so we'll see if she can pop off. But right now I think they're last place.
Any other take coming from your end, Cookies, or would you agree with what Donkers and SMG have said so far?
I agree with Eclipse last. However, I think they could like maybe go up to maybe 6th or 7th, just because the 10-man pool and he plays Dubu, and not many people can play against it yet. So it's like he could like win a few games with it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a pick that a lot of goalies aren't going to be practiced against, but it's going to be interesting to see how effective it's actually going to end up being in the end. But not to waste too much more time, SMG, who do you have at 7?
I have the Fridge at 7th place. I think the team, like, I think Atta is one of the best defensive goalies we have. And I think if you're smarter than we were last week at banning his picks, the team is a lot less scary. Yeah, that's my main reason. I think he's the main threat. You don't want to play against that guy on certain maps on Rune or Kazan. If you play around that well, I think you're fine.
That is very fair. Donkers, what do you think?
I actually agree with putting the Fridge at number 7. I think, I mean, maybe last season, Arta at least, he played a lot more, and I think he may have kind of been a bit rusty lately. But I think when he kind of gets into it, I think he would easily get at least like 5th or maybe 4th place.
Okay. Now the question is it going to be a three-man sweep, Cookies? So would you agree with Fridge at 7, or would you have someone else?
I do have Flames Kittens on 7. I don't know why. I just feel like Atta's really good and he can solo carry the team sometimes. So I feel like he can get maybe a few wins against better teams. And I don't see like Flames Kittens beating the better teams, you know?
Just a thing of like consistency in performance, or would you just say like a general thing? Okay.
Also, after week 1, also they have a win, you know. So
Hey, starting off the season 1-0 is already so important if you think about it, especially because we only have 7 games, right? So every single win counts. But then, I guess as a follow-up to that, is Fridge climbing up any further, or is Fridge sitting at your 6th then, Cookies?
they're at 6th.
Okay,
They
is,
are
is
6th. I don't know what's the reasoning. I just don't think they can beat 3 Germans. Even if they beat them, I think like 3 Germans is like they have like good individual players, you know.
yeah, that is very fair. That's very fair. Donkers, what's your 6?
I'm actually gonna say 3 Germans because, at least from the last games that I've seen, I think Layfire has shown a few too many Layfire moments. And I mean, perhaps if you played maybe a bit better, I think they could probably get further up. But at least right now, I would think Layfire might be holding everyone a bit down. But yeah, that's why I'm putting 3 Germans.
That is very fair. Layfire moments do happen often. They are very fun to spectate, but he's just a coin flip player, right? Like either he's gonna be Prime Alex or he can forget how to strike the core, which is not really always a great thing for a competitive player, right? SMG, you're kind of stuck in between the few different teams that are now getting into this middle pool for that 6th place. Who do you slot in at 6 yourself?
I'm gonna have to once again copy Donker's answer. I'm looking over his shoulder right now, and I'm gonna put 3 Germans. I think if there is like any coin flip player in the region, it's Layfire. Like sometimes I'm playing against him, he's on like error goalie, and it's like so miserable for me. But sometimes he's like griefing. So it really depends. I think we're getting into the section that's kind of harder and depends on how committed these players are to grinding and doing well, you know. But for now, I'm picking 3 Germans.
Yeah, I feel like overall, looking at the teams that are probably going to be slotted in around 7 to 4 range, maybe even 7 to 3, depending on how far you want to extend it. I feel like those are just the teams that you're looking at that are going to be battling for the playoffs, right? So, hence, through that, it's going to be quite difficult to have like a consistent, I guess, list between the 3 of you. Although so far, Dunkers and SMG have been syncing up pretty well. What do we think though, Dunkers? Do you think it's gonna keep on going? Who do you have in your 5?
Yeah, so I put Flames Kittens at 5. I actually think they have pretty good team play, and I think they actually play pretty well right now. Yeah, I think overall they're a pretty good team. So that's why I would put Flames Kittens.
Would you agree with that, SMG?
I do not agree.
Who do you have at 5 then?
You know who I'm gonna put? Donkers' team, Tripod Fish.
That's crazy.
That is a hot take.
I think the team is obviously really good individual players. I don't know that. I think this is my measurement right now. I know they're like scrimming quite a bit, and they could do better. But for right now, they're not better than Flames Kittens. Sorry.
Representing the team with full chests. We do love to see. Cookies, who do you have in your 5?
I have 3 Germans. Yeah, I feel like I get why like the other 2 put them at 6 because of Layfire, but this guy, I'm telling you, he's gonna scale, and he's gonna play really well at the end. So I believe.
Well, they're saying they're going to scale and he's going to play well, but apparently they're not good enough to get into playoffs in your perspective then. Is there a reason for that? Do you just feel like it's a little bit below the other 4?
They're gonna like lose, you know, a lot of matches until they scale, and then it's gonna be too late. But I still think they're gonna get like top 5.
Yeah, that is very fair. Then let's go into the top 4. Top 4 are going to be the ones that you project to get into playoffs, right? That's kind of like the top half of the league. So I do wonder now how far this is going to go, SMG. What's your 4?
My number 4 will be Retirement Home. Obviously the players are very good, but right now it really depends on how much they're gonna be in the queues. I think. I've seen like Luna playing a bit more in the queues. I haven't really seen Zoe and Lila, but right now I'm gonna put them at number 4 because I think it depends on how much they're grinding. They could make some upsets. You know, maybe they'd beat Flame Kittens in a big upset, but if they played more. But right now, number 4.
Yeah, I mean, they've already were able to secure themselves a win against 3 Germans last week, right? Considering the fact that they also weren't playing with Luna, they were playing with Wood in net. So, gonna be interesting to see how well they're gonna match up for the rest of the season. Cookies, what's your 4th place?
Yeah, I agree with SMG here. I think it's retirement home. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have reasoning. I just feel like they're, like, on paper, the 4th best team.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. Sometimes you don't need more than that. Donkers, would you agree?
I agree. I would put retirement home at 4. I think all of them are very good players, but I also think that they might need to play a bit more to really get into it. Yeah, that's my reasoning.
Okay, then we're going down into the top 3. The teams that are left still seem to be pretty consistent, with one exception on SMG's part. So just simply for that reason, I'm just gonna ask SMG again. Well, who's your 3rd then? How far is FLK making it up the ladder?
I won't sugarcoat it. TMCAT at number 3. Thank you. Yeah, good forwards, good goalie. I just, you know, as individual players, they're just not better than Flames Kittens, I think, so probably going to put them number 3 there. You know, they're a very good team, they'll make playoffs, do well, but I don't think they beat the top teams, you know.
Hey, that is fair enough. Yeah. I'm unbiased. I cannot speak.
Yeah,
I'm just the host.
I'm unbiased too.
So that is a fair point to be making. Now I'm kind of seeing the vision of your list as well. Dunkers, who do you have at 3?
At 3, I have my own team, at least for now. Tripod Fish. Yeah, I think right now we are definitely missing some team synergy, but I think when we really get there, and I actually start playing some more forward, since I'm a midfield main, you know, I think we can definitely get further up in ranking. But for now, I would put Tripod Fish at 3.
Yeah, I mean, that is a fair argument, right? Role swaps actually have been happening quite a decent bit from this season, right? You're going to forward, Lucas is going to midfield, Yuki has switched into net. So it's always an adjustment period to get used to that new role, even more so. So it's a fair assessment. Would you only put yourself at 3 as of right now, or would you think as the season will progress, you're gonna climb even higher as Tripod Fish?
Yeah, so I think when I get more comfortable with my role, and when we get more team play, everything, I definitely think we have contender for top 2 or maybe even top 1.
That is very fair. Cookies, what's your 3?
Yeah, I have also Tripod Fish. I mean, I feel like they're really good, and I also agree with Donkers. Like later stages, they could beat the top teams. So, as of right now, they're probably the 3rd. We also beat them last week. So, in the bracket, in the stage group, I think they're gonna end up top 3. But in the knockouts or the playoff, they could climb higher.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, TMCT did beat Tripod Fish, however, it wasn't really an easy or close series by the looks of it. So very fair to have them be close-ish to each other within the top 3 now. As we're getting into the top 2 positions, we're going to make it a little bit easier as to not semi-spoil it. What I'm going to ask you guys is to state who you have as your 2nd team, maybe elaborate a little bit on that, but then you can immediately go into your 1st place position as well, because otherwise we're just looking at a essentially full table, but not really, because people are going to know which is the team that's missing. And I feel like we can start on Donkers. Hence, your list seems to be the one mostly based in logic out of your perspective. Who do you have at 2, and follow up with who you have at 1?
Okay, yeah, I have TMCT at 2. I think they're all really good players, but I think Fierce Fury, just showing from Season 1 EUSL, I think they're a really, really good team right now. I mean, some of the players haven't played that much from what I've seen, but I think they're still like the top one team.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Do you feel like having put Fury into one, do you feel like there's going to be competition for them this season, or do you feel like they're just going to go back to doing what they did last season of just essentially dominating the competition?
Yeah, I definitely think there's going to be competition this season. I think when at least our team, we get better at team play, I get better at my role, everything. I think also several other teams can definitely show some competition. I mean, some challenges against Fierce Fury. So yeah. So
definitely an exciting season ahead. Cookies, out of your position, you have your own team and Fury left. How are the dice gonna drop? Who's at 2? Who's at 1?
Yeah, so I mean, I feel like today's match is gonna decide that. So I guess we'll see later today. But if I'm going on bracket, I'm gonna put our team first, and then Fierce Fury second. Just because I believe we can win today. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely an important matchup that is going to come up today between those two teams, right? Especially looking at Dunkers and Cookies list, right? The top 3 seem to already be like having a lot of important matchups between each other in the week 1 and 2, right? With TMCT both playing Tripod Fish week 1 and now Fury week 2. I'm not fully certain when Fury Tripod Fish is going to happen. Let's hope it's not going to be week 3 to not have the top 3 fully decided at the end of the first 3 weeks. But backing your own team is good. It's confident. Do you have any specific reasoning as why do you think TMCT is going to be placed above Fury, or is it just a gut feeling?
I feel like today's the day, Yeah. It feels great.
That is fair enough. And then lastly, we'll come to you, SMG. You have the opportunity to do something very funny here. Now the question is, are you gonna continue to pull through? Who's your 2? Who's your 1?
Well, in my number 2 slot, I'm going to put the most dominant team in Europe. The team you come up against them and you're quivering in fear. So in my number 2 slot, I'm putting Flames Kittens. I think we're going to get upset by Fierce Fury, maybe. And number 1, I'll put Fierce Fury. Glory to Fierce Fury. They have the best forward in Europe and Sake on their team. I don't think they're beatable.
All right, so the Flames Kittens have made their way up, but they did still reach a block in the end. Do you feel like any specific reason why you wouldn't be able to get past Fury as Flames Kittens, or is it just a difference of dominance that has been seen in past games?
Glory to Fierce Fury.
Glory to Fierce Fury, indeed. All right, so that would be it for our list. As a reminder, you can see the list in front of you. There do seem to be a decent amount of agreements. However, there's still quite a few differences. Eclipse seems to be the most commonly put bottom team. Retirement Home is consistently sitting at 4, with the top 3, generally speaking, being agreed on, and the 5 through 7 position also sharing a decent amount of teams, although the positionings between each other do seem to differ a lot. But that's just what we feel like is going to happen, or what the initial thought is going to be, right? Obviously, the games still have to be played, results still have to be acquired, and today's an important week for that. As today's matches, if we're going to have a look at it, are essentially clean divider matches. Every single team that has won their week 1 game, is going to go up against another team that has won a week 1 game, and vice versa. Now, the graphic shown is a little bit outdated. The first game is Retirement Home against the Fridge, and the third game is 3 Germans against Eclipse. So there is a little bit of a jumble there. However, just looking at today's matches, what are the general thoughts, right? What are the opinions? What are the matches that you feel like need to be looked out for? And which are the matches that are just, generally speaking, important to the league as a whole? What do you think, Dunkers?
Yeah, so I definitely think the most exciting game here is going to be Fierce Fury against TMCT. I definitely wouldn't want to miss that. And I think I don't think there's going to be too many upsets in the other games, but I'm very excited to see match 4.
SMG, what are you looking out for? What are the perceived important matches?
Like Donker said, TMCT Fish Fury is probably the most important one. I think Tripod Fish Flames Kittens is also an interesting match. And if there could be something interesting happening if Eclipse beats 3 Germans. I don't know. It would be looking good for Eclipse, a lot better than how we've rated them. Maybe they can show up big time, but right now I'd say the most interesting ones are Tripod Fish Flames Kittens and TMC2 this week.
And lastly, Cookies, any differing opinions from your side?
I mean, not really. I feel like our match is gonna be the most fun to play and watch. And then, yeah, I mean, if you look at the other ones, it should be kind of free. I don't know if the match 2, maybe Flames Kittens can win that, but I don't feel like they should. Even though SMG has like high hopes. So, yeah.
Okay, and then let's have...
Obviously,
Go ahead.
sorry. Obviously, this guy's very biased. Sorry, I just have to say that.
Yeah, I agree.
Alright, then let's play a quick bullet round of just predictions. We're just gonna go match 1 through 4, and you guys can just give me your predictions for that series. I'll just ask one of you, and you just go through all 4 games. You can say the 2-0, the 1-2, whatever in favor of whose. So, Dunkers, just really quick, what are your score predictions for today?
Okay, I think Eclipse versus 3 Germans. I think it's gonna be 2-1 to 3 Germans. Retirement Home versus Fridge. I think it's gonna be 3-0 to the Fridge, at least if they are a full team, which I'm guessing they are. Tripod Fish versus Flames Kittens. I think it's probably gonna be 3-0. I mean, 2. Wait, what am I saying?
Yeah.
Yeah,
2-0,
2-0 to Tripod Fish. And Fierce Fury TMCT. I think it's gonna be 2-1 to Fierce Fury.
Okay, SMG, what are your takes?
I would say 2-0, 3 Germans into Eclipse. Flames Kittens 2-0, Tripod Fish. Home 2-0 the Fridge, and Fish Fury 2-0 TMCT.
And lastly, Cookies.
Yeah, so I think Retirement Home should 2-0 the Fridge, then Tripod Fish should probably 2-0 as well. 3 Germans. I'm gonna say 2-1 to 3 Germans, and then I will say 2-1 to Team City.
All right, so it doesn't seem to be across the board the same victors all around. The matches that do seem favored are Retirement Hope beating out against Fridge and 3 Germans beating Eclipse. Both the other matches do have some differing opinions, but I mean, you're never really going to know that until you actually see them play it, right? And to see them play it, we're going to go into a quick break and get everything ready for the first matchup today of Retirement Home against the Fridge. You don't want to miss out on it. Again, thank you everyone, Dunkers, SMG, and Cookies for being on this pre-show. It is very much appreciated. And we'll go into a quick break as we're getting everything ready for you guys. See you in a bit.
And welcome everybody. It's week 2 of EUSL, and I'm a little bit of a new name here for you guys. My name's Xylo, I'm from Asia, and joining me today is Mr.
Loco! Yo!
Someone that you guys might have seen before, as he's like helped out here casting in the EU side. We're a little bit from Asia and Aussie, so we're a little new compared to you guys regarding all these players. But yeah, we're excited here to see some new Omega Strikers games, things that we've never really seen before, and we're excited to help you guys cast them here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we should be able to see the map bans right now as well. So I'm pretty sure TF is the fridge, and then home is retirement home, if I'm not mistaken. And TF, the fridge, has banned Arton City. Home has banned Goo. Home picked Oni Village. Fridge picked Night Market. Fridge banned Atlas Lab. And Home banned Demon. And finally, the last map will be Taiko Temple.
Looking at a lot of maps that like don't really seem to encourage too many brawling comps here, other than something like Night Market most likely here. What I'm interested in is to see what we might potentially have here coming out of the teams in something like Oni Village, right? Oni Village, that map known for being really long to play a majority of the times because of those speed lanes, because of how hard it might be for some of those forwards to capitalize on the goals as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it gives goalies a lot of clearing space as well, Oni Village. And then the fact that both the barriers are super far apart, so you can't really risk a double barrier that much. But yeah, I'm excited to see what lineups we'll see. If we'll see a double midfielder or one midfielder, one shover.
Like it's new stuff to us here, right? But like not new to any of our viewers here or any of the other people here over at EU. Like, we're just excited to see what you guys have in store for us, and we're excited to show you what we have in terms of our ability to cast for you guys as well.
Yeah, still a new experience. I'm not familiar with much of the plays or the play style, so I'm gonna try to do my best to watch that. But yeah, I'm excited either way, and we should be getting into the pick ban phase.
Fan face here. We got Prize Fighter and Siege Machine here up for our first few awakenings. Looking at the bans and picks here from both of the teams, we might see like a couple really, I would say. So I've looked back at a couple VODs here for EU side, and I see that Rune is something that they really like. And with something like that Siege Machine being such a strong tool for these Rune players, we might see a bit of Rune here coming in today. What do you think about that, Loco?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely love Ruin midfield. Like, I think he's one of the best midfielders, if not the best. That's my personal opinion, because I'm a really aggressive goalie. I like playing with someone that can just place a creation anywhere. But yeah, I think they're super strong, pretty good on Oni Village. They will have a speed disadvantage, but yeah, overall pretty good pick for Oni Village.
And we're waiting here on the character picks and bans coming through. But yeah, speaking back to that Rune pick, actually, like as someone that regularly plays quite a bit of Rune, right? Okay, having that ability to have those free placement of the pillars like near midfield to allow your goalie to walk up, to allow so much pressure being placed on the front side just from the back of a single creation, really shows the value of a character like that here in the map like Oni Village. Speaking of, actually, we're seeing the Rune ban come out here on the side of red team, which I do believe is
Fridge.
Alright, Fridge. Fridge here banning out the Rune, and Home here actually choosing to ban out that Kai, not wanting those aggressive plays from the Kai to come out here on the front side. Those eject button plays, those short plays here, that range, they really just want to deny that Kai of the ability to help with the scoring, the ability to midfield for these teams as well.
Yeah, not sure if that was like for a Kai goalie or a Kai forward. I think both is pretty good for Oni Village. But yeah, two pretty good bans. Estelle pick going down for Fridge, which is another great character for Oni Village. Rasmus and Juno going for Home, which is another great combo or great duo for Oni Village. You got Juno with a lot of coverage and also that dash to cut off areas. And then you have Rasmus with great speed and also the hook to get him the core as well.
And that Rasmus might also be looking for kills here with that pendulum swing. Keep in mind that Prize Fighter really giving him that extra bit of oomph, that extra bit of power that he might need just to pick up a kill here or there off of the side. And at the same time, that speed that he gets from that Rasmus secondary, from that Whiplash, right, allows for so much coverage on the map together with that Juno. We might be looking for a lot of really heavy core control plays here coming out of home.
Yeah, I think it might be a Luna goalie. Again, I'm
Oh.
not familiar with the tactics on Retirement Home, but I think it might be a Luna goalie. I haven't seen a lot of Luna goalie in Oni Village. Even with the prize fighter start, Oni Village is super hard to get KOs on because of the speed lanes and the pure size. But yeah, I'm excited for this to get started. We got Kazan Estelle forward with Asher goalie, I'm assuming, and Rasmus Juno forward with Luna goalie.
I mean, hey, we never know, right? Like, at the very least, what's it called? What's been happening a bit on the Asia side here is we had a bit of Kazan goalie brought over here into EU by our good friend Yang Kate, the same guys that got us this casting gig here with you guys. So, hey, we never know. Like, do we see a bit more Kazan goalie here? Or do we just get that classic Asher or Estelle goalie? But if so the case, then we might be seeing something a little weird with something like a double brawler comp on the forward, which might or might not work here for these teams. Anyways, loading into the game now.
Yeah, I think Double Brawler is extremely hard to play on Oni Village. Maybe you could get away with it if you do Kazan and Rasmus, because they kind of have that little bit of movement, little bit of range, but yeah, I definitely agree with your point. And should be in soon, hopefully.
Should be loading in here soon into Oni Village. And, well, game's taking a little longer, so let's yap a little longer for stream local. Anyways, yeah, okay, there we go. We're loading in a bit here. The Fridge versus Retirement Home here on Oni Village. We got the Estelle, the Asher, and the Kazan against that Luna, Juno, and Rasmus pick.
Yeah, I would say that Retirement Home has a bit more core control. Oh, I mean, it's pretty even, honestly. But I think Retirement Home would have like the speed from the Rasmus, also the hook, and then the Juno Slimes covering everything. I think that Retirement Home also is... I'm interested to see how they play the Luna goalie. Because
I mean, that's true as well, like talking
I've
about the
never
core
seen it.
control, but come to think of it as well though, all this damage that can come out of Retirement Home, all this long range damage especially, coming from the Luna, coming from that Rasmus with that prize fighter pick, and we're looking at the Juno with that Siege Machine pick as well to be able to pick up its own kills off the sides of anyone that might stray a little too close to those speed lanes, right? Okay, I am potentially hoping to see Retirement Home here trying to pick up those kills, stacking up those prize fighter picks, and just overall having a really brawly fight here in a map that we wouldn't expect something like that to happen, right?
yeah, Zyla, do you see the
And
Kazan
there it
goalie?
is. It's the Kazan
Kazan.
goalie.
Okay.
Okay, Kazan goalie is here in EU as well. That's good to see. Couple things just don't really change here, I guess. Looking at some of the characters, and you're right, it is a Luna. What's it called? It is actually a Luna goalie angle here. Luna with the eject button to be able to dash forward, help his teammates out with the fights, and at the same time, though, be able to what's it called? Losing out on a bit of that defensive potential. But hey, like why you gotta defend anything if everything's open, right?
Yeah, absolutely. All the forwards opting for slick kicks as well. I know that other regions opt for mag souls on Oni Village, but yeah, it's interesting to see everyone on slick kicks, and we're jumping straight into the game already.
Exactly. All this aggressive action we see already actually taking down both goal barriers here on the side of the left team here on blue. What's it called? The Luna, the Juno, the Rasmus, so much core control, so much pressure here on the side, and the Estelle and the Asher just don't be able to seem to catch the call in time. What a dash coming out from the Luna to send the call right in.
Okay, that was a crazy dash, great goal, and yeah, the Rasmus, Zoe with the Rasmus speed as well there, just to catch the core, just in case it got cleared by Arthur. But yeah, great goal, great positioning, and great work.
great work all around from all these players. Just, the issue is like, currently as I see of it, because of the fact that they have this Asher, the amount of core control that they have, it seems slightly limited, like Asher versus the Erasmus. And while we're talking about the Erasmus, actually, the Dev's touch to send the Asher to his death. Oh my god, Arta loses the goal as well. Luna to send the call forward to this Erasmus. What a nice primary coming out from Lilith, but she doesn't get the call in time.
Yeah, Pridge doing some great defending. Zoe does have that stack of prize fight, a nice call flip from Arta to deny the Luna call flip with eject. And yeah, both barriers down for both teams, and game's going.
Oh my god. Second goal barrier here going down on the other side though. Double hooks, one from Arta, one from Zoe here coming out, but both don't seem to be able to do much here. Zoe not being able to pick up the goal, my bad here, but we might be seeing a power play happening on the front side. Never mind, a bit of a stalemate here happening right now. Immaculator unfortunately having to be sent back here. Not really the position that you want to see an Asher be at.
Yeah, it's gonna be okay. Well, a goal just happens.
While we're
right
talking about
past
that
the
though,
wrong.
what a goal happening.
Yeah, the hook just not connecting from Arta, barely missing out. The hook's a bit weird, it like stays there. Sometimes it doesn't want to hook it in, sometimes it does. But yeah, really unfortunate goal to let in. But yeah, great goal once again for the side of Retirement Home.
As we're speaking about that as well, Zoe already picking up the first barrier here. Lyle on the top side here trying to pick up the second, but not being able to hit the strike in time. The Luna here on the backside being bullied a little by the Asher, but it does not matter. Both barriers go down, and oh my god, Luna almost losing out his own goal here, but the core flip to send it away. Little dash boost to the front to try and pick up the goal, but unfortunately not really being able to capture that core flip here coming out, and right past Arta, it goes down in the corner shot, and there we go. First set here goes over to the red team.
Yep, wow, what a great set from the team of Retirement Home. I mean, great call flip at the end, sending it right through the gap of Hyde and Arta. And yeah, great goal. And we're jumping into the Awakenings right now.
And if I'm here as a Luna, I'm really looking at that Deadeye potentially. Or actually, a deny of the Big Fish to not give it over to Arta. They just really don't want to have a harder time to score against Arta just because they want to greed a little for that Deadeye, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think not much of the people on Fridge's side can get like full value out of Deadeye. So removing that Big Fish from Arta, which is, as I heard, really good on zone goalies, is probably going to be a great decision for this match.
Hiding goal here though, picking up that Deadeye, but not really being able to do much with it just yet. They pick up the first barrier here. Zoe with a nice 1v1 on the front side against Arta. Arta up to hiding goal, and we seem to be back in another little bit of a stalemate here. The Asher of Immaculator not really being able to cover the ground that they want to.
Yeah, I think with both teams playing passive like this, I think that red team, Retirement Home, is going to have the advantage because they have more like chances to get energy, as Zoe has Catalyst and Lila has Egoist, so we're going to be seeing a lot of core flips coming up.
A lot of energy, and you have to remember as well, at the same time, they have all that range pressure that the blue team here of the Fridge does not have.
Yeah, and
we're talking about that range pressure, by the way. That range pressure showing off itself, picking up that second barrier here for this red team. They try to dribble the call forward, but can't get past hiding goal. What a nice dash boost here coming up from the Luna, and a strike to finish it off. The goalie scores the goals.
No way! What a dash from Luna. The eject Luna is actually doing bits. I wasn't sure how the eject Luna was going to work on Only Village, but wow, doing absolutely bits on this one.
I think the struggle here coming in from the blue team side as well is just Immaculator not really being able to sit forward where you would generally want an Asher, where you would want that Asher to be able to do as much as possible. Call flip here coming out at Luna to try and send the call all the way out to the other side, and we're back in a little bit of a stalemate here.
Yep, we're seeing a lot of core flips on the board as well. Just as I'm speaking of it, 2 core flips go out instantly. Great clear from Arta.
Layla with his own core flip as well. Core flip to kill off the Asher and send the call straight down. Zoe not being able to pick up the barrier, but it does not matter. In a 3v2 situation here, the Arta is looking low and so is hiding goal. They have to keep up the defense here, but Zoe just looks to be bullying Arta here. Bullying Arta out. She is indeed. Hiding goal gets the core and manages to get it away just to save them out a little bit more time here on this defense.
Yeah, right. What a great play. And the core flip coming out from Hyde, and it's a goal. What a crazy switch up.
Wow.
Wow.
An amazing play here coming out from hide and go, teleporting front with that Rose Warp to pick up that core, pick up that goal, straight shot, and the Luna cannot react.
Yep, but now retirement.
Oh my god, look at that
Yeah.
damage. Look at all that damage. Look at all that core control here. Retirement home, picking up both barriers here, putting hide and goal down, looking really, really worse for where. And
Wow.
Arta, no, you can't be doing that. Arta unfortunately sends the ball into his own goal.
I don't know if that was it Arta or was that Juno Slime. I'm not sure, but that is unfortunate either way.
It really is. That Luna with the rocket boost here on the front side, trying to pick up the first barrier here for this raid team, but not really being able to just yet. Actually, something interesting we talked about earlier was potentially having these games be really long because of these forwards having a little bit of a tougher time to score, but that just does not seem like the case. At least not here in EU. Down goes the second barrier, but not the goal. Luna here stays up on the top side.
Yeah, Maculator getting flipped, going for the goal, and he gets the goal! What? What a crazy goal! I think the Juno Slime like held it for him, and then he was able to take the shot, and that was just great goal.
A bit of a weird timing.
The flip. Yeah, really awkward timing, but still a great
Really
goal.
awkward timing. Asura not being able to catch the goal. Death's touch here on the top side to try and pick up the core. Never mind though. The Luna with the rocket boost to pick up the second barrier, and a strike from Zoe to get it in.
That was a 9-second goal. What?
Wow.
That was...
I mean, I really don't want to see an absolute demolish here on this side, like, especially as well. Like, we look at that Juno, we look at that hot shot, that perfect form. He gets the hot shot as expected, but is there really anything you can do against this team at this point? They're up 2 sets. They have all the awakenings they want. They have so much damage. They have so much range pressure. Like, what do you do at this point?
Yeah, I think it's really difficult for Fridge as well, because again, that deny from Kazan with the size that Atsuro, I believe, did, really punished Arta, because size is such a big thing for Kazan, especially on goalie. And yeah, that's a great deny, but we'll see if they can make a comeback. Still very possible.
The size as well really helping here in the defense, because we know that Luna is one of those characters that doesn't play too well here as a goalie just because of his lack of defense here. Arta here losing out the second barrier already from Zoe. Core being sent forward. Zoe tries to go for the score. The Luna tries to go for the score. Arta though keeping steady, keeping form here on the backside.
Yeah, this Luna eject is going everywhere on the field, trying to grab the goals, doing the defending, doing everything. And
oh my god, a Rose Warp coming in from hiding goal. Takes the core and takes the goal for her team.
Yeah, what a great setup. Striking it to the goalie and then following up with a dash, giving them not that much time to figure out where to clear, and just great ability usage from Hyde.
Really nice mix-up here coming out from that Estelle.
Yeah, and already one barrier taken for the side of Fridge, and they're going to be looking to connect with Immaculator to get that final barrier, but Atsuro does have Core Flip to save it if it gets to that position.
Exactly, looking a bit of a stalemate here. There comes the Rocket, the Luna here trying to put all that pressure on the front side. That Juno just 1v2ing here in the midfield. So much work being done by that. Here comes the core flip down to Zoe, and Zoe does not pop her own core flip here on the front side. Little nice slime here coming out from the top side of Lila, and there comes the core flip. There goes the second barrier, and they're looking at a goal here real soon. Hide in goal, misses the piercing shot and does not catch the core in time. There it goes.
No, that is so unfortunate. It just barely slips past Hyde. It might have been the speed lane speeding up the core that just barely made it slip past. But yeah, once again, great goal, and they were damaging Arthur, so he could not play in that goal. And yeah, really great team play right
really
there.
Unfortunate miss of the piercing shot there as well. Arta here looking for the attack here on the top side. Pops the core flip, but does not pick up the core together with it. Immaculator tries to make a 1v1 here, but no, the Luna manages to strike it away before they are even in that situation. Core flip here out on the front side. That Rocket who's not really being sent forward, but not really getting that barrier. Never mind though, Zoe with a nice pendulum swing. Core flip here from Hyde and go to try send it away, but never mind the slime here to pick it up actually. And they managed to clear out the goal. Hyde in goal and Arta here both doing a phenomenal job.
What? What a setup from Atsuro. Dashing, hitting into the nuke, getting a goal.
Wow. Atsuro setting that nuke at the perfect spot.
Yeah, that was a wild setup. This Luna.
Oh, and a
Goalie
kill
is
here coming out from
really
Immaculator on the bottom side in a 3v2 situation here. This is what this blue team needs here. This is what Fridge is looking for. Unfortunately, it seems like they can't really manage to capitalize on it, actually. If anything, the red team here of home actually manages to pick up a berry of their own.
Yeah, Fridge is also building up like stacks on everyone. We see 2 prize fighters on Immaculator and Hyde, but Retirement Home instantly gets a barrier right back, and they're going for the final
Oh my
shot.
god, Island for the Sunside, and what a core flip coming out from the Luna.
Lula scoring the
Lula scoring the goal.
Wow.
And wow, that was an absolute domination of a game, must I say.
Yeah, I wasn't sure with the Luna goalie pick, but oh my, that was crazy. I mean, if we see the stats right now, yeah, Atsuro, the Luna goalie, getting 4 goals. That is crazy.
So much pressure, so much damage here coming out on the side of home here, actually. Like, the constant ability to have all these characters that have so much more range, have so much more of a bigger area of impact, right? Just allows them to not have to position themselves in certain areas to be forced to do something to the core, which allows them to have so much of that core control that they need here on the front side.
Yeah, absolutely. I also think that the damage, even with Prize Fighter, wasn't crazy for like getting KOs, but it was more crazy for damaging and scaring people away from those power positions, so they can successfully shove the core through, get a barrier, and get a goal as well.
Yeah, we talk about that as well, and the fact that Immaculator unfortunately just couldn't be ever in the right spot to be able to abuse that that power that comes out of Asher, abuse that primary that is just oh so hard to win against.
Yeah, you really have to be at the perfect range to abuse Asher forward, but I also think Immaculator was just continuously getting hit by cooldowns, and it was just so difficult for Immaculator to play. Well,
Yeah, looking back on the replay here real quick, we saw there Ata unfortunately sending the goal into his own goal. Just not something you really want to be seeing.
yeah, I mean it happens in Asia as well. We see own goals happen on the daily, so. But yeah, unfortunate event, but we will be jumping into the second map, which I believe was Night Market, if I'm correct.
Night Market it would be, and if we don't see ourselves ending off this games here, then we'll be moving on over to Taiko Temple as well.
Yeah, but something I will point out is that Retirement Home was the one that chose Oni Village. So it would make sense that they would be the ones winning it. So maybe Fridge will be the ones winning it on the map they pick. And yeah, we're jumping into the Bannon pick already.
Looking at the awakening phases here looking at the starting awakenings here as well, seeing that rapid fire, seeing that 1-2 punch. I mean, if it was me, if it was you, what we think of is to get rid of that Juliet or let it play, right? But this is EU. This is not something that we've seen before. Like, who knows? We might even see that Kazan come out with that 1-2 punch as well yet again. We just, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Yeah,
what to expect here. But I would assume a damage-orientated lineup, because you can really abuse that damage, especially with Night Market. You can get away with double Brawler because of that speed lane in the middle. But we have an error ban coming out from Fridge. I'm
They
assuming
just
that's
really don't
because of the
want to
rapid
be able
fire.
to. Yeah, most likely because of the rapid fire. They just don't want to be constantly shrunk, constantly debuffed the majority of the time here. Looking on over at Home's ban, and they decide to ban out the rune. Yep, that rapid fire rune that is. They also don't want to play again. So we might be seeing some Juliet here actually now, seeing that the Juliet was allowed to fly through with that 1-2 punch as well.
Yeah, we see an Amy pick from the side of Fridge. I really, really hope that's Amy goalie. I'm a strong believer in Amy goalie being like the best goalie in the game, because the damage output is insane, the offensive pressure is insane with the turret going down, and then you can mark the other side, and it is just a great goalie.
And there we talk about a Julie pick here coming out from home side, that 1-2 punch really giving the Juliet all the abilities to pick up those kills, pick up what's it called, winning those strike wars out with a little bit more speed as well on that core. So much pressure here with that 1-2 punch on the Juliet.
Yeah, it's good to see that EU also abuses Juliet, so we're going to see a lot of dash punching KOs. And then also the Now pick. Now's a really, really strong midfielder, as we all know. Great healing support, great speed, and great cutting off angles with the Doritos. And then we have Asha and Kazan on the side of Fridge. So I think it might be, like you said, the Kazan 1-2 goalie.
We're looking at almost slightly a similar setup that they'd had on Oni Village earlier, but difference here being with that Aimi pick here, they might be able to get a bit more control here on that front side with that damage. And there we go again, the Luna goalie coming out right again from home.
Okay, this is going to be another damage-packed game. I'm going to be interested what Awakenings everyone's going to take. Obviously, Juliet will take the 1-2 punch. But, for example, Amy, would you opt for more damage from the 1-2 punch with the KO confirms? Or would you opt for more core control with the rapid fire?
Yeah, a lot of things for them to decide here, as well as like another really scary one here would be that Asher on the front side with that rapid fire. Not really something you want to see on this side of the Luna goalie because it's just so overpowering, so pressuring to be put in that situation in that 1v1 when that Asher has its primary up.
Yeah, absolutely. But Asher could also go 1-2 if they want to go for KO confirms, overall damage. But yeah, both teams, I'm just going to assume once again, because I don't know much about these teams, that both teams will be going for more damage focused.
Looks like a really damage focused kind of game that we're going to be seeing here very soon as well. Keep in mind that now here actually coming out from the side of home to actually still keep that good amount of core control that we have here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Now was like a monster midfielder back when Now could do like the heavy hits. I still think Now's still a great midfielder, but the fact that the orbs are light hits make her not the highest picked anymore, but once again, still great pick. And yeah, we are jumping into the game, and
jumping into the game here, looking at a very similar setup here on the side of the Fridge. Immaculator on that Asher, hiding goal on that Aimi swapped out for the Estelle from earlier, and Ata back on that Kazan.
Yep, I'm excited to see more of this Kazan goalie. And we go into the Awakenings, and everyone but the Juliet Zoe going rapid fire.
Oh, wow. So much rapid fire happening all around the board. Actually, both of the forwards here on the side of Fridge choosing to opt for that slick kick, choosing to opt for that more core control here on the front side compared to the KOs here coming out from Zoe. Actually, that 1-2 punch, that Pummeler's putting in the work already.
Yeah, and now Zoe's gonna have that Pummeler's speed, going for the ult in the shove, and gets the barrier with a weird angle. What?
Looking at a power play position here, Zoe second strikes Ata with no space at all to clear. Hiding goal nowhere to be seen, and neither is Immaculator. That 1v1 just absolutely demolishing Ata in the process.
Yeah, that was also a great setup from Lila with the Dorito backing up Zoe, and
we seem to have a disconnect.
Is it? Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I think we got a little bit of a disconnect here, either from the side of Ata on hiding goal. Yeah, seems like just some things don't really change in the Mega Strikers, Loco?
Yeah, I mean, if this was a pause in an Asia lobby, someone would be dribbling with the core right now, which is so funny. But yeah, both teams being respectful, showing sportsmanship, and yeah, just waiting for... I don't know what we're waiting for.
Well, we're waiting for either Ata or Hiding Goal to come back here, I believe. Yeah, a little bit of ring around the rosy here from both teams. Not much to talk about here.
Yeah, but I think Retirement Home does have the advantage on the up-and-coming round that we're about to get, because 2 of their players are already on level 2, which is a really big deal in early game. You get to do more damage output, you get to unlock a whole nother ability, and Atsura is also going to reach level 2 very soon. And
Hiding Goal seems to be back. lagging a little bit, it looks like it.
Yeah.
And we got a ping issue, it seems like.
GG.
Yeah, but back to
This-
talking about the fact that they're on this advantage here coming into the second round as well. That Flaming Fury from the Juliet, that teleport from the Now, just being able to put out a little bit more damage, a little bit more core control, just puts them on the upper hand here to potentially win out this set for themselves as well. Win out this set, pick up those awakenings that they also want.
Yeah, absolutely. And that damage is going to be crazy from the whole entire team of Retirement Home. And once Atsuro reaches level 2, that's going to be energy burnt from a nuke, from a Juliet ult, and then the dash punch with 1-2 punch should be relatively free.
And we seem to be ending the match here. Okay, I think we got a little bit of technical issues here, people.
Yep.
Yeah, it seems like we got a bit of a
everywhere.
technical issue, and we're back to yapping while they restart the lobby.
Yeah, sadly it happens everywhere. Always technical issues, but hopefully we should be jumping in again. I'm not sure what's going to happen.
But like we said it as well though, like that 1-2 punch from that Julia just outputting so much pressure on the corner shoves here on a map like Night Market, right? Just make it also hard for any of the forwards here as well to potentially help their goalies to clear out that core that they need.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you keep ping-ponging in the corner, whichever team is defending, they're going to get a lot of damage dumped onto them. Especially if it's Fridge that's defending the corner shoves. Luna goalie with eject can just go up and deal a ton of damage and then leave.
That eject, that rocket, that nuke, just so much damage to be dealt here on the side of home here actually. And we're back in it again.
Yeah, and we're starting off, and yeah, just passing going around. Nice save from Etsuro using the eject button, and yeah, both teams
Ata
going
here
at it.
unfortunately losing out a strike wall to lose their barrier, but same on the other end. Atsuro loses out the first barrier of their own as well. Their nice pass from the Now over down to Atsuro. Atsuro tries to go for a play on the front side. Zoe here to try pick up the kill, but unfortunately really not being able to pick it up in time.
Yeah, I think both teams are just trying to level up, reach that level 2, and they're also looking to get that damage, stack it up, and look for that KO. And Zoe
Speaking
can
of the
utilize
damage as
it.
well, though, Immaculator already looking so little here on the front side. Immaculator not being able to do much for his team there. Here
Oh,
comes the
no.
Fiery Fist to push him out, and there goes the dash punch. Bye-bye, Immaculator. A power play position here with 3 core flips potentially coming up really soon here. Lilac tries to stand the call over to Zoe, but Zoe does not pick up the goal just yet.
Yeah, and look at the side of Retirement Home. They all have core flip pretty much, and the offensive pressure is going to be really tough for Fridge to deal with.
Again, oh my god, a misplaced Now drone here picks up the second barrier of its own team. Atsuro in a 1v1 against that Asher that we talked about, and he loses it out. Atsuro can't do much against that Asher of Immaculator.
Yep, and following the restart, now we have the side of Fridge getting the first goal, and what a great first goal coming back from that 2v3 situation as well.
Exactly, but you still have to remember the fact that the Now here has that core flip. Zoe here trying to pick up his own core flip as well really soon. Zoe looking for the kill, and there's the kill, and picks up the core flip as well. In a 3v2 situation here with Hide and Go looking really low on the middle side here as well. They look for an absolute power play position. There goes the second kill, and they're looking for the goal. Dribbling play coming out here from the top, from the bottom. Lila to Zoe, and it sends it right under Ata.
Wow, that was some phenomenal team play, and great KO pressure, just utilizing the fact they only have 2 people in a 2v3 just to get the next KO, making a 1v3, and pretty self-explanatory goal at the end of the day.
Exactly, and we look at a lot of this Now here returning to help constantly with that midfield pressure, constantly help with that defense as well. Speaking of defense, actually, never mind. We're looking at a little bit of offense as Zoe picks up yet another kill on the board. The Luna dash here on the front side, and Ata looking oh so low here on the front. Zoe potentially looking for that kill. No more Ilu here left for Ata. Zoe misses the Flying Phoenix, and we're back in a little bit of a stalemate here. Ata surviving for just long enough. Never mind though, as I say that. The Fiery Fist picks up the second barrier here. Immaculator looking for a play on the front side. Arta with a nice hook to send the core away from its goal. And we're back to a stalemate yet again.
Yep, Atsuro does have flip, and Immaculator has no energy at all, so Zoe should be picking up the KO again. Yep, there is the KO.
Yet another KO on the board for Zoe. Arta here looking really low on cooldowns. Zoe looking for that kill potentially here on Arta, or just a second strike here to get that goal in and put the set a little bit closer. The core flip comes out, and no, it's a 1v3 situation. Zoe not being able to pick up the goal.
Yep, the whole side of Fridge defending just to stop that goal, and
what a nuke coming out from Atsuro. Just too much pressure.
Atsuro, the goal-scoring machine from last game, getting another goal in this game as well. Wow.
And Home's team here, like the ability to capitalize off all the kills that Zoe is just picking up is actually like insane. Like we always almost see a guaranteed conversion rate on every single one of these kills.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that Zoe's getting so much value out of the pummelers as well. Like, that's speed for, I'm pretty sure, 10 seconds, and that's just going to capitalize on all the power spots, but hold on! Fridge is...
Double barrier here on the side of Fridge. Atsuro dashing out to try and get the core off, but it doesn't matter!
What? That was... And so much just happened there. Immaculator getting a KO, and then Immaculator getting KO'd themselves, and then Hyde just snatching the goal in the top. And yeah, great positioning from all the players.
Hyde being in that right position here to be able to do what they need to do as that IME, as that scoring character here on the top side, actually, after Immaculator gets taken out.
We are seeing Hyde still lag in this game, which is not what
yeah, not really what you want to see. A little bit unfortunate here for the side of Fridge though. What I notice a lot of is all this speed here from the now constantly being fed to Zoe, constantly putting Zoe in these power positions. Tries to go for a dash punch here on the front side, but not being able to pick up that second barrier just yet.
Yeah, and we should be Zoe getting or looking for that dash punch core flip KO, because that's going to give them so much value once again with that pummelers. And then Lila should be able to help them with their speed from Orb, but core flip going away from Zoe, trying to shove it.
Firewall sentry here just to help Arta here on the defense on the backside. Hide and go tries to pick up a kill of their own, but they can't do it and instead lost a barrier at the same time. Here's Zoe back with a strike and strikes it up. Arta can't catch the core.
Wow. I just have to speak about that corner shove they did to get that one barrier. That was Lila striking, then Arta saving it, then it was Zoe striking, and then I think it was a Dorito from Lila as well. There was just so much going on in that corner shove, and that was just an absolutely great shove. And then finishing off with a goal.
Rolling up here over to the awakening phase as well. That adrenaline rush on Zoe. So much value. If Zoe can continue consistently picking up these kills here on the front side at midfield, then they're just going to get so much pressure off of that adrenaline rush as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the whole side of Retirement Home has like more damage now. I mean, Primetime does do less damage, but you still have like another whole primary, which overall will do more damage. And Immaculator is stuck inside.
Yeah, we seem to have a game bug here, but it seems like the players are playing on Immaculator. Oh, there we go. Immaculator's finally out. Little nice dash to send Immaculator out of the little predicament they found themselves in. Zoe here trying to go for a kill, but no, the Asher ulti keeping it away. And oh my god, never mind though. Atsuro to pick up the kill for Zoe here on the bottom side. There goes the Asher of Immaculator.
Yep, what a great KO coming out from Atsuro with the Lunar Missile. And now the pressure's going to be on for Fridge, and let's see if Retirement Home can end up scoring this goal.
They do have, it is a 3v3 situation, but Hide and Go just popped their own core flip. And here we're looking at a core flip here coming out of the from the Now of Lyle, as well as the Luna here of Atsuro. There goes the fight. Oh my god, what an ultimate to shove it right past the top.
Wow, that was an absolutely great positioning and great ult coming out from Zoe. And I mean, look at the energy difference from both teams. I mean, 3 core flips pretty much against 0 energy. This is going to be tough for Fridge.
Especially like considering the fact that Zoe here is picking up so many kills as well, just makes it so hard for them, like without that energy as well, not being able to dodge, not being able to really react to that Juliet just camping the corners here.
Yeah, if Zoe ends up getting a KO, that's going to be A-Rush speed and Pummeler speed and pretty much all abilities back, if not super low.
Zoe here picking up the core flip of their own as well. We're looking at 2 potential core flips. And oh my god, Zoe, like we talked about, picks up yet another kill. Looking at the core flip potentially, never mind, picks up the second barrier. Here's the core flip, there's the dash punch, but no, can't pick up the goal in time. Arta with an amazing defense, but no, just can't hold on for any longer. Lila on the top side absolutely shoves it in. Arta not being able to do much about that.
That was such a great save from Arta or Hyde. I'm not sure who saved that, but great save, but then it ended up not being enough.
Oh my god!
Oh wait, what just... Atsuru got sent off.
Atsuru got sent to the Shadow Realms, flew down and got taken out with it. Arta walking a little bit too forward here, loses one of his own gold barriers.
Yeah, but Atsuru is already back, and Zoe getting a KO!
Zoe getting yet another KO. We're just looking at a game here where it's just Zoe owning the whole map, constantly telling these forwards, telling these goalies that they just can't play where they want to play. Zoe here on the front side, Atsuru here with the support. Oh, not really being able to get the goal in right yet, but I'm looking at it really soon. The core flip here potentially coming out here very soon. Little nice dribble here on the front side. And oh my god, never mind! What a bubble here coming out from the Aimi of hide and goal to take them out of the map. And oh my god! What a turnover!
What? I thought Fridge was gonna lose that point, especially with the A-Rush, but oh my, the KO.
No. An unfortunate bubble just being placed at the right spot, being able to take out Lila there, but it does not matter. Zoe just showing who's in charge here. Picks up 1 kill, looking for the second here. Hide and go, looking really worse for where here on the bottom side. Arta tries to win out the 1v1 here. Manages to save 1 goal barrier. Never mind, loses both actually. Immaculator back here on the board. But no, Zoe wins out a second strike. But wow, what a good ability usage here coming out from Arta. Core flip here coming down this bottom side. Arta, oh my god. Atsuru to Zoe, and Zoe wins out the second strike against Immaculator. Can anybody stop Zoe?
This is insane pressure on the side of Retirement Home. I mean, as soon as they get a KO, it's just instant pressure, especially with the Lunar Eject. And I mean, Zoe is on fire right now, and Prize Fighter. That is going to be tough to deal with.
Zoe's on fire, and Zoe be flaming now with that Prize Fighter. So many more kills we're gonna get seen here on the board. What can they even do to stop Zoe here?
We do actually see Immaculator getting Spark of Resilience, which will help them loads to survive. But will it be enough? It's already on set 3. So if Retirement Home gets 1 more set, they end up taking the win.
I just feel like even that Spark of Resilience won't even be enough, right? Like, there's just so much damage already at this point. And yeah, sure, we can talk about that Spark of Resilience, having that extra health, giving maybe a little bit more of an edge to the defensive side here against Zoe. Never mind, though, as we yap here. What a nice goal coming out. Sorry, what a nice double berry here coming out from hiding goal to pick out both barriers here on the side of Fridge.
Yeah, and the pressure is instantly on for Retirement Home, and Fridge is going for that goal, not letting them lose another map. This is their map. They chose this map and they want the win on this map.
Exactly. Though Atsuru with an amazing defense here in that 2v2 situation at the back manages to hold out in time. Immaculator finally picking up a kill of their own here. Atsuru core flip tries to stand there above, but no! Blocked out by Immaculator's ulti, stunned out by Immaculator's primary, and Atsuru cannot reach the core in time.
Oh my, blocking the core flip, Immaculator with a great ult and then stunning Atsuru so they cannot move to catch the core. And Fridge is switching this game around, switching the momentum around, and we might see a comeback.
What a nice, what a nice like read coming out here from Immaculator to pick up that goal for their team here. Lila here teleporting to the front side, trying to help Zoe here on the front, but they just seem to be at a bit of a stalemate here as nothing much really happens in the ping pong battle on top.
Yeah, both teams just building up energy, building up flip, building up momentum just to get those barriers. Both teams losing 1 barrier each, and now the final barrier. Which team will get it first and give that open goal advantage?
There it is. We get the final berry here coming out of Fridge, and a goal of their own. Fridge is still in this game. They are still fighting back, and they want you to know that they are not going to go out without a fight.
Yeah, Immaculator getting great value out of that Spark of Resilience. I mean, he can just go anywhere on the field and tank as much damage as he wants.
Oh, Immaculator with a nice core flip here on the front side. Atsuro misreading it, sending himself forward and not being able to pick up the goal. Immaculator on a 1v1 here. Atsuro does have the core flip though, does have that defensive ability ready up, and pops the core flip, sends it right through Hiding Goal. Hiding Goal did not manage to pick up that strike, and what a defense here coming out from Atsuro.
Yep, but Immaculator has no core flip. Wait, but he's in the perfect position to snatch the goal, and oh my, what a performance from Immaculator in that. Man, what? That was just a complete change.
Immaculator picking up all 3 goals here for the side of Fridge, showing that they are still in this. They're not going to be wiped out just yet. That spark of agility to stack on top of that spark of resilience. Immaculator's really are going to be a force to be reckoned with here on the front side.
Yep, I mean, Immaculator is going to be unkillable. You have the secondary Asher that gives you more damage resistance as well. I mean, Immaculator is going to control the field, but Zoe does manage to get more power as well, and extra special on Hide is arguably one of the best awakenings for Amy, so it's looking really, really good for Fridge right now.
Zoe with a lot more damage here actually might just be the difference maker that they need for Zoe to pick up all those kills yet again.
Yep, Zoe just has to.
Oh my god, Zoe with a double dash punch. Unfortunately, only being able to pick up one, but one is all they need in a power position here on the front side. Picks up one barrier, looking here for the second. Atsuro with a nice dash to the front here, picks up the second barrier in a 3v2 situation. Ata and Hai cannot hold on. Core constantly being sent forward to Zoe. Zoe gets the goal!
What a goal from Zoe! From the KO to the double barrier to the goal. Oh my
god, Zoe!
Zoe said, nah, Immaculator, I'm gonna take back control of this field and we're gonna win this game.
Oh my god, Zoe proving that they are still in as well. They're not gonna let the turnaround happen. They don't want that turnaround happen. They want to end the game right here on this map, even though it might be Fridge's pick.
Yeah, but Fridge is instantly answering back, getting both barriers, but...
Oh my god! Zoe on the front side! Absolutely destroying Ata in all the 1v1s!
Yeah,
oh my god! A stun here from Zoe! Ata just can't do anything at all.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw the Fridge clutch a 3-0 set, finally getting on the board, and... I mean, Retirement Home is instantly answering back.
Zoe here with a core flip as well. We're really looking at Zoe here for a lot of the plays. Ata, unfortunately, here missing out on one of the goal barriers here on the top side. Oh, Ata coming on the front side to try and protect the team. Oh my god! Zoe. Yet again, Zoe shows us that they're the one just killing everyone here. Oh my god, yet another one, Zoe! What are you doing to them? And we're looking at most likely the easiest goal here, the dash punch coming in. Atsuro here on the bottom side, sending it right back to Zoe. Zoe does not win the 1v1 against Immaculator, but it's fine though. In a power play position here, they still have a barrier up. Atsuro with the core flip coming up from Immaculator. Immaculator not being able to pick up the barrier, and Atsuro, core flip, sends it forward. Now Drone, they just can't pick it up right yet though.
What is happening? This is such an intense game, and Zoe gets another KO. What is happening?
Absolute cinema.
Oh my god. Zoe just controlled that final round perfectly. Infinite KOs, infinite pressure, and Retirement Home played that whole entire 2 maps perfectly. What a great
Zoe is out for blood tonight.
13 KOs from Zoe.
Wow.
Oh my. But we also cannot ignore the rest of the Retirement Home players. Lila getting so much core control and also that speed for Zoe to set her up for those KOs. And Atsuro, of course, being that offensive pressure, keeping the core up once again so the whole entire team can reposition and also adding so much damage.
Exactly as well. And we're just looking at so much pressure here coming out from Atsuro, but even though it's a Luna, right? Even though Atsura's on that Luna, not really having that much defensive pressure, we got a Now here to constantly come back and help with that defense whenever Immaculator is finally in a position that they want to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Lila was playing more of a super defensive role in the midfield rather than more aggressive offensive, just to help Atsuro with that defending, especially since Asher is such a difficult character to verse, especially when you're playing Luna goalie. But really unfortunate on the side of Fridge, not being able to capitalize on that one set win. I honestly thought they could capitalize. Maybe it was some lag coming out from Hyde. That would definitely add some issues to the match, but really unfortunate on the side of Fridge.
I mean, yeah, you're right. It's unfortunate, like you said, maybe Hyde was still lagging throughout that game. Not something that we really want to be seeing here going in today. But Zoe, though, like, I doubt it would have made a difference with all the kills that Zoe picked up. 13 KOs is absolutely phenomenal coming out here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, once Zoe got full prize fighter stacks, I mean, full prize, 1-2 punch A-rush, pummelers, you cannot survive. And
a little bit of sprinkle on top with that spark of power as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Not even Spark of Resilience with an extra spark could survive that onslaught. And that was really great 2 matches. So much KOing. And yeah.
Yeah, Zoe really showing us their ability to pick up all these kills here, to put so much pressure on the front side as well. And I believe actually huge props to the Now here of Lyle to constantly give Zoe those Now drones, all that speed that she needs to keep her topped up, to keep her fast enough to pick up these kills, to keep her fast enough to win those 1v1s against Ata.
Yeah, absolutely. And if Zoe ended up losing core control, either Etsuro or Lila was behind them, and if they can't send the core back to Zoe, they just switch it through the middle using that little speed lane to speed up the core and send it right to the teammate waiting on the other side, just switching it instantly. And that's just great team play and keeping up the pressure constantly.
So much pressure, so many kills. What an amazing game here coming out from both teams. But again, to highlight Zoe's ability to pick up all these kills that are needed, Zoe's ability to capitalize on these kills that she's picking up on her own as well.
Yeah, I mean, once again, so much KOing coming out of that final match, and I think it was more KOs than minutes, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, that was just a great performance from the side of Retirement Home.
Exactly, and I think we'll be cutting off to a break here very soon as we prep you guys for our next game coming up for well, for us it's tonight, for you guys it might be in the afternoon or the morning. A little bit forgetful here considering that the fact that we are from Asia. But yeah, we'll be back with you guys with another game really soon.
Yo, we are back, Xylophor and I, and we are heading into the next teams battling each other, which I believe is Flame Kittens and Fish Tripod. Beautiful team logo that Fish Tripod has. Absolutely love it. And yeah, what do you think of the picks and map right now, Xylo?
Looking at the picks that they want to play here, we're going into Goo first of all, which is something that is a bit of a weirder map compared to a lot of the other maps, simply because of the existence of those portals, the abilities to get the I'm not lost for words, but the ability to get that core past that midfield without even really having a midfielder just has a little bit of a different play style here compared to a lot of other maps.
Yeah, absolutely. I personally love Goo. It is my favorite map. Just the fact you can go for those aggressive porty plays, even as goalie. And just, I mean, I absolutely love the map, especially Dubu. I assume that's, once again, Dubu goalie coming out for Fish Tripod. You can walk through the portal, put down a Dubu or Tofu wall, and then walk back to your goals. And I just
actually,
love that.
As two people that aren't from this region, right, local, I am noticing a little bit of a trend. I'm not sure whether it's just these four teams that we'll be watching tonight, or if it's something that extends among even that. But we are looking at yet another rune ban, like. And it's something that I love to see, right? Not the rune ban itself, but the fact that players are so inclined to play rune that it needs to be banned out. Like, what's it called? Like it's just something we don't really see in a region like Asia, which is like really fun for us to be able to like witness here in EU.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, what I said last match, I think that Ruin is a great midfielder, in my opinion, the best. And he just has so much coverage, especially with the hot shot. Maybe the hot shot was helping the teams with the bans as well. That's why the Juno ban also came out for Flame Kittens. But yeah, so much control from the two character bans.
Sadly, we won't be seeing any Rune or Juno tonight, this evening, this afternoon, wherever you might be while you are watching this. We got a little lineup of an Estelle, a Vice, and a Asher here on the side of Flame Kittens, and on Fish Tripods we got that classic Kai together with a Dubu and a Zantaro. Seeing that Kai midfield, a little bit of a weirder pick when it comes to a region like ours, but hey, like this is EU, we're not at home anymore. Let's see what they have for us.
Yeah, and I mean, as we're talking about the picks, we see a Vice goalie. I have not seen a lot of Vice goalie. I know I've seen someone in Asia, Zuzu, play Strike Shot like Scully. Would not recommend. But
Strike Shot, a really interesting one. But here we got Vice goalie here going on. Oh, choosing to go for that hot shot instead of that super surge. Actually, really interesting decision here. Actually, coming out from Yuki.
Yeah, opting for that core control, more cooldowns. I don't think they would get as much value from the Super Surge because you can already push up with the portals, so you don't really need more dash range. But yeah, damage instantly coming out onto Donkers.
Donkers looking really low here on the backside, backing up a little here just to regen that health that they need. Ayuki here winning out a strike core and using a primary as well to clear it away from Venom Yami.
Yep, and the side of Flame Kitten's gonna be looking to take that barrier, but Bozy is just stopping every single shove. But never mind, as I'm talking about it, Flame gets a barrier.
Donker's just not really being allowed to play the game here at all, constantly being bullied by all three players here on the side of Flame Kittens.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what you should expect when you play Zentaro. I mean, it's just a glass cannon character similar to Octavia, and you're gonna get dumped with CD.
Oh, and there we go. As we talk about it, Donkers finally loses their life.
Oh no!
And the second barrier coming out from both team. Ayuki not being in the right position. And the F-Grim here sending the call back to himself here. Constantly dribbling the call in between. Oh, power flip coming out here. Potentially to send it up to Flame. But no, tries to go for the demon angle top side as Flame tries to stun out Fuzi.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this hot shot in overtime. everyone on Hotshot except for the Zentaro. The core's just going everywhere.
Oh my god, Ayuki! What a nice primary from Ayuki to ensure that the goal isn't going to go in right yet. Flame here looking to position on the front side with their core flip. Here comes that core flip. Nice stun here though coming out from Fuzi, and they do not pick up the goal just yet.
And both teams are defending so, and as I talk about the defending, Flame matches
Caster's Curse. Caster's Curse at its finest. Flame picking up the goal here past Fuzi. Fuzi not expecting the angle in time with no abilities to save it out.
Yep, what an absolutely great goal. Fuzi not connecting with that strike shot because Flame is blocking it, and yeah, what a great goal from Flame.
And you can see the reason why they constantly want to bully Donkers here on the front side. Donkers just showing their ability to be able to like 1v1 and take away, or 1v2 actually that was, and take away a goal barrier so easily from the side of Flame Kittens here actually. While we're speaking on killing Donkers, they actually choose to kill the other side here on the red team of Fish, and yet again in another 3v2 situation they pick up one barrier. They're looking to convert on the second one, but Fozy handles the defense really well. Caster's Curse yet again. Fozy loses out the second barrier and loses out the goal at the same time.
No, that was so unfortunate. Venom just came back, but it wasn't in time. Flame just capitalizing on that and getting the goal. What a great goal once again.
Venom Yami really trying to be that sole midfielder here for Donkers to constantly allow Donkers to make those plays here. But the thing is, something about Zentaro compared to a lot of the other shovels you have to understand is Zentaro's ability to constantly dash and cover so much ground as well, which just allows him to pick up barriers from that midfield as well. Speaking of actually, both of the barriers here being picked up on the side of Fish. A kill here being picked up by Fozy. Nice little Dubu slam on the front side. DF Grim though here holding down the midfield, holding down the fort for them. Never mind, Venom Yami drills it in with a nice barrage.
And that was some nice passing play on the side of Fish Tripod, just passing it to the portal, Donkers hitting it back to Venom, and Venom just locking it in with that Kai barrage.
Donkers just seeing the opportunity to send the core over to Venom Yami, knowing that Venom Yami is going to score for them. And no, the Dubu Tofu Fortress not showing the prowess that it needs to show. DF Grim and Flame, a little nice passing play to go around Fuzi, and Fuzi, the core flip not being able to catch the core in time.
Yep, Grim just locking in that goal, getting MVP of the set as well, and now we'll be jumping into the Awakenings, and we see some pretty strong Awakenings. I mean, perfect form. Pretty much good on everyone, especially paired with Hotshot, but we'll be
looking at a fight or flight instead though. That extra speed that Grim wants here on the front side, whether it being getting hit by Donkers, getting hit by Venom, or just, you know, hitting a couple players themselves, as well as getting that speed so that they can control a lot more of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think anyone got a bad Awakening there. Kai getting more survivability, more energy coming out from Asher and Centauro, and yeah, pretty good draft for everyone.
Yeah, perfect form actually being a little bit interesting for me here on the side of Ayuki. Not a bad one per se, but might just be a deny here on the side of Donkers. They just don't want Donkers to really pick up that perfect form, that scary perfect form that we know on the Zentaro page. And oh my god, as we talk about that Zentaro, the Zentaro loses their life. Flame and DF Grim looking for the pressure on the top side here. Ayuki as well walks up with that teleport. DF Grim here tries to pick up a kill on Venom Yami, but not enough damage just yet.
Yeah, but Venom does not have any elusive. As I talked about the elusive, they grab an orb and get one back. So the survivability should be good on the side of Fish Tripod, and they're going to be looking for the counter-attack now.
Speaking of counter-attack, actually, a counter-attack here coming out from the side of Flame Kittens, picking up the second barrier here. We're not looking really good here if we're supporting the side of Fish Tripods. Fish Tripods absolutely getting demolished here on their defense.
Yeah, and I mean,
looking for a play.
Some damage. They're going to be looking for the KO as well very, very soon on Venom, and I mean, this is just Flame Kitten's game to win right now.
Ayuki just looks really it's something that I don't know if it's whether it's just what they call it, these EU players or what it is, but it looks amazing that Ayuki is playing a goalie that would not be seen to defend. And talking about defense, Fuzi loses the defense against DF Grim. A nice little elusive to send it right into the corner.
Yeah, absolutely great ability usage. on the side of Flame Kittens, and yeah, great goal. I mean, Fish Tripod has to do something to answer back from all this damage, all this shoving power, all this pressure.
But like I was saying there though, right, okay? Even though Ayuki is on something like a Vice goalie, not something you would generally expect to be able to defend really well because of the Vice's inability to have too many abilities here to defend the goal. Speaking of abilities to defend the goal, they run out, but it is fine. DF Grim here comes back to help with the kill, and there goes Donkers.
Yeah, I think Yuki's strategy is just, I don't need to defend, I just need to damage them enough so Grim can finish them off, and I mean, it's just a damage game at this point.
Yeah, Grim really putting in a lot of work for those kills at the midfield, really putting in just enough work as well for Ayuki to allow Ayuki to walk up here and put out all the damage. That Vice out coming through. Fuzi looking really low. Flame might be looking for the kill here on Fuzi. Here comes the core Flame. Fuzi looking so close to death here.
And he has to try to survive against Flame with Core Flip and also being Asher without so much damage, but Fuzi manages to survive. Now Flame is
coming from Ayuki and Flame with a stun! Flame with a beautiful stun. Fuzi just cannot get to the core.
What a great goal. Great pass from Ayuki as well, and Flame scoring even though they're on pretty much 0 HP. Absolutely great goal.
Exactly. And wow, look at that, dude. In a 1v2 strike wall situation, Ayuki still wins it out. Like, Ayuki's ability to just strike wall their way to victory here constantly allows them to take that pressure that they can get from a character like Vice on the front side.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's something you want to see on your goalies. They're really strong in their strike wars. Strike is one of the most important features in the whole entire game of what Mega Strike is. And the KO is already coming out.
And the KO comes out. Donkers gets strike out of the match here actually. Stun here coming from Ayuki, not really landing a shot, but it is fine. Flame here to pick it up. Oh, Flame tries to send the call back, but unfortunately missing out. Oh my god, Donkers. What a nice juke. Forcing the ulti here out of Ayuki.
Yeah, and I would hate to be Donkers in this match right now. Donkers is just getting hit like a pinata, and it must not be a fun game for Donkers.
Flame here trying to pick up the core flip to try and pick up the goal, but never mind, doesn't manage to get it through. It is fine though. Ayuki to the rescue, walking up a little, sets that teleport in the front and gets the goal for themselves.
And that was an amazing goal from Grim. I think Grim is utilizing the goo portals extremely well. I mean, this is perfect portal usage, just walking in and out, covering the whole entire field, and yeah, we're jumping into the draft.
Exactly. So much portal users here actually happening, not just from Grim, but from the whole roster of Flame Kittens here. Amazing usage of the portals as they constantly pass the call back and forth in between those portals, as they constantly find angles to attack that the red team of Fish Tripods here just aren't really catching.
Yep, but the side of Fish Tripod just, I believe, got a really good draft. I mean, Venom just got another spark, and Donkers finally got some survivability with Stagger Swagger.
And maybe Donkers will finally not die so much off the bat here, actually. I mean, it doesn't matter if you die if you pick up both barriers here. That's what Donkers wants you to know. Donkers picks up both barriers here, Flame to pick up one of their own, but it just seems like they're not going to be able to really convert all of that. Ayuki in a 1v1 with Donkers wins out that strike wall. Flame picks up a second barrier here on the front side. The core flip coming through. Fuzi forgets to strike and the core goes right through.
Just went past Fuzi, past Venom's Kai Barrage, and what a great goal from Flame again. Flame being that phenomenal offensive pressure for the side of Flame Kitten.
Exactly, so much pressure here coming out on that side. So, and like, you look at a lot of the pressure here actually coming out of Ayuki themselves as well. Like, yes, Flame is the main scorer of this team, but DF Grim and Ayuki putting in so much work as well. But speaking of, there's the stun, there's the core flip. What can you do?
Look at the damage, look at the offensive pressure, and the core is just not leaving Fish Tripod's side at all.
Exactly, like you really need to figure out what your answer is here if you're on the side of Fish Tripods, because you're getting absolutely demolished here on the offense, on the defense. Like, what are you gonna do? Look at that. There comes the ulti right again from Ayuki. Unfortunately, not being able to pick up his mark though. Never mind. DF Green picks up his mark. There goes a kill onto what's it called? There goes a kill onto Donkers, and Donkers can't live for any longer.
Yep, and I think
Oh no! Oh no, Flame!
What? We got the
Flame, what are you doing, Flame?
I am
No.
lost for words.
Wow,
What?
what an absolute stomp of a game. Flame Kittens on top clearly as they absolutely destroy and put Fish Tripods 6 feet under.
Yep, that was a super strong performance for Flames Kitten. And something I will point out, Fuzi playing that Strike Shot Dubu, something you really want to utilize with Strike Shot Dubu, especially since he took Missile Prop, is the aggressive Tofu walls. But the core just was constantly on the side of Fish Tripods, so you can't utilize that Tofu wall that much.
Exactly, Fuzi unfortunately not being in the right spot to be able to put out that tofu wall, to be able to put out that log barrier that they also want to put out to be able to support their team with the offense here.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the damage numbers coming out from Flames Kit, and just so much more damage compared to Fish Tripods. And I mean, Fozy, the goalie, getting more damage than Donkers and Taro, purely because Donkers is just getting KO'd, and not allowed to play the game.
Exactly, Donkers really being the sole target here on the side of Flame Kittens. That vice primary, that secondary, all the resources being poured in by that Estelle. Every once in a while, Flame sees Donkers out of position and just gives it to them. Like, what can you do in this case if you're Donkers? You're really forced to play a lot more safely. And at that case, you're not really fully utilizing the ability of Zen's kit here.
Yeah, even if you go aggressive with Zentaro, Ayuki has Hotshot and Perfect Form. So they are going to unload and unload infinite abilities into Donkers, and Donkers is not going to survive.
Exactly, and it just didn't really help Donkers as well that Ayuki was winning out every single strike war. Like, what is that? The amount of pressure that Ayuki is just putting on the board, not from just their abilities, but from their ability to just constantly hit that strike a lot better as well. Just does not allow any calls through, does not allow any barriers to fall, and at the same time, does not allow any goals to go in.
Yeah, and that's not what you want to see on the side of Fish Tripod, because as soon as it gets past that attacking play, it's going to go back on their side, and Grim perfectly utilizing the portal to trap the core for Flame, and then also Ayuki having the Vice Eject to trap the core even more for Flame to successfully score in every single interaction.
I think a lot of the difference there in between these two teams as well is just Flame Kitten's amazing ability to use Gates of Obscura, the amount of control that they have all around the portals, the passing plays that they do, which Fish Tripods just didn't really abuse as much themselves.
Yeah, but jumping away from Gates of Obscura, jumping onto a whole new map, we're going to Atlas Lab now, Xylophone. What do you think of Atlas Labs?
Oh, Atlas Lab. Hopefully we're looking at a little bit more kills here, actually. Well, on the side of Fish Tripods, hopefully not Donkers yet again, but we'll have to see, right? Okay. And wow, interesting pick actually. Sorry, I'm losing my words here, man. Like Flame Kittens here actually choosing to ban out that Vice pick.
Yeah, after playing the Vice as well, they're going to be banning the Vice, so that's going to be interesting. And now we'll be waiting for Fish Tripod's ban. Will we see a Ruin? Because Cast to Last is there. We might see another Ruin.
Oh, no Rune ban! And we see the Rune. There it is! The Rune that we've been wanting to see all night. Let's go, dude. And keep in mind as well, even though we have Rune on this pick of that Cast to Last, everyone else having that Catalyst just gives them so much more energy, gives them so much more ability to constantly, how do I say this? To constantly get those core flips up, to not be so afraid when they're getting brawled as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to be interested to see if this is, in fact, Ruin goalie or Ruin midfield. Because once again, I'm not sure on what the players in EU play. But I assume it's going to be Ruin midfield with Castelas, or might be Catalyst. Catalyst is also pretty decent for Ruin, because you can just keep getting energy with the pillar. But I believe it'll be Castelas.
I mean, unless we have a certain other player from Asia in here, I believe it's gonna be Rune midfield or Rune scorer. You never know, considering the fact that we're seeing the Atlas pick here coming out from Flame Kitten's side. A really big switch up here actually coming out, considering Ayuki was really strong at on that offensive goalie pick, but now switching over to a pick like Atlas, it's just a big switch up that we can expect here coming out from him.
Yeah, I mean, the side of Flames Kitten is going to have some extremely difficult defense to beat. Like, Fish Tripod is going to have such a hard time beating Atlas and Ruin on that defense, and I'm going to be interested to see how they break through it. I'm going to assume it's going to be with 1 KO, but yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna cut you off right there real quick. I'm seeing a really fun pick. I see Luna here on the side of Fish Tripods. And maybe you know, maybe you don't know, okay? But I'm fanboying a bit here right now, but I know Venom Yami used to play a decent amount of Luna near Season 1. Not Season 1 of EUSL, but Season 1 of Omega Strikers all together. And I am hoping to see that Luna on Venom Yami yet again.
Yeah, I mean, I have not seen any of Venom's Luna skills, so I mean, if you're talking about it this much, it's got to be one of the best Luna performances you saw in the past, but I'm excited for it now.
I am really excited to see this coming out of Venom Yami real quick. Hopefully, what's it called? We get a... Hopefully, Fish Tripods here shows us that they're still in the game, that they are still going to actually not let it through and constantly... How do I explain this? And not just end it off right here, right? Oh, actually, we messed up. We called the character picks wrong. The Luna here actually on DF Grim. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
we completely mixed up the team sides.
Little wonder here on the caster's side. But yeah. Well, actually, Venom Yami on the rune actually. So yeah, we still get to see the rune that we really want to see for tonight, and like, I'm just excited to see like what they're gonna cook here. DF Grim almost picking up a kill here on the bottom side. Donkers as well with that pendulum swing. Fortunately, both of them not picking up a kill yet.
Yep, and everyone in the lobby going Catalyst except for Venom and Fozy. Fozy getting those longer lasting secondaries and ult, which is really something I love on Atlas goalie. And Venom Yami, of course, getting more benefit from Castelas.
Oh
and yeah.
My god! The banish! Screwing over Ayuki's defense. Dev's touch to try and send it in, but Donkers does not get the core. Oh, Ayuki with a really nice strike downside. Flame here looking up for the kill on Venom Yami, but not really being able to pick it up just yet. Here, nice pillar here coming out from Venom. Venom keeps his life for just a little while longer.
Yeah, but Venom will be dying potentially soon. Yep, and there is a KO
and there
down
goes Venom. Though at the same time, that Dev's touch to look to send the call over to Donkers. Donkers with the call flip here, potentially looking for a goal of their own. Nice little Aimi bubble here happening on the top side to send it away from Donkers. Donkers not really being able to do much, even though he has that call flip.
Yeah, and I mean, look at all the core flips on the screen and
oh
took
my
off
god!
the 3
Donkers with the core flip, Ayuki with the core flip, Grim with the core flip, Dev's touch, Aimi bubble, Luna rocket. What is happening right now? Flame looking to use his core flip as well, really soon, hopefully speaking. DF Grim here looking to send a call to Flame. Flame!
Oh, no!
Right through! No! Fuzi not standing back enough. The Atlas secondary just sends the call right in as well.
And that is absolutely dirty. Fozy done dirty with that angle from Flame, and just such an unfortunate goal.
Exactly, an unfortunate goal here coming in from them. So many call flips here coming out though from the side of Catalyst here. Nice little Zentaro out here coming out through. Ayuki on that aggressive goalie yet again, trying to look for that pressure on the front side here. No defense here, losing out on that Aimi's turret. DF Grim in a 1v1 with Venom. Yami wins it out just in time, sends it pop to Ayuki, and Ayuki clears it over to Flame.
Yeah, and Fish Tripod really searching for this goal, keeping up the pressure. But once again, Donkers is just not allowed to play. Even with the Atlas healing, they have to walk all the way back to defense to benefit from it.
Exactly. DF Grim just really holding down the fort here at the midfield, constantly giving Ayuki the support that they need here against that rune, which is, to say, like, going against the rune at that range is really scary indeed. Oh my god. They lose their life here, saving out the goal. Oh, Call Flip here coming out from Flame to send it forward. Ayuki looking to make a play of their own. Flame tries to send the call downward, but loses it out. Oh my god, Death Touch into Pendulum Swing, swings it right in.
And Yuki didn't even have a chance to call flip, just getting stunned, and the red core in OT sending it straight into the goal in the blink of an eye. And what a great goal from Donkers. And I mean, the side of Fish Tripods has 2 call flips jumping into this set.
Oh, and Zero here coming out from the side of Flame Kittens after Ayuki just used one of their own. Ayuki winning out the 1v1s here against Donkers, but there we go. Donkers finally wins out one of their own. Venom Yami here going for a call flip, not really being able to pick up too much though. Banish here coming out outside. Donkers tries to pick up a kill of their own here, but Flame survives just in time in a 3v1 situation here on the backside. Both Grim and both Grim look so low, but Grim survives and my brain just dies, you know. Grim survives and the Luna dies off here.
Yeah, but Flame is back in the game, and great defend. And never mind, as I was about to say, great defending, a goal goes through.
Caster's Curse coming in strong yet again for the 3rd time tonight. Speaking about defense, none we will have.
Yeah, and Fish Tripod is looking really strong on this map, especially with the Atlas pick, denying so much damage. And
oh my god!
Ayuki
being able to pick up the pick up the barrier as well as force Fuzi to use that call flip. Just doesn't look like a really good situation here on the sorry, my brain's not working. On the side of Fish Tripods.
Yeah, and the KO's coming out as well.
Venom Yami tries to go for a Banish pillar kill there, but gets denied by the core.
Yeah, great holding on from Fuzi in that 1v3 and then the 2v3. Just great defending on the side of Fish Tripod, and Fish Tripod really want to win this set.
In a really scary situation there, DF Grim manages to win out the 1v1 against them. Oh my god, against Venom Yami, but never mind the whiplash to whip it right in.
Yeah. Donkers just capitalizing on that Rasmus speed, great Rasmus secondary usage, and we're jumping into the first Awakening draft of the game, and I see a very strong Awakening for Luna.
You're looking at that Luna Deadeye, so am I, but I think it might get denied here by Ayuki. Actually, so never mind. Ayuki being on the same team wouldn't deny his own teammate, and there we go. The Deadeye here is coming out for the Luna.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Venom did not deny the Deadeye. I don't know what you think about Ruined Deadeye, but I've seen it do so much damage, so I think it's a pretty decent pick, but letting Luna get that Deadeye is going to be devastating.
Exactly, then that Deadeye already coming into play here. Donkers getting hit right there, but thankfully not really being able to hit the rest of his abilities. Grim does not get to do that much damage. Fuzi here clearing out against Flame in the 1v1, and Donkers picks up a barrier of their own.
Yeah, and both teams just getting one barrier each, but as I talk about that, Venom getting the 2nd barrier, and oh my god! Donkers
Grim hitting it into the... Grim hitting it into the pillar, sends it to Donkers. A 1v1 on the middle side, and Ayuki just can't win it through.
Yeah, absolutely unfortunate interaction. And yeah, great pillar placement from Venom to force Grim to hit into that spot, sending it to Donkers.
Oh no! The secondary from Fuzi not being able to save it out against Flame here. Never mind though, Grim picking up a kill here on the front side. They're looking at a potential power play. Oh my god, the Astral Projection takes him out of the map. Venom almost loses his life to the Luna Rocket. Ayuki looking for a play here on the top side, not being able to get it right through just yet. Call Flip potentially coming out soon. There it is, Call Flip into the Call Flip into the blink into the primary, but he doesn't pick it up just yet.
And I mean, the side of Flames Kitten is going for that offensive pressure, going for the goal, but Fish Tripod is just defending everything. But they are also looking extremely low with not that much energy.
Exactly, but at the same time, though, both both Flame and Venom Yami here constantly bullying each other, constantly looking for that kill on each other. Oh, Flame tried to make a little play on the front side. Elusive to save himself because of that core flip, but never mind though. Real nice passing plays from Grim, from Ayuki, all the way down to Flame, and Flame sends it in.
Yeah, and there is the goal from Flame, and great counterplay after getting that KO onto Venom, I believe it was. And yeah, just great goal. Perfect spot to hit it in where the Atlas can't reach. And yeah, great positioning from the whole entire team.
Wow, Ayuki finds that clear against Venom Yami. Beautiful strike coming out from him. Flame to Grim. Grim here with a nice core flip, sends it middle, sends it bottom side, picks up one, tries to go for the second, but not just yet. Flame here going for the dash, hits the dash, but Fuzi with a secondary here to keep it away from him.
Yeah, Fuzi's secondaries are looking a bit wonky this game. It's just always going to the weirdest spot, but Fuzi is still managing to hang on, and great banish from Venom.
Venom here trying to pick up the kill here over on Flame. Grim looking really worse for wear here on the front side as well. Donkers here trying to pick up a barrier and manages to do so himself. Flame here looking low, so low, potentially picking up the core flip for himself. There goes the core flip. He tries for the barrier but does not get it in true time.
Yeah, Fuzi is already on the case to deny that core flip, save the barrier, and now Flame is looking extremely low, and we might see a potential goal or a KO coming out very soon.
Exactly. Flame here so low on the front side, but never mind though. The Atlas the Atlas ball in the middle, putting Venom Yami low as well. Fuzi with the astral projection to take Flame out of the map. Grim though with a nice little play on the front side, looking for the core flip really soon. There goes the core flip, shoots a little slow core, and it does not get in as we would expect. Donkers here though with a core flip himself on the front side. Core flip here as well with Ayuki. We're looking at that for potentially a defense here as well. All this Catalyst pick just gives out so many core flips, so many potential crazy plays that we might be seeing here from the front side. Donkers does not get the goal but sends it up to Venom Yami. Venom on you the core flip, no banish. Oh my god, what a pillar to try and get it right. What a banish! Venom Yami!
What a play, what a core flip, pillaring to his strike, not being successful but then following up with a banish, and Venom Yami is showing why this ruin has to be banned and has to not be played or he will cook.
Exactly, he will cook indeed, and he is cooking Flame Kittens right now with the fire in their eyes.
Yeah, and I mean, Tripod Fish gonna be trying to capitalize on that, and they will be potentially grabbing the second set, which will really help them and potentially get a third map.
Yeah, Grim here picking up a barrier of their own. Oh my god, two barriers here coming out from Fuzi to send the core away.
Yeah, and Fuzi is looking really strong on the defense as well, backed up with the Venom Yami ruin midfield. And I mean, so much damage is coming out, the core is flying everywhere, and the side of Flame's Kitten is looking really low, but they're already building back their HP and losing it as well.
Core flip here coming from Flame, trying to look for the angle, but does not find it. Denied by the Atlas secondary. Flame here, a little bit of a ping pong action here on the front side. Explosion in the middle. Venom Yami tries to send it forward with that primary, that unstable anomaly, but doesn't manage to go through. Second one sends it through though. Donkers with a core flip and right past Ayuki to the corner.
No way. I mean, Venom just banishing Flame, sorry. Venom banishing Flame and not placing a pillar on Flame just to secure the pass to Donkers, who flips it and gets a goal. And we are going into the second Awakening draft. And
if I was Fuzi here, I would have been looking at that perfect form, but it goes through, and it goes through to that Zentaro. That's not something you really want to see here on the side of his tripods.
Yeah, that's a really tough situation for Atlas to be put in. Either deny the missile prop for Luna, who also has Deadeye, or take the perfect form away from Zentaro. But I mean, missile prop is great with strike shot and also great on Atlas.
We do talk about that, and even though like we seem to have really crazy awakenings here on the side of Flame Kittens, do remember that both sets currently belong to the side of his tripods. Never mind though, Flame shuts me up as he sends a goal in. They don't want this next set to be theirs again.
I think Flame just got core flip in like 14 seconds. What?
That was
Catalyst putting in work.
absolutely insane. Catalyst and both that perfect form as well, giving him so many more cooldowns, giving him a stronger ability to just spam more abilities as well.
Yeah, maybe the wrong deny choice coming back to bite Fuzi, but instantly answering back with a red core to snatch a barrier, and will they capitalize on it?
Flame just being an absolute monster on the field right now with that perfect form, absolutely destroying the front side. Oh my god, a banish coming from Venom Yami. Almost picks up the goal barrier, but does not in time. Ayuki comes back at the right time just to be able to core flip that. Oh my god, I am losing my words. Oh my god, Donkers!
This match is too intense. We're getting back clears, we're getting core flips, we're getting KOs, we're getting every single thing you want to see, and the KO going down onto Venom Yami!
DF Grim picks up 2 kills, looking for the third potentially. Fuzi looking really worse for where here on the front side. Flame tries to go for an out here, but he does not manage to get the goal barrier or the kill yet. Oh my god, DF Grim putting Fuzi really low here. More damage coming out. There's the core flip, tries to send it through, does not send it through, but it is fine. DF Grim on the bottom side to send it in.
And Fozy just not being able to defend at all in that 3v1. They tried their best, but it just wasn't enough. And Flames Kitten might be looking to get a reverse sweep.
There's so much pressure here coming out from DF Grim, and all those kills that they are getting here, just like from the other side of the map, like not really being expected when you're totally focused on the core is such a bad thing to be doing. Flame picks up the second barrier here. DF Grim potentially looking to use that core flip here on the offense. Donkers though with a nice death touch to send it away. Core flip here coming out from Ayuki. Venom Yami goes back with a shadow step to look for the defense. Banish here out, and no, Fozy did not catch it in time with the astral projection.
Oh, I think Fozy assumed that Venom was going to catch the core with the banish or the strike, but it just flies past. Unlucky from Fozy, and we're getting into the third Awakening draft, but this time the advantage going to Flames Kitten with Flame being first pick.
And that's just so unfortunate for this team, right? I mean, the fact that Fuzi was forced to deny either missile prop or perfect form just put him in, like you said earlier, in such a tough situation that he just does not want to be in.
Yep, and now Fozy also having to deny the sparks. I mean, Fozy's just being put in the toughest situations everywhere, and it's not looking good for the side of Tripod Fish.
Exactly, but we got a Deadeye hotshot Luna. Oh no, Grim is a force to be reckoned with now. Ayuki not being able to save out the second barrier here. That size from the Rasmus here of Donkers being able to pick up both barriers. Hopefully being able to pick up the goal as well, but never mind though. Grim and Flame both doing an amazing job, and what a save from Ayuki actually. Saving against the unstable anomaly, but Donkers to send it in.
Yeah, and Tripod Fish instantly answering back, we are winning this map, we want to win this map, and they secure the first goal.
Exactly, amazing performance here coming up from DF Grim, and oh my god, there is that hot shot and that Deadeye showing so much power on the call there. Just no ability to be able to do much here on the side of Fish Tripods.
Yeah, I think something you really need to. Oh my!
And another kills here on the board. Ayuki with a core flip, but not being able to do much with it actually. Venom Yami down the core to over Donkers. Donkers manages to pick it up. Ayuki looking for the kill here on Donkers, not being able to pick it up either. And we're back to a little bit of a stalemate as Flame returns from the ashes.
Yeah, and they're gonna be looking for the KO on Donkers, and Ayuki gets the KO, and the double banish from Venom.
Coming up from Venom. He tries to go for the unstable.
Oh my god!
The Aimi turret not being able to shoot it out in time.
Venom Yami, you have to ban this ruin. Oh my god! What a play from Venom
just
Yami.
Eating them alive right now.
Yeah, something I was going to mention is that the side of Flames Kitten just has infinite abilities with the hotshot and the perfect form, but Venom Yami does not care. All he has to do is score.
Flame here with the II dash to the front side. Hopefully you try to pick up the second berry, but does not manage to pick it up indeed. Donkers though with the whiplash of his own to pick one up. Fuzi here, nice strike shot to try and send it away, but not enough. A banish out of Venom Yami to try and keep that midfield game just a little bit more defended.
Yeah, and Posey does have flip, so he can instantly return it to his forwards to get... And as I'm talking, Donkers gets a goal, and Tripod Fish win the second map, and we'll be jumping into a third map.
Beautiful death touch into that pendulum swing here, right past him.
Yep, and I mean, if we take a look at the stats, we can see so much damage coming out of the side for Flames Kitten, but just not being able to connect. Maybe that was Fozy denying the damage with the Atlas ult, or it was just Venom and Donker's core control going absolutely crazy, or it's just a mixer of the whole entire Tripod Fish roster.
I mean, we have one map here coming out from Flame Kittens, we have one map here coming out from Fish, so like, hopefully this next one's gonna be not that much of a stomp.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, the third map will be Demon Deus. And, I mean, that already tells you KOs are going to be coming out everywhere.
Absolutely crazy kills, absolutely crazy damage coming out from both of the teams. What do we need to expect next?
Potentially more damage. I'm gonna assume that Ayuki is gonna play another aggressive goalie, one that can pump out a lot of damage. And yeah, I'm interested to see how both teams choose their lineups and what the awakenings will be.
We're going into a game tree here over on Demon Dice. We're gonna be looking at so many kills here constantly because of those side bumpers as well. Sending that call to the middle just naturally stacks up so much damage. Like, even if you're not thinking of kills, which, I mean, what are you doing if you're playing Demon Dice and not thinking of kills, right? Okay, you're just constantly going to be damaged anyways, because the core just naturally flows to that middle area, naturally flows to a position where everyone is constantly at the same area, where the goalies even are able to walk forward not even that far and still do so much damage.
Yeah, I completely agree, and the fact that the core can remain behind the barrier for so long means the damage just stacks and stacks and keeps on stacking until a KO eventually happens, and then the team that gets a KO has such a massive advantage.
I mean, if there's any player that I'm really looking forward to seeing what they might bring out here, it's Ayuki. It's the fact that Ayuki like brings in all that damage into the game with their goalie pick. Cause like we saw the Vice pick, we are now seeing the Aimi pick. Like, what are we looking at next? Hopefully something really scary as well. Maybe like the Luna as well from Atsuro.
Yeah, and we see the awakenings right now. It's built different and fight or flight on Demon. And I mean, fight or flight is going to be so many secondaries being used with the constant amount of staggering, and build different, everyone's gonna reach the core as well.
Hopefully we're looking at characters like Rasmus, hopefully we're looking at characters like Kazan with that damage, with that how do I say this, with all that like coming out from a pick like built different, right? Okay, like all that damage coming out, all that core control, just because of how big they can be and how much they can abuse that kind of size that they can get from build different.
Yeah, getting so much value out of the size, but we will see the bans right now. Flames Kitten going to be denying the now from the side of Tripod Fish, and Tripod Fish banning Vice.
Like, yeah, they just don't want to see Ayuki back on that Vice again. It's just going to be such a pain for them if they have to see it. On the side of Flame Kittens, though, removing that now simply means removing their source of healing, removing their source of that speed, removing their ability to sustain throughout the game.
Yeah, we might be seeing Atlas coming out from Tripod Fish again, maybe to kind of be that now on the field with the healing pressure, but we instantly see Flames Kitten coming out with his Entaro, which I'm going to assume is Flame once again.
Flame on the Zentaro pick, and actually the Atlas pick here coming out on the side of Fish Tripods. Fousey here actually looking to use that Atlas to hopefully sustain his team that they did not manage to get from that Now pick.
Yeah, I mean, Atlas is a great pick to deny the damage, and you can kind of view it as well as denying cooldowns. Because if one team fully commits with every single cooldown to try and get a KO, and then you just place an Atlas ult, instantly all those cooldowns are wasted.
And actually, we talk so much about the KO, right? But there is a pick that we're looking at yet again. It might be Venom Yami back on that rune again.
Yep, and that is not something you want to see on the side of Flames Kittens. But, I mean, Venom Yami just absolutely cooked on Ruin last game. I think Ruin is a bit harder to play on Demon, but, I mean, I'm sure Venom will make it work.
It also depends on what he gets here, right? Things like Cast to Last, things like Siege Machine, Timeless Creator, all these duration awakenings, allowing for that primary, allowing for his secondaries to just hold on one lane by itself. Like, we do talk about Demon Dice being a really, really KO heavy map, but at the same time, bringing creations into a map like this just allow you to constantly shove that core on the backside where both goalies just don't want to see the core in.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. As a goalie myself, I personally hate this map, hate defending on it, because you just have to go for damage. But as I'm seeing on the side of Flames Kitten, I see Juno and Estelle, and I wonder what the goalie pick is going to be for the side of Flames Kitten.
Very interesting indeed. I do believe it might just be the Estelle here. At the very least, that's what seems like makes the most sense. Though not having something a lot more steadfast here on the side of Flame Kittens, it's not like it's something that we might not be able to see. You know what I mean? Like, we know that Ayuki likes those really aggressive goalies. I mean, Estelle, not to say Estelle is a very aggressive goalie, but Estelle's ability to put out so much damage from the backside, put out so much range pressure from the midfield, right? Just allows that Estelle to be pretty good, you know?
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think the Estelle goalie, or you just want any goalie that can damage, hit the core, and clear as well, all in one, which is...
Okay, I'm gonna cut you off right there before I piss myself. I will be right back.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just be here talking to the chat. How we doing, chat? Is everyone doing good? But
we're gonna take a quick, just a small match delay, just to ensure that all players and casters are able to use the facilities at the arena in Auten City right now. So please just hold on a moment. We'll be getting into the game real quick. But yeah, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Me, Psyche, the voice of the streamer.
Yeah, appearing on the stream. But yeah, I've been having a lot of fun with these matches. So many KOs, and yeah, EU looks like a KO focused region at this point.
EUSL is cinema, absolutely. I've been saying this. No, it's such fun games to watch.
Yeah, I'm seeing the cinema quote go everywhere. Just it's regional at this point. I'm seeing it everywhere in OCE as well. The cinema quote is funny as hell.
Oh yeah. So you having fun casting these EU games so far? It sounds like it. I mean, you and Xylo are going crazy.
Yeah, these are some hype games. It is making me run out of breath, but you know, still hype games. Loving the games, and yeah.
And we are back.
Welcome back, Xylo.
Okay, but like hopefully we're looking at I mean, I don't know about you. I'm getting a little bit tired, but I still want to see a set 5 game here on Demon Dice. We got to stomp on one way on the side of Flame Kittens, then we got to stomp on the other side on the side of Fish Tripod here. I want to see a set 5 game now.
Yep, absolutely. We might be seeing it, we might not. But yeah, back to talking about the picks. we have the final pick coming out for Tripod Fish as you left, which is Dracar forward, I believe.
Oh, Rekka being a really interesting pick actually here. Wow. I don't know if you notice, but the mixture of that Atlas, Rune, and Drakkar simply means we got a full law team here.
Oh, we do! Oh, what is that Maelstrom? Maelstrom?
That is Maelstrom. Full Maelstrom team coming out into play here on Demon Dias.
GG. They don't have home turf advantage, sadly, because it's Demon, but I'm interested to see how they make this law team work.
Exactly, and like everyone here actually choosing to pick up that fight or flight other than Fozy here with that build different. And actually though, Ayuki choosing to opt for the Juno goalie instead of the Estelle. What a pick.
Yeah, I've not seen a lot of Juno goalie in my day, so I'm interested to see how this will go, especially on Demon. But yeah, it's going like a pretty steady pace match right now, which is what you want to see.
Donkers here picking out the first barrier, and Venom Yami here going with a double banish. Ayuki tries to go for a barrier of their own, but loses out their own barrier to Donkers. Actually, Flame and DF Grim might be looking for the kill here over by Donkers, but Donkers retreats back just a little bit to let Venom Yami take the spotlight in front.
Yeah, and I mean, Donkers, like in every single match, is looking low, but... Oh
Wait! At first I thought that was the slime, but that was Venom Yami, an unstable anomaly to send it right in.
Yep, creation versus creation, and Venom Yami's creations are just the better creations. What a great goal.
Exactly, what a beast he is on this rune pick, especially as well that now he has that fight or flight, giving him so much more ability to get to places that he really wants, to place that unstable anomaly down, to place his secondary down, like being able to like abuse Rune's kit a lot more because of the speed that he has. As we're talking about that Rune's kit, a shotgun from Donkers, a secondary from Venom, and there we go, a kill off of Flame.
Yeah, and Flame is not going to be happy about that KO going onto them. But yeah,
Ayuki getting the call flip here though, sending it up top side. Flame not being able to win out the 1v1. Oh my god though, Venom being double stunned on the top side. DF Grim picks up the kill and a 1-for-1 kill, they said.
Yeah, but Fozy is doing great to defend, but as I say that, losing the barrier, losing the goal.
The caster's curse strikes again. Fozy losing out the 1v1 against Flame after losing out the 1v1 against Grim.
Yeah, I need to stop mentioning the defending because that is just going horribly wrong.
Every time, oh my god, triple banish here coming out from Venom Yami. Amazing play, amazing pillar. Venom, what are you doing to these people? Donkers here on the front side, picking up the call flip as well here. Call being sent down from Fozy over to Donkers. Donkers trying to pick up the call, but not being able to just yet. Grim and Flame really holding down the fort. Venom here with a pillar, and there we go, the call flip from Donkers.
I mean, wow, the pure core control coming out from Venom, and then Donkers finishing the job with the core flip and the Drakkar speed, and what an absolutely great point.
That was absolutely insane plays from Venom. First starting with that triple banish, then over to the unstable anomaly to be able to pick up the second goal barrier here. As we talk about that though, it's Donker's time to shine. He picks up 2 barriers on his own. Venom here being able to banish out Grim, but no, never mind. Flame fights back, and they pick up the kill off the goalie here. Fozy not being able to stay alive just in time though. Grim looking here for the kill on top on side of Donkers. Ayuki tries to play a little bit of slimes here on the front side. Flame and Grim not being able to get the call forward, and that's not what you want to see, especially considering the fact that you were in a power play position.
Yeah, Venom, Yami, and Donkers are just doing the best core control you've ever seen in EU history, and I mean, they're instantly answering back, and they're going to be looking for that goal.
Oh my god, and another banish here coming out from Venom. He ensures he hits all these banishes. He ensures that the pillars are placed perfectly in all the spots that they need to be. Donkers here looking really, really low on the bottom side. Pillar here coming out from Venom. Yami tries to dribble it on himself, but he does not get it in time. Ayuki goes forward with a call flip, sends the call forward, but he doesn't manage to get it in all the way in time. Venom Yami with a pillar looking for his call flip here very soon. Oh my god! Flame wins out the 1v2. Strike wars it right through Fozy.
And Flame is an absolute monster right now, winning every single strike war interaction on the aggressive side. And what an absolutely great goal and a great rally going on for both teams.
I mean, we talk so much about Venom Yami here, but like another highlight player here really is Grim. As I'm talking about Venom though, oh my god, what a banish into a play!
Yeah, and I mean, they instantly answer back, getting a barrier themselves on the side of Flames Kitten, but Fozy forced to use Flip
Venom
to send
with the call flip here though, picks up one, teleports on the bottom with the Shadow Step. Unfortunately, not being able to do much though. Fozy looking to send the call back towards Venom. Venom over to Donkers. Donkers though losing his life to Flame. Venom in a 1v2 situation here tries to pick up the goal by himself, but no. Flame wins out the 1v1s and wins out the barrier as well. One banish comes through, almost a second though. Nice elusive, and oh my god, Flame yet again.
Flame is scoring every single goal for the side of Flames Kitten, and I mean, just with a single strike every single time. Great scoring from Flame as he earns the MVP set.
Oh my god. And look at this. That Catalyst actually coming in here really soon. That's gonna be a really scary pick here. Oh, the Room of Venom here actually choosing to go for Hot Shot instead of Extra Special. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna deny the Juno and the Estelle as well, which I believe was a game plan from Venom. But I mean, it's also a great pick for Ruin. Just gives you infinite cooldowns and Sensor Core anywhere you want super quickly.
Fozy here picking up a bit of extra size as well with that Rampage, especially on a map like Demon Dice, being able to pick up those barriers even as a goalie is really easy. There we go again, Venom with yet again another double banish coming out here. Flame though picking up a barrier of his own, 1-to-1 barrier, and Flame looking so low here on the bottom side.
Yeah, and Venom is getting so much value out of the banishes. I mean, every single banish has been super successful for their team. And they're going to be looking to take the last barrier on the side of Flames Kitten.
A piercing shot to Yai Dash Tears, tries to take out Donkers. Never mind though, he says. He picks up the second barrier of his own. Venom here trying to send the call forward. Sorry, my bad, losing my words. Forwards to Donkers here. Donkers unfortunately not being able to receive it in time. Venom not having the primary. Never mind, the primary comes out. Oh my god! Grim! Unfortunately missing out the strike there.
And Venom is just walking down the whole of Flames Kittens and scoring the goal. I mean, Venom is midfield, Venom is scorer, Venom is everywhere on the field.
Oh my god, what a kill! Donkers picks up a kill on the top side here. And this team's really looking like they're setting themselves up here for success. A core flip from Flame to try to send the core out, but never mind though. Bottom side, Venom with a core flip, and right through Ayuki it goes.
Venom scoring back-to-back goals on Flames Kitten. Great KO and great conversion into the goal. Absolutely well played from the side of Tripod Fish.
Exactly, and we have to talk about Fozy as well. Those astral projections that he constantly sends out, all that midfielding that he's doing here on this team is just absolutely crazy. Though back to our star player, Venom picks up both barriers and Donkers out from the shadows.
Managing to get the final goal for that set, and Venom rightfully so earning the set MVP as we jump into the second draft of the game.
And I'm hoping we're really looking at a 5-5 set here, Loco. One set for each team already.
Yeah, setting us up perfectly for that 5-set match, and Juno not taking 1-2 punch. But I mean, a deny from the Dracar with missile prop is also a really great pick.
Really scary pick here. It would have been if Donkers managed to pick it up. I mean, we're giving all the spotlight here to Venom, but Donkers really putting in that work, putting in I just lost all my words. Amazing. But like Donkers here still doing his job, putting in that work, getting those barriers that he needs to get. Yet another double banish. Venom though unfortunately does not be able to hit that primary out just in time.
Yeah, I mean, Donkers is doing a great job getting the KOs and also supporting Venom in those 2v3 situations to get the goals. But yeah, I mean, the pressure is still on. Flame Kitten's gonna try to get that goal.
We talk about Donkers here as well, but look at Flame though, also doing his job. What an amazing play here on the front side on that Zentaro pick that we saw like coming into this match here on Demon Dice that we expected. Flame here getting his core flip on the front side, hopefully looking to use it soon, but no, denied by the banish, denied by the anomaly. Flame here with a nice ulti, try to go a bit forward. DF grip to Flame, and Flame with the core flip sends it top side, and Fozy has nothing to defend it.
And I think Flame has scored every single goal with just strike. I mean, that was passive core flip, but it's pretty much strike. What a machine Flame is.
Donkers up to Venom and Venom forward, but loses out the 1v1, not being able to pick up the barrier in time. Flame looking really, really low here. Venom might be looking for the kill, denies the op from him. He picks up the goalie op here from Fuzi, but Fozy here looking for the kill. Core flip here coming up from Fozy, even though he's lost his barrier here. Oh, looking for the core flip, never mind, not just yet though. Donkers here in the midfield together with Venom. Venom hits a double banish, picks up one goal barrier, looking for the second though. Oh, Grim with a nice core flip here on the front side, looking for the play, and he gets it through Venom, but not Fozy.
And both teams having people with core flips coming up. Ayuki getting core flip, Flame about to get core flip, and Fozy also having core flip, so this might be ending very, very soon.
Oh my god, Flame looking here for a play on the front side, and no, he doesn't even need that core flip. Strikes it right under Fozy, and Fozy does not catch it.
And once again, just a strike machine Flame. Going every single goal with just one soft touch.
And this is just what we really want to see here, right? Like, these teams are both ensuring that we're not going to get a fast game tonight. This is going to be a 5-set round 3, a double banish with the core as well. But Flame picking up a barrier of his own instead, actually. Venom up to Donkers. Donkers down onto the barrier. Picks up one for himself, looking for the second, but no. Core goes back on the defense for these guys. Flame picks up a second one and the goal as well.
And Flame is on fire, getting the barriers, getting the goals, and just punishing the whole side of Tripod Fish.
Oh my god. What an amazing show here from both the teams. And there the perfect form is. Oh no, that's not what you want to see when you're on the side here of Fish Tripods.
I mean, you can see Flame's build right now. Catalyst, Egoist, perfect form. That is just a monster build for Zentaro.
I mean, not only does he have that perfect form and Catalyst, you also spoke on that Egoist. The fact that he has that just means he's never gonna run out of energy. Flame constantly gonna be picking up these barriers like, oh, what's that? I can't get this barrier. I'm just gonna core flip it. Like, it's so free, you know what I mean? And oh my god, a triple banish here from Venom. What is this man doing to them?
Venom actually getting so much value still from the banishes, and I mean, that's just going to deny Flame from the play, and they're going to be looking to KO Flame potentially.
Exactly, Donkers here picking up the first barrier, looking for the second, but never mind, it's Grim to pick up the second barrier, not of his team, but of the whole round instead. Fozy here trying to help a little bit on the offense, playing that midfield role that he needs to be playing. Flame almost catches him off with the II dash. Unstable anomaly, not being able to pick it up in time. Second one, still not being able to pick it up in time. Double banish into Donkers. Donkers, nice primary out of view. Flame with a nice little core flip here on the front side. Flame looking for the goal here. Piercing shot, and it pierces through.
Oh, what a great piercing shot from Grim, sending it past Venom and Fozy, who both had their strike on cooldown, I believe. But I mean, Flame's kitten looks like they might take it away.
Really unfortunate they're coming from both Fozy and Venom not having their strike up. As we say that though, really unfortunate that they're losing their gold barrier here as well. Ayuki surprisingly on that Juno pick, being able to do so much with these creations on the goalie pick as well. We're looking at Flame to close out the round. Flame goes forward, core flip 1, core flip 2, but no, it does not get through. They're looking to bully Flame out now. You cannot live. You've been killing us for way too long, they say. Flame looking really worse forward, but he manages to recover just in time here. Fozy, Venom, and Donkers back on the offense here on the front side, but they just cannot find that second barrier just yet. Core flip here coming out from Ayuki. Ayuki forward. Flame trying to go for a slice and dice to get it on the front side. That's it from Flame!
And Flame is just keeping up the pressure, making every attacking play dangerous, and Yuki and Grim are just constantly feeding Flame the core, and it's just infinite attacking pressure, and it is not looking good for Tripod Fish.
Unfortunately, just Flame having so much pressure here on the front side. Even though Venom Yami is getting all of these banishes, they're not really being able to get the goal. They're getting all these barriers, but not being able to secure their goal just does not matter. As I say that, though, Donkers here in a 2v1 situation on the front side does not manage to pick it up in time. Just sends it forward to Donkers again, and he finally does it. Donkers, with a return of their own, picks up a goal.
And we might be seeing a switch of momentum going to the side of Tripod Fish, Venom getting a banish and the double barrier with a core flip, and Dunkers finally securing a goal in
hopefully that's what they need though, because one more goal on Flame's side is all he needs to end it out. There goes the first barrier, there goes the second one. Flame with the core flip, Grim with the core flip, Grim core flips, tries to tell, oh my god! Flame, Grim, you're eating them alive!
And the amount of core flips on the side of Flame's Kitten Club is just unreal. You can't defend that. It's too much abilities, too much core flips, and it's just gonna be impossible to stop the goal.
Absolute cinema. Flame with all these second strikes to absolutely destroy Fozy here on the front side.
And I mean, surprisingly, it was not a crazy KO focused game. It was just infinite core control from both teams, and I was surprised we saw that in a Demon game.
I mean, that is true, but as well, like something else I want to bring up as well is Ayuki on that Juno. We didn't really talk too much about it throughout the game, but Ayuki's ability to constantly throw out those projectiles, throw out so many projectiles on the front side to keep up the pressure is just insane.
Yeah, I mean, the side of Tripod Fish would have to beat the ability initial hit and then also beat the slime just to get it passed onto the side of Flame's Kittens.
Exactly, just so much pressure here coming out from Flame himself. Like, it is true, Venom hit all those constant banishes, but it just clearly wasn't enough. Every time he's faced in front of Flame, Fozy just fumbles the core somehow, and Flame picks up barrier after barrier after barrier after goal. Like, what can you do to stop this man? He has 7 goals on the board.
Yeah, I mean, the tough thing with playing Atlas goalie on Fozy is that Flame just has perfect form and core flips. So once Fozy eventually clears it, Flame can just instantly get to it. And if Flame somehow has no abilities, guess what? His team is going to keep the core forward so Flame can walk over.
Exactly, all this damage as well. Like, they constantly put Grim and Flame on such a back end here on Stagger, but it does not matter to these two. Why do I need health? I just need to get the barriers, right? Like, that's all they need to do. Flame absolutely eats Fozy in these 1v1s. It's just insane to see him win so many strike wars.
Yeah, I mean, Flame is just a scoring machine, scoring every single goal with just that light strike and some core flips as well. And I mean, really, really well played for the side of Flame's Kittens.
Exactly, dude. Like, I mean, like I said, I am a Venom fan, but it's just Flame showed up today, and like, what can you really do at that point, right? Flame really showed us that he ain't gonna lose today. Grim and Flame, amazing teamwork here on the front side, absolutely demolishing this team.
Yeah, and then Yuki just being the cherry on the top, just keeping the core up, doing that extra chip damage to support the team. And yeah, just overall great team play, enough to break through Fozy the wall, Donkers the striker, and Venom's crazy core control.
I mean, you would expect someone like Yuki to actually not be able to to defend that well, considering he's on a pick like Juno, but it just doesn't matter. I think just as much as we've been complimenting Flame on his ability to strike, we should also give so much props to Yuki. Yuki's ability to strike really well as well constantly kept the core away without having to expend those abilities, which in turn allowed Yuki to put all that pressure on the front side for his team.
Yeah, I mean, the offensive pressure was just crazy coming out for Flame's Kitten, and Yuki just doing a great job to make sure the core does not linger behind the barrier. And I mean, you saw what happened. If it did that, Venom and Donkers would just completely capitalize. But I mean, it didn't happen that often, and Flames Kitten just doing absolutely great in the final map.
Exactly. And we're going off to a break here really, really soon. And I believe the next few games you guys will be getting is from Three Germans versus Eclipse. I'll have to say it's been a pleasure tonight, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to come here and cast for all you EU people. You guys are crazy.
Yeah, these were great games to cast, great games to watch, and thank you so much for having us.
Anyways, that'll be all from us for now. Hopefully, you guys will be able to see more of us in the future. But till then, yeah, see you guys and look forward to the games later.
Peace.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the second half of EUSL Week 2. Earlier today, we had Retirement Home beat The Fridge in a swift 2-0 fashion, and following that, there was a back-and-forth series between Flames Kittens and Tripod Fish, of which Flames Kittens came out on top. As we enter the back half, we have 3 Germans versus Eclipse, and Fierce Fury versus TMCT. I'm here with P-Flare. How's it going, man?
It's going pretty good. I am definitely looking forward to these last 2 matches, especially when the first 2 were like ridiculous, to be honest. Like I personally loved like the Retirement Home Fridge matchup myself. What about you?
Yeah, I loved it too, and well, being the Fridge's coach, I was a little biased in that, and it was a little sad to see Fridge fall. But hey, they could bounce back next week. But the other thing is regarding Retirement Home too. That's a team where the expectations of them were kind of called into question, as we weren't really sure how they'd be, because I know some of them hadn't really played that much, coming into the season, but they've shown to be pretty good. But I think the matchup we do want to focus on right now is 3 Germans versus Eclipse. We have Eclipse taking us to Taiko Temple first, 3 Germans taking us to Atlas Lab second, and Demon Dice would be the decider if we go that far.
Yeah, that is honestly an interesting trio in my opinion. And as for players that I'm looking at in particular, for Eclipse, I remember last time we watched them, Tan Man showed out on that Dubu. Definitely going to be looking for him to kind of like show that repeat performance. Meanwhile, I mean, 3 Germans, we kind of know what they're capable of. Leifire, Nitron, Lucas, all amazing players. So honestly, I feel like the onus here is on Eclipse to kind of, push and show that they aren't just, last seeds. We need to see something. We need to see what they've learned.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a few things, right, regarding that. First, last week may have been slightly disingenuous just because of the fact that they were up against the Titans that are Fierce Fury, right? Most people do just expect Fierce Fury to take the season once more. But again this week, I think they have Tempe in instead of Whistle or Mahjong Monday. So that'll be interesting to see how that changes up things. From what I've heard, Whistle primarily just wanted to be a sub, and well, this match might be pretty important for Eclipse if they can make it into playoffs, so we'll have to see how that rolls out.
Yeah, that all sounds about right. So as you said earlier, first place we're going to, Taiko Temple, kind of the bounce house. So what are you expecting out of Eclipse in particular with that? You're expecting, so you're, like we said, with 10 man, we're kind of expecting that Dubu again to kind of like lock down those lanes, and I'm not sure what Tempe.
Yeah, it's not happening.
No?
Look, the Dubu's banned, alright? The Dubu is taken off by 3 Germans. Especially on something like a Castellat start, this Dubu forward is going to be really strong. I'm curious to see what Eclipse bans in return. It might be something like the Asher or the X, right? As we saw Nitron pick up this X last week against Retirement Home, and it definitely did look pretty good for sure.
Yeah, and looking at the Awakening starting, like I said, we got Hotshot, we got Castellas, so yeah, those bans definitely make a whole lot of sense. First pick going for the Estelle, which honestly, fair, good midfield control, just being able to redirect the core pretty well. And we're going to definitely, like you said, like the X issue is always kind of like looming for a lot of these teams. Juno gets taken. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird thing I'm not sure about. So, if this is correct, right, this is going to be Juno on Eclipse. I'm not sure who on Eclipse actually plays the Juno, right? Considering Lucas, I'm mainly familiar with Kai, now Estelle, right? Not really sure if he plays Juno. Leifire, right? I have no clue if he really plays it, because I've seen him play like Era, Kai, Aimi. It's just that Juno, it seems to be completely like in question. And it looks like it's probably going on to... oh, sorry, no, this is actually Juno for Eclipse, it looks like.
Yeah. That
Yeah, that would make more sense. Then it's probably Nero now, and then Juno going over to Tempe.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. And honestly, I can also, like you said, like see them now. Definitely, they seem to be going for like a lot of midfield control Eclipse. Meanwhile, you know, you've kind of got the expecteds on 3 Germans. Yeah, the Estelle, Asher, Atlas. We've seen them before. We're going to see them again. And yeah, rounding it out for Eclipse, the Kai. So
yeah, this is interesting. Look at this. It's 3 midfielders, right? But I'm pretty confident on where everything is going. It's probably now going to Nero. It's probably Juno going to Tempe. And it's probably the Kai on Tanman, right? Because I think last week, too, we did see Tanman on the Kai, if I recall.
I think you're right. Yeah, actually, Tanman did, I believe, more or less briefly played Kai, and I can't quite recall how well he performed with it. I want to say did all right, but again, it goes back to they needed to take the lessons that they learned from Fierce Fury. Like you said, it was kind of expected that, but hey. If you're going up against the champs, that's a valuable thing. They needed to have been watching those tapes almost on repeat.
No, I agree, right? So we'll have to see how that kind of plays out, and I think actually that might have been Tanman's Kai in qualifiers. I could be wrong, but on the other side, right? Atlas, Estelle, Asher, pretty standard, right? Yeah. Atlas really great on this map, especially with a hotshot start. Asher, really great on this map, especially into some slightly more offensive goalies. It makes it really hard for them to clear it away from her. And then Estelle, overall really solid, but if this is that Estelle versus Juno midfield, which I don't think it would be, then it could be tough.
I agree with you, but I could actually see the Estelle trying to... This is going to sound weird. I could see the Estelle trying to compete with the Juno.
Yeah. The thing is, right, is Estelle can, but the issue that Estelle has a lot of the time into that Juno matchup is because Estelle is a lot of single, really reliable hits, which means she will struggle a lot into these multi-hits, right? When you have something like the primary plus slime, Estelle's single piercing shot usually won't be enough to deal with it.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but this is just me spitballing, of course. What I'm thinking they might be relying on is, for the Juno to try and cover and basically, like the 1-2 piercing shot into Thorns. Yeah, I think that might be what they're hoping to do, and just kind of like, because once you get that one shot, sure it gets like the core off, but the Thorns back it up into the goal. But we're starting out. Let's see how it runs out.
Yeah, so we do see Nero being the one on that Juno, so it's actually going to be Estelle versus Now midfield with that Kai as well, and everyone went for hotshot except Kai.
Yeah, that makes sense. Probably wants to just keep that speed boost up as long as possible, which in Taiko Temple in Bounce House, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And one thing I do look forward to seeing is just how Lucas and Nitron pass, right? Because watching the retirement home game from these guys last week, they had a lot of really good cross passes, but it's just the question of can they emulate that once more? And even if they didn't win last time, they looked really clean. So I want to see if they'll figure that out. And just as we see that, we see Nitron getting taken off the map.
Yeah, that was a quick brutal KO into a quick goal with basically Nero feeding it to Tanman and Tanman making sure it goes through. Very nice.
Yeah, Layfire, we cannot see those angles, and unfortunately he does let it through. Nitron's still sitting at level 1, right? He wants to tick over to this next level. He wants to get that pot splitter, and he just might. There it is, he drops it, but the core is already on his own side, so nothing to be gained from it.
Yeah, definitely. Wow! Nice kill. Like, that's the Juno out. That's a lot of slimes out. That's a lot of midfield control out, and they need to try and take advantage of this. But they had a rough time of it. They actually got a barrier taken, and now they're on the defensive.
And on the defensive, Lucas might struggle with the core speed of the Juno, might struggle with the speed of Tempe and Tanman, and well, that's kind of why there are a lot of top players who are saying that Estelle may not be nearly as solid as other times, and well, Lucas showing that it doesn't matter, right? If you get those consistent piercing shots, you're gonna find them.
Yeah, no, like, Estelle is always, in my opinion, Estelle is always going to be phenomenal at just 1v1ing. So, like, anytime Estelle can get, like, a breakaway, you have to be, like, on your game in order to defend against whatever Estelle's about to throw at you. Because it's going to either be tricky or it's going to hurt. One of the two.
Right, and we see the hurt actually being put into Tempe, right, as she's taken a little lower, and she does heal up a little bit, but there's that flip, more damage. But use that lifeline, trying to come in defensively. Tanman has this flip. He's ready to use it, maybe for a kill, maybe for this barrier, and he pushes up. Great clears out by Layfire. There's the flip. There's the expanse to answer, and it's just the pressure keeps going with this triple midfield comp of Eclipse.
Yeah, it's been kind of like a slugfest already. But Tanman's definitely feeling the effects, but Lucas is not doing too great either. They got and right now, yeah, like, the Germans, they goes open, and they are trying to push. Juno side nearly dead. Tanman trying to keep up the offense. Oh, nice flip, but got countered. Nice little back and forth here. They are both trying to end this point real fast.
Yeah, 3 flips already burned out of Eclipse, and now 3 Germans, this is their chance to make them waste it, make them pay. But a misclear from Layfire means that Tanman is able to use the speed and find the second goal for Eclipse.
That was Layfire. That's what that was. But you know what? It's still early days. Moving on. Wow, weird bounce gets the first barrier, and hey, now they had a little bit of offense going on for there, and that seems to have kind of been the early story of the match. That 3 Germans are having a bit of a time managing to hold on to offense and it's not something that's impossible to overcome. As we can see, they can deal out the damage, but what they need to do is kind of like, if they're going to be like fishing for these KOs, if they're going to be delivering this damage, they need to finish the job. They need to find a way to finish it, especially before if Tanman can't and like keep finding these angles. Tanman, very good shots.
Yeah, Estelle Asher really struggling with the speed, and there it is, narrow first pick. He could get something to guarantee the core speed, but no, he probably just opts for the rapid fire, which is just insane on the Juno. Especially when you already have hotshot, you're gonna have primaries for days, and there it is. There's the rapid fire. Estelle might grab like a knife's edge, stagger striker, yeah, opts for the perfect form, good for cooldowns. Missile propulsion for now, mainly a deny away from Atlas, I would say, but the Atlas still gets knife's edge, which is not only good for him as goalie, but also kind of a semi-deny away from the Kai.
Yeah, I can agree with that. And, you know, Asher rounding it out, Spark of Agility. There were 3 sparks on that board. I don't even... Like, I'm not even... How does the spark thing work just real fast? So the other 2 should be coming up in... Possibly coming up in later drafts, correct?
There's actually only 4 total, right? So there's only 1 more that'll come up, and that is the cooldown spark,
okay,
Spark of Focus, right? If that does happen, then yeah.
Like... Kind of wild to see all 3, but right now they are 3 Germans trying to push 1 barrier apiece, and it's hard to hold this comp. This Naokai Juno comp is just very oppressive with all the slimes and the additional stuff that now can bring. Just making sure that the core is constantly in 3 Germans like the backfield. It's just very hard for them to get through.
Yeah, I mean, we have to see this triple goalie out by 3 Germans, which they really don't want to have, but there it is. Nitron finds a strike war, but there's 2 flips in the face of Layfire. He might not be able to say this is a great strike away, it means that he is. But Tempe, she has her own flip. There it is, the flip. It gets answered by Lucas, but the pass, it keeps coming up to Nitron. Nitron needs to win these interactions. Doesn't just yet as the core comes back onto the side of the 3 Germans, but there it is. There's the clear. Nitron, he has his flip. Are we going to see a pass from Lucas? We might just see it, and there it is. The flip burned out by Lucas, nothing to be gotten. And now it is Tempe's taken off the map. Now it's a 2v3 in favor of 3 Germans. There's the flip out by Nero, counter flip out by Nitron. The primary out by Nero to save it, and there it is now. Tanman looking for this offensive play. This clear, it keeps coming out from 3 Germans. The missed shot. Tempe respawns, and now this is looking okay for Eclipse if they can stabilize.
This has been crazy back and forth. Nero doing a very good job at holding on. Frankly, so is Layfire. Both of them putting on kind of like a defensive masterclass here. And right now, the issue is just like Lucas was trying to find the shot, and they found the shot because, like we said earlier, they've been having so much issue with just trying to like break through.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? And it's not so much a problem of breaking through, it's rather getting yourself into a position where you can, right? Because Estelle Asher are generally very reliable at finding these interaction wins and finding these abilities to take barriers, as we see right there, right?
There we go.
The problem has been Tanman and Tempe permanently keeping it up forward with the power of Nero's Juno, and now we see this as well as Tanman gets completely bounced around the map. There it is, there's the bounce house, and there's the flip. Flip answered by Layfire, saved away, and now Nitron and Lucas, they're on the opposite side. This is the position they want to be in.
Right. Now Nitron can hopefully push up maybe a little bit, get Lucas in a good position, and try to make something happen. But, yeah, it's been kind of like a back and forth. Nice kill, though. And this is the moment. They've got to do something here.
Yeah, they've got to, but Tanman, he's keeping it alive for so long. There's the Rose Warp. There's a really clutch Rose Warp. There's the flip, missed with the piercing shot, but it doesn't matter as Nitron strike wars the slime.
There we go. Like, that's Asher. Asher can just, like, bully it. If the core is even close to the goal, Asher can just bully it through, and backed up with Estelle's skills, yeah, that is always an excellent, like, 1-2 combo. If they can get into the position to pull it off, like you said earlier.
Yeah, that position is very key, and well, we see one barrier already taken in favor of Eclipse, but I don't think three Germans are too disappointed as they still have 2 goals worth of leeway to work with, and there's that flip out by Naren, a barrier taken by Nitron in response, and now Lucas looking to go on this offense once more, but there it is, Tanman with a great strike, but a better strike out by Layfire, saving it. But again, this triple goalie is what has to be done until 3 Germans can get it out safely.
Yeah, it's been hellacious trying to basically get off the defense. Once they are off said defense, they can make something happen. But getting there is very much of a chore, and you can see like Lucas is looking very low, looking very scary, and they don't have the kind of healing that the other team has. Like, there you go. Like, wasn't able to heal it off, wasn't able to get it, and now suddenly power play against like 3 Germans have to find a way to hold here. Though they do. Never mind. Atlas, nice, like just expanse, bounce house, boom.
Yeah, I mean, Layfire playing that really well, getting it around Nero is first he did the primary to get it through that barrier, and then the second primary to find it, and there it is. Now Asher, first pick, opts for the second spark. It's really questionable on whether, okay, there it is, the size. I was going to say, I think the size or Egoist probably would have been better on the Asher than the second spark, considering there are no more sparks left.
Yeah.
And, well, we do see that size. We see the Monumentalist taken away from the Now. The Now opting for Team Player, which means this Estelle could pick up the Egoist if she really wants.
I kind of feel like maybe, just maybe, Eclipse might have played themselves a little bit in trying to, like, maybe deny a couple things. I'm not sure.
I don't know if this really anything was a deny here, right? I think that Juno wanted this Deadeye to make sure that she could more reliably activate this core speed from far away.
For sure.
Because this is Juno goalie, right? You're also not going to be in the action nearly as much unless you have your eject button secondary going. The team player, I think, is generally useful, but I just feel like the Egoist would have been better. And I think Tanman is very happy with the explosive entrance, considering he has Castellas for even more speed.
Yeah, I was just mostly like referring to like the Now pick, but I do agree with everything like that, like Juno, Deadeye, all that stuff, like you said, very good, and right now kind of seems to be paying off. They do, like, for at least 3 Germans, it's very much like they've managed to get a little bit more sustained offense, and that's been what they're looking for. Wow, flip kind of just unused. Nitro trying to push core through, doesn't work. Beautiful Giga Blast by 10-man. Layfire has to flip to save it.
Yeah, Layfire burning that flip, absolutely needing it for the defense, and now Lucas Natron, they have it on the enemy side, they're looking for some sort of conversion. Narrow, blinked back, not in position to save it as Natron gets to strike to the bottom side.
Yeah, there's definitely, like, I'm already seeing it, there's definitely a bit more consistent offense coming from the sides of, like, 3 Germans, which, you know, it's tied up, but that may, like, help them break away if possible.
Yeah, maybe not the best at just going for those direct, I am going to force it through, even if this is the Estelle Asher, but they are really clean with these passes, and that's what I love to see about 3 Germans. There it is, Lucas posturing forward, trying to get it through. The great primary out by Tempe is what saves it in the end, and there it is now, 10-man looking for this bottom barrier, trying to use this speed. And now this top barrier might be the one that's claimed as a missed secondary means that both barriers will fall. Now Tempe waiting for this flip right in front of the net. She might just get to use it, but Layfire has a flip in response in case he needs it. And there it is. He burns the flip first. The flip coming out by Tempe. The flip coming out by 10-man. It's almost enough as the great save out by Lucas at the end is actually what saves it.
Almost, but not quite. That was an incredible, nearly impossible hold that they managed, but manage it they do, and in the end, 10-man just does the standard Kai thing, punches it forward, barrage to secure it. Sometimes it's not the amazing plays, it's just these simple and reliable ones.
Look, as I like to say, the really amazing plays just like loosen the jar, and then that's the final goal attempt that just opens the jar altogether. And there it is now, 3 Germans opening up the goal of Eclipse, and there it is. They just secure the goal right after that.
Yeah, very quick. Nitron had a one-on-one situation, had flip. It was like almost academic.
Yeah, I mean, really just academic, right? Just absolutely procedural as they find it. And now it is Lucas popping that Egoist now, looking for some sort of offense with this Egoist, but just has to burn it on the defense with how lethal 10-man is with the speed.
Yeah, like Tempe, she's been doing very good with placing those arrows, getting those speed boosts up when needed, and especially like for 10-man, who is almost dead, has to run away very, very fast, leaving Tempe to try and weather the storm alone. But Nero actually doing a very good job backing Tempe up and manages to hold on, allowing for 10-man to kind of like rotate back in. But yeah, doesn't quite hold enough to keep the thing safe, and then Bounce House happens. Lucas dead. Core scored.
Yeah, great strike war up at 10-man, finding that. And, well, we do see 3 Germans looking to maybe fall in this set, right? They're not looking that great. And then the energy situation on the other side. Tempe, she has hers already ready, the core flip, and might just use it to potentially get this double barrier. Great save out by 10-man means that now 3 Germans can go on this offense, take the first barrier, maybe the second, depending on how they posture.
Yeah, they are going to need to find some way to like make sure that 10-man can't do the usual thing of like holding them all up in the corner like he's kind of doing right now. But 10-man very, very low. Once again, has to retreat briefly from the battle, but still stays up. Manages to take their energy and allows Tempe to keep forward, get the flip, get the set. Nice heads up playing by both Tempe and 10-man there.
And once again, the Juno is now first pick. Could opt for anything. The twin drive might be really good for the Juno, not just as a deny from Atlas, but being an eject Juno, you really want to be jumping forward a lot. Opts for the prime time instead. I guess just rapid fire prime time being that tempting and being that good. But that means twin drive goes to Atlas, fighter flight goes to Asher, and this now probably just picks up the stacks or something, and there's the Kai with Super Surge. And, well, Estelle, what's she left with?
Rampage. Sure. I kind of agree with you in that I would have kind of expected the Juno to take a twin drive myself. Like you said, just with the eject button, just being able to jump all that more often, a little bit more freely, would have allowed to press the offense a bit more. But again, maybe they have maybe they have like a strategy. Maybe Nero has a strategy that's not aware of.
Well, I think the other thing, right, is that I was considering Twin Drive just just based off of normal stuff. But the thing is, since the Juno already has rapid fire, primetime just becomes that much more valuable, right? Since it basically means you permanently have primaries, even like especially with this hot shot too, right? Hot shot primetime rapid fire means that if your primary hits the core, you should have another one. I think within the next like 2 seconds, and we saw it right there, right?
Yeah. Like I know I noticed that, like you said, and like wow, yeah, just being able to like fire slimes left and right, very hard hitting slimes too. So constant threat, but you can see 3 Germans not afraid, just managing to like keep up the pressure, keep up the offense. Lucas with a very nice little shot up there that Nero couldn't get to.
Yeah, great shot, right? But I think, was that not just the double flip, though? The first flip by Nitron to get the barrier, and then the second flip, I think, by Lucas, perhaps?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not really ideal, then, for 3 Germans if they have to burn that double flip in order to get that goal. And, oh, no, Nitron taken off the map by walking into the primary. Not expecting to die there, but he still does. Now, Layfire, Lucas, they have to hold, show that 3 Germans are 3 goalies, and, well, there's that first barrier taken on the offense. The second one, maybe soon to be answered, is Lucas looking to get that ego. The Celestial Intervention doesn't really come down in time, and now Tanman's also taken off the map as we have a 2v3, or 2v2.
2v2, yeah, like Tempe took off like Lucas for a little bit, and then got paid back, and then like they got paid back in full by Tanman going off. Now is Eclipse just having to hang on. Their goals open. Lucas and Nitron, honestly, not in a bad position. They have to hold this. Has to burn the flip just to save it, but still threatening, still scary.
Yeah, still very threatening, and there's that Pat Splitter burn. The flip missed. Lucas has to keep this forward. Tanman looking low, brought back a little higher thanks to this lifeline from Tempe, and now Nitron trying to use this fight or flight speed to continue closing the gap, especially when the enemy team has so much speed. And there it is, Lucas with the Crystal Thorns finds it.
Yeah, very good, like clear just from Nitron to Lucas, and Lucas was just able to kind of guarantee it.
And as I mentioned, right, the speed that has constantly been a problem for the side of 3 Germans, it's just continued to get ramped up, right? And if I recall correctly, there was actually a player, I think in NA, who was talking about this. I think right now in the rotation, out of the 34 awakenings, I'm pretty sure 12 or like 14 of them or something like that are speed awakenings. And that is just absolutely insane. But what, you know what else is insane? Nitron getting that double barrier and then Layfire securing the goal.
Yeah, that was just a beautiful placement, just a beautiful shot there. And honestly, I was like, yeah, deservingly being MVP. And got a lot there. You got like your big fish, your extra special, your catalyst. Catalyst always good. I mean, take your pick.
Yeah, I think the thing here is that catalyst, it's ideally gonna fall down to the Estelle, and I'm not really sure how I feel about this extra special pickup at first. Maybe just feeling that the extra special would be too oppressive for this Juno goalie. And hey, this Asher still gets double size. A dash awakening on Lucas, but also a deny away from the Kai, so still pretty great. But I feel like a lot of this draft might have just been denies.
Yeah, I can agree with that. No, but either way, I do think, yeah, 3 Germans definitely got the better of it, because like, yeah, sometimes denies are more like sacrifice plays, but in this case, I think it's definitely like stuff they can use regardless.
Yeah.
So not too bad. So not too bad of a play from beautiful warp. Lucas just intercepted. Tanman was getting ready to like clear it out. Lucas said no, that's going in.
Guys, that's the chrono boost coming in clutch. He picks it up. He uses the dash range to find it, and well, now that's 3 Germans up 1-0 in the set 5.
Yeah, and if they can basically keep things up like that, this is gonna start to turn into like a little bit of a runaway on the last set. So definitely going to have to see what Eclipse can do to push out of this, because yeah, it's tied. They can still very much win this, but not if Nitron is just going to like hockey check them into the wall like that, and they couldn't hold on. Layfire comes all the way up. I'm going all the way up. Boom.
Yeah, he gets a nice alley-oop out from Lucas, right? But the thing is, right, I think he was very ready to have to burn that third flip if it was necessary, and well, thankfully for 3 Germans it wasn't. They did burn the 2 flips, but the third still kept alive, and there it is, that open net. We could see 3 Germans take it, and Nitron does! The big Asher striking it through the Juno.
And yep, there you have it. Just a very last point, very quick one. But overall, I would say a very, very solid showing by 3 Germans. Like, Eclipse, I definitely think, like, put up more of a fight. They definitely have something in them, but it wasn't to be today. I mean, Lucas, 5 goals, 5 assists, like, 33k damage. Just very rough for Eclipse.
Hey, I mean, very rough for Eclipse indeed, and we saw the power of this double speed midfield comp with the Juno reinforcing it, as they just kept the core on the side of 3 Germans, but 3 Germans showing that once they get it out, this more traditional comp that just tries to force it through will reliably force it through, and I think that was also exasperated by the moment that Nitron started getting size, right? When he got the first size, he found it a little easier to strike war. And the second size, that's why that was so dominant. Is we saw, like, I think during 1 or 2 of the points, Nitron just won like 2 or 3 strike wars in a row against Eclipse.
Yeah, and that kind of like basically it just feels like they got the drafts they wanted, and they just started to kind of like outscale. And by the end, it was just too much. Like, we definitely saw some good signs of things, especially like from Tan Man. Tan Man again, in my eyes, impressing me. Very good Kai play, very offensive Kai play. Tempe, she definitely knows how to pilot the Juno. Like I said, no disrespect to Eclipse. Know what they're doing. Just kind of like got outplayed, and the more consistent offense of 3 Germans was what won the day, really.
Yeah, but again, the worrying thing is this was Eclipse's map pick, and, well, okay, saying this is Eclipse's map pick, I'll come back to this week after week. It's kind of disingenuous, right? Taiko Temple is literally everyone's map pick in EUSL, right? I don't think there's really teams that are that uncomfortable playing on Taiko Temple. Maybe there's a few players or whatever that might not like it. And wow, on this start, we see a Stagger Swagger Monumentalist going over to 3 Germans map pick of Atlas Lab.
That's going to be fun. Like, Stagger Swag, like, Monumentalist, that tells me, like, just ban the now.
Yeah, I mean, Tempe is also so comfortable in the now, and I think if they don't ban the now, it's just going to get first picked by Eclipse, right? Even if Lucas still saw it on the now, it's not getting through to Lucas, right? It's going to be first picked, and, well, I think Eclipse, if this now is banned, that means Tan Man could just get the first pick debut.
Yeah, it can be kind of a coin flip, especially like with these picks, but no, I do agree. I think I'm sticking with it. Just ban the now and be done with it.
Yeah.
Just take the hit. Boom.
I agree. Just ban the now. Don't deal with it. And there's the IME banned from Eclipse, right? Now banned from 3 Germans. Pretty expected here.
Yeah.
And are we going to see this first pick debut? Are we going to see maybe it get let through and denied potentially by 3 Germans? Because I think even if it's let through, I don't know if 3 Germans really want to deny, because I don't know if Leifar really likes this debut. I think he'd prefer stuff like the Atlas, the Kai, and okay, there it is. Eclipse is just not taking any chances. They're just going to pick that debut and call it.
Yeah, like, I don't even blame them. Like, sometimes the obvious answer is the correct one.
Yeah, I mean, as a coach myself, I sometimes have a little bit of an issue with overcooking drafts. So, yeah, as you said, the obvious answer is usually the best one, and there it is, Lucas wanting to run it back with this Estelle. Will we see it paired up with the Asher again? I'm not sure.
We're going to see, but we are seeing a couple of familiar faces already. Kai comes out. So, yeah, I can see that, especially, like, with a bit of a wider map like Atlas. Like, can't really go wrong with Kai.
Yeah, that's true. But I am curious to see how this Kai versus Dubu matchup will go ahead, right? To see if Layfire can kind of stave off this Dubu with the Kai. I'm not that confident, and yeah, we're gonna see Tempe going over to the Era and the Mako going on to Nero. So we're just gonna see the Kitten comp, except your I guess your buff character is Dubu now instead of something like the X or the Asher.
I mean, hey, it's possible. It could work. So last up, yep, there's that Atlas. Fair enough. So
Hey.
honestly, aside from the no, I'd say all of these are all pretty understandable picks. These are nothing like super out of the ordinary here.
Hold on, this is Atlas, right? It could be Atlas forward, but I think it's more likely just Atlas goalie, and they might just want to run a double midfield comp for Lucas Nitron, right?
Yeah.
Because Lucas, Nitron, both very comfortable on midfielders. Nitron, I'd say, in fact, probably comfortable on all three roles. So he might go back. I think we might see something like Nitron on Kai here and the Estelle go over to Lucas, but we could very well just see an Atlas forward on the opposite side.
Okay, granted, Atlas forward is kind of nuts, though.
It's Manu start.
Yeah, I'm about to say we saw flashes of it last game, so why not? Yeah, like you said, especially because Manu start, that's gonna be a lot of pretty rings. It's gonna be a lot of pretty big circles.
Yeah, a lot of pretty big circles, right? This Manu start just means that this Atlas forward now also has really a solid KO threat. And when you have something like an Era who probably won't be able to deal with this Atlas that well, just because a lot of the interactions she just wins based on speed, and this beam doesn't really do much when you have an Atlas just projectioning on you.
Yeah. It's this one might get a little bit nutty.
Yeah, and hey, I'm all for it. I want to see some good games, and our final game of the day will probably also be pretty good as a rematch of last season's grand finals, but that's something we got to save for later, as we are going to be heading into game 2 of 3 Germans versus Eclipse.
All right. Not a lot. We're just starting to get into the character selects. It's taking me a little bit. Hold on. Okay, now I'm through. Excuse me for a second.
Yep. It took a sec. And yeah, Mako, Era, Dubu. No surprises on who these go to, right? Now we're grabbing the Mako, Era on Tempe, Dubu on Tanman. Now, the moment of truth to see how this Kai, Estelle, Atlas kind of gets split up between the members of 3 Germans. And here we go. This is going to be Layfire, Kai goalie, right? Nitron on the Estelle and Lucas on... Or sorry, Atlas goalie, Layfire, and Kai for Lucas. And
okay. Stagger
Swagger going to everyone except Era and Atlas.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So now we need to see... Now Tanman's on his Dubu, so we need to see if they can, like, use that to kind of push forward. Look at that stance.
It's big.
Woo! That's gonna get a little bit crazy, I feel. Meanwhile, you can see that Eclipse having a bit of a time already with Tempe very, very low, but they are doing their best to keep up the offense, keep up the pressure. And I feel like Dubu can be very good at that. I mean, look at that tornado, and eventually we're going to be seeing those Tofu Fortresses come out, and that's going to be some extra large.
Oh, that's so good. Right? Great combo out by Lucas, getting the barrage to keep it on to Nero, and then the piercing shot. I think one thing is when you run this double midfield, Estelle plus Kai is so good. As someone who's kind of experimented with it on especially Oni Village, you kind of like the Estelle plus Kai because the Kai kind of offers this more speed side of things, while Estelle gives you the ability to be consistent with a lot of these goal attempts.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. It's just a very threatening power front, so it's something that you always have to kind of like keep on your toes about. And right now, you can see like Tempe looking very low, very scary. But they are keeping offense. 2 barriers down. Tempe tries to secure it with the beam, but doesn't quite get it. Flip from Nero, tries to clear it out, not quite It's gonna be very scary. 3 Germans, very on the hunt. They have to find a way to like keep that offense consistent. I think Eclipse, they had a bit of an issue with. They didn't have that as big of an issue with it like last time. They just couldn't finish. But now, it's gonna be a lot tougher.
Yeah, but we see it from the opposite team now, right? We see as 3 Germans are the ones who are struggling to kind of finish this goal attempt, and from that, we see a great series of dribbles coming out by Tanman, who finds the goal.
Yeah, they're gonna definitely need a lot more of that. And just to say, like, real quick, I've kind of like said it before, but I love Tanman's Dubu forward tornado. Oh god! Oh no! Oh, gee. Where's the team? Where did the team go?
Yeah, we got an absolute massacre coming out by Eclipse, right? But Lucas respawns, gets this barrage, he keeps it forward, and there's that Giga Blast. A Sad Boys angle. There we go. That's Sad Boys angle too. That keeps Eclipse alive for a little longer. Tempe, she has this flip in case she needs it. Tanman burning that roll early, doesn't have it for the interaction versus Layfire. But now that the members of 3 Germans are back alive, I think this is looking okay for them as they kind of stabilized.
Yeah, definitely. And like Dubu definitely trying to like keep things forward with those like log rolls, and I love how like Tempe is able just with Era those massive typhoons, those massive projectiles, and wow, serving extra large tofu.
And I mean, there it is. We see a slightly awkward interaction there by Nero, which means he does lose his barrier, and Layfire barely staying alive from the NATO. Nearly missed position and nearly died there. So patient with that strike means that Tanman isn't able to stun it with that roll. But now we see this overtime, the speed coming in from Nero for his teammates. The flip burned out by Tempe a little early. Means that now Eclipse has to back off, has to play this defense until they can get a good point where they can go on this attack.
Yeah, and it's proving a bit difficult. Lucas and Nitron doing very good jobs at like keeping position where they can strike the core and force Tanman and Tempe to kind of push, but then just died for it because Tanman just managed to push Tofu into him. And I've noticed Eclipse getting like a lot of like these offensive pushes, these offensive like kills, but like we said earlier, it's very hard for them to basically close out.
Yeah, I mean, on the opposite side, we see all those abilities burned by 3 Germans, and it's only after a strike war won by Lucas that they find it, right? Nero doing so well on this defense otherwise, dealing with all the abilities of 3 Germans. It's looking really tough for them to score. But hey, maybe the adaptation from taking Eclipse's comp and slotting in the Estelle over the Now, it might just be what the 3 Germans need.
It might be, yeah, because we've seen them able to oh god, never mind, not like that. I was about to say we've seen them being able to like push and hold these like offenses, but that's I want to say like the second, third time that they've gotten too close to just being crushed, and everybody's getting beat down. Eclipse with kind of like the forceful goal after the knockout.
Yeah, absolutely forceful, and crucially that also just resets Layfire's flip. The energy advantage looks so good for the side of Eclipse, right? They're looking to be pretty favored in taking this first set, and this first set probably will matter a bunch as it kind of tells us whether or not the side of 3 Germans will get these tools to make this double midfield actually work well.
Yeah, it's definitely they are definitely fighting for like a good solid position, but Eclipse actually been hanging tough in there very well. And again with that wild, how many times has it been now that Tanman's just kind of like thrown Tofu at him and killed someone?
I mean, that's like 3 or 4 too many, right? And there it is, now Tempe pushing up with this flip. Trying to look for something, but Nitron is actually the one who has the flip ready on the opposite side. A great wait out by Nero means that the flip can actually come out to Tanman. Tanman doesn't actually build his own, but now Nitron is taking so much damage, he could get taken off this map. But no damage actually comes out onto him, and he's able to regen for now.
Yeah, been very scary at those edges for 3 Germans, I'm gonna be real. But they were able to beautiful Giga Blast. That's all I can say about that. They were able to finish. That's what I was trying to say. They were able to finish these offensive pushes, and they should be sitting pretty.
Yeah, and hey, that's all the goalie practice from Lucas coming in, right? That Giga Blast was absolutely perfect as he finds the hit stun, and now he's going to be rewarded with maybe the Rapid Fire, maybe the Super Search, Aerials, something good. Is he just going to wait? And no. Okay, Rapid Fire doesn't fall to Era. He does pick it up for himself. Twin Drive denied away from Atlas. Tanman actually getting some size, and Atlas opting for this extra range on primary. And the Deadeye, this could be kind of important for Nitron, as this Deadeye does mean core speed, and core speed is one of the ways that double midfield can win against a defensive goalie.
Yeah, very much. Like, I don't think anybody got, and I don't think anybody here is too sad with what they got for the first draft, as is can be common, but definitely something that Nitron really wanted to kind of like be able to force a lot more offensive pushes and be able to allow, basically make things easier on their end to like, get barriers and try and like get some goals. Especially because, like you said, like Lucas has that rapid fire that's going to allow the same thing. So we need to see how that shakes out.
Yeah, rapid fire, I mean, not only to allow for more of these goals, it's just to keep the midfield pressure going as you have more of these barrages, and the great barrier that is found by Nitron, it means that it is an open net for Eclipse. A slight misclear, almost sniped across by Tempe, but Layfire does get the second strike to find it, and now Tanman putting Layfire in a tough situation with this NATO as well, but the NATO just falls and nothing to be gained as now Tempe's pushing up with this flip. Flip out by Lucas, clears it, and now it's in an okay position. Nitron might just flip here. Great strike war won by Tanman, and he looks to keep it forward. There's the self-pass. The flip interrupted. And there it is, Tempe saving it and actually getting that barrier. Now, the side of 3 Germans needs to be careful as they could let this goal go through. But there it is, this double midfield. We might just see it in a great slot in on the bottom side from Lucas.
That was wild. Lucas kind of like with the stop and the... basically like the test of faith, the 50-50 just went down. Just punched it in very quickly, very nicely.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas just really showing that he is comfortable in this Kai, right? He's able to keep the core forward, he's able to keep his position going, and, well, now this Maelstrom might not look good, but, hey, Layfire, Lucas both live for now, and now Lucas getting taken really low by that Tofu Fortress, but this time, no kill to be found by it.
Yeah, no, because, like, Tanman's been on one with these very well-placed Tofu Fortresses, just catching anybody who's a little bit too close to the edge. In very horrible position. Oh. Beautiful flip, beautiful shot, manages to get a double barrier, and now it's Eclipse that needs to be on the offensive, but no, Lucas manages to get it clear for a little bit, and now, no, it's now 3 Germans on the offensive. They still got a barrier to go, but they are doing a pretty good job at it. Tempe looking a little bit shaky, but still managing to hold on. Like I said, like Lucas, very good with the barrages, with the constant offense, with flipping.
Bad boys.
Bad boys! And it's still being held up by 3 Germans. Instead, you know, it's still being held up by 3 Germans. They're still on the attack here. Had to burn a flip it. Just denied, yeah.
They're still on the attack, right? But the flip burned. Lucas actually looking really low, but he has a stagger strike. He needs to be really careful. Donok gets sniped off the map, and there's the double snipe. The Tofu Fortress, the perfect pitch. Here comes the pass, and surely a goal. Okay, maybe not the goal yet. It looks a little shaky as Layfire keeps on saving it and gets the barrier in the end. Lucas and Nitron are back alive. Oh no, Eclipse, we cannot be faltering off of that. Lucas gets taken off the map once more, but this time Nitron is alive to help Layfire. He might just find something. No, he doesn't. The self-pass failed, but there's that astral projection. It keeps it forward. Nitron winning that strike war, waiting for the strike from Tempe, and now Lucas is back alive once more. Tanman with the flip. Where does it go? Flip, counter flip, out by Layfire. There's that ensnare drums. Now Lucas looking really close to the edge, but there it is, the astral projection. Layfire, he does it all.
I'm kind of speechless. That should not have happened. That's all I can really say about that. That should not have happened. That point should have been over ages ago. Where was the offense? Where was the fire?
I don't know if there was any fire. There might have just been ice that whole time as we just kind of saw that goal come in by 3 Germans. And I want to say absolutely undeserved, because it just felt like at that point Eclipse kind of snatched defeat from the jaws of victory, and well, they are making up for it as Nero gets a great flip for the double barrier. But Tanman, he's just respawned, he's back on the map, he is now ready to kind of redeem himself after the mishap of last goal.
Yeah, needs to. No, I can understand why you don't want to say undeserved, but I'll kind of say it. That one was kind of undeserved because they just kind of stood there and just kind of let the core fly around. They need, yeah, make up for it right here and now. Beautiful kill. That's definitely a help. And pushing it, trying to push it through. Barrage saves it. So does the flip, and they manage to clear it out. 3 Germans. Tornado comes in, scares it a little bit. Tan Man makes sure to finish it off. Okay, there we go. That's better. That's better.
Yeah, I mean, I was worried for a second. I thought that, you know, maybe Lucas and Nitron would return the favor to Layfire, but this time Eclipse is a little bit cleaner with it and does close it out. They do start the set off by taking a barrier. Nitron taking a lot of damage and could be taken off by a good combo by Tan Man, maybe.
Yeah, quite possible. And like we've been seeing it all match, really. One or two of them get too close to the edge, and suddenly they get a free delivery of tofu to their face, and that usually kind of like wraps them up for like the next couple of seconds. Tried it right there, didn't quite get it, and now it's like both sides have a barrier missing, and it's just a bit of a back and forth here.
But, I mean, you say it's a back and forth, but look at the energy advantage for Eclipse. Uh-oh, Tempe not looking the best, as now Tempe is kind of disconnected. Let's see. The rules do state you do have to play it out in this moment, and it's a little awkward as now the side of the Dubu and the Mako have to double goalie here, and, well, that's the double flip burned. I don't know if they have the ability to defend for much longer, and there it is. 3 Germans take the second set.
Yeah, not quite how you want the second set to end, really, but that's the game sometimes. That's the game we play.
Yeah, that is the game we play, and now Kai, first pick, has so many great options, right? Could opt for the fight or flight, the catalyst, and yeah, there it is. That fight or flight, so good on this Kai, especially when he wants to be mobile. Hotshot denied away from the Estelle. The Estelle going for catalyst means that Dubu still gets missile propulsion.
Yeah, that's long range on those logs, long range on that tofu. We see the Era get cast to last, always good. Like, always good for Era. So, but now we need to see if. Oh, is everybody back? Okay, good. Grand.
It looked like Tempe kind of reconnected right at the very end of that set, right when the goal went in, which is probably one of the worst times to reconnect. But hey, at least things worked out in the end, and now the side of Eclipse got a really good draft. And hey, as Tan Man said it, he might just be gaming off of this missile propulsion pick.
Hopefully, like I said, we've seen how missile propulsion on Dubu can be absolutely incredible with just how much more threat it gives Dubu. So we need to see if they can like pull that off right now, because like 3 Germans definitely on the hunt. That's both barriers taken. Lucas in a prime position. Nitro nearly snipes it in. Saved by Nero though. Very excellent save there, and clears it out. And now things transition, and it's Tan Man and the Dubu trying to like hunt for something. Not quite though. They can't seem to like hold the offense for too long.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's what we said last game too, right? When you're up against a double midfield column, of which one of them has a ton of speed, that offense is not going to be held for very long. But there it is. We see the pass, and this time the forwards are clean with it as they secure that goal for 3 Germans.
Yeah, that one was just textbook, like straight pro soccer move. Just 1, 2, 1, boom.
Yeah, and I've commented on it multiple times. The side of 3 Germans are just so clean with their passes, right? Because I would argue that just comes from them playing multiple different roles. Because, oh no, Layfire. You cannot see those Layfire angles.
Layfire angle.
It's fine. We'll kind of ignore that. But hey, as I mentioned, the side of 3 Germans has players who have played multiple different roles at a high level, and that's kind of why they're comfortable with these passes.
Yeah, whether on defense or offense, honestly, 3 Germans have been very in sync. Always seem to be. Always kind of can like predict where the other's going, where to pass it to, and while Eclipse doesn't quite have that, they are trying to make up for it in several areas in like sheer aggression, which is honestly common strategy. You can kind of, and one that frankly can work very well.
Frankly, it can work pretty well, and there it is. Now Lucas on this defense once more. Nitron is waiting forward with the slip, trying to use these primaries to actually snipe off Tempe and Tanman when they are kind of unexpecting it, right? And there it is. That great evade means that Lucas actually survives the Tofu Fortress and now gets to keep this core forward. The Estelle, the Kai, this double midfield showing why it can be so good. And there it is. This Maelstrom goes wide, but Tanman, he has his flip ready. He might just be able to use it to score this, and where does the flip go? He waits, he holds for that expanse, and a great bewitching beam sends it past Slate Fire.
Honestly, very good patience by Tanman, just to kind of like wait out the expanse, just to wait out everything like that, just to wait out everything, and honestly, also great on Tempe to be right in position to fire to secure the goal.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Right, and there it is, Tanman finding it, right? He's been playing so well, I guess, these last 2 points. And now Eclipse are on the board, down 1-2 in sets, but we could see a reverse sweep.
It's always possible, and Era gets first pick. Definitely going to be going for that chrono boost. We know it, they know it, and like that's also... It's good for Era, and it's also bad for Kai, but Kai still gets prime time, so hey.
I mean, I'd say this draft sucks for Era, right? Because either the Kai gets Chrono Boost or the Kai gets Rapid Fire Prime Time, both of which are miserable to deal with, right? Yeah. But, hey, this Nera does get the second speed via the Explosive Entrance, which means that everyone's going to be going so fast, and Tanman does get this Timeless Creator, right? So this could show to be pretty good from the core control standpoint, even though most of Tanman's ults to this point have been used for damage or kills.
Yeah, I think that might have been another one. I had a little bit of a time seeing it, but yeah, look how long those logs are out. That's just a place like Layfire. That's just like a stop sign for Layfire sometimes, and that could definitely prove to be a bit of a difference maker in their own. God, Lucas almost died. Has to bring out the ult. Tanman almost dead too. But Tanman has to burn the evade. Doesn't have like a quick lifesaver like Atlas. And Nitro trying for the kill. Meanwhile, up top we have Juno shot. Excuse me, Tempe. God, I go by names.
That's fine.
Tempe gets the second barrier and gets the gold. Just launches it forward. Gets the tornado to secure it. Tanman making sure it's honestly, that was actually a very well played goal. That was a very well played point by Eclipse in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Tanman really just kind of having the foresight to evade there right after that barrage, because Layfire had a strike shot coming the way of Tanman, and if that hit, Tanman would have been taken off the map, and Nitron wouldn't have had to just go down to the bottom side and waste time and would have been able to help on this topside defense.
Yeah, no, and like Tanman I just gotten KO while we were talking about that, but they did manage to survive with only one barrier being taken, which, you know, obviously not the best, but definitely acceptable. But ooh, taken off again. That's looking very dangerous. But they get their own. Tornado rips off Lucas, and now 2v2 for a little bit, but now the power play is in favor of Eclipse.
Yeah, in favor of Eclipse, but hey, we're now one barrier apiece, but one side that has the double midfield, it's going to be harder for you to score. But now as we're on the overtime, we could see the core get to the opposite side, and there it is. It comes to Tanman, the flip having to be burned by Layfire, the Tofu Fortress being burned by Tanman. It's going to be sitting here forever, and it just expires just now, but Estelle, Kai, they're continuing to stay on this offense. These strike war wins so crucial, but this dribbling so crucial by Tanman. He might just find it. Yes, he does, through the expanse.
Wow, threaded the needle there. The expanse just barely wasn't big enough. Tanman just manages to like get into like the little hole, and from then on kind of was able to just force it through. Very nice. And Tanman very aggressive on the opening shot, rolling out everything. Manages to only get like one barrier though, and they get theirs taken as well. Wow, that was a weird angle.
Yeah, the other thing I want to comment, right? the Mako actually getting the second speed boost pickup is really big for Tanman, as it's kind of allowed him to play these offenses a lot more aggressively because of how much speed he has. And, well, we see that paying off as that was the first barrier taken, and maybe the second here, as it just falls even after Layfire's flip, and there's the flip out by Tanman. It just goes straight through the defense of 3 Germans. We're going to set 5.
All right, Tanman made the ultimate sacrifice, but it was worth it. And now Era's still MVP, so Era getting pick of the litter here. I'm thinking maybe team player or maybe egoist.
I think Stax might just be the player, right? Stax getting picked up here for Era would be pretty big. The other thing to keep in mind is the person with Catalyst is Nitron, who's sitting last pick at the very bottom, so he won't have it. And oh, this Unstoppable could be pretty big for Tanman. Now he doesn't have to deal with the primaries of Layfire, right? And, ooh, this Adrenaline Rush is actually a very interesting pickup, right? Normally, you might not think of it as being very great for Estelle, but consider this, right? It is a double midfield comp with Nitron being the person being that kind of forward, and he is very often finding these cheeky piercing shots on Tanman, on Tempe occasionally, and having this Adrenaline Rush could be that win con.
I can see the logic. I would have been one of those skeptics. I would have been like, I guess, you know, like Adrenaline Rush, yeah, like you said, have been finding some kills, but not too many. I wasn't sure how effective that would be on her, but I can see that, especially like if they keep scoring and keep pushing the offense like that.
Yeah, definitely. But also to keep in mind, right, Nera has this Egoist, so he will be able to help out on these offenses occasionally, right, when he gets that Egoist proc. And I don't doubt that sometimes we'll see these rotations out by Tempe to keep it back, and there's that Tofu Fortress. You might see it cleared out here, is because of that angle, there is that space in the bottom, but unfortunately the expanse does mean that one barrier does fall. But 3 Germans not looking too disappointed, as they might be able to find more from this offense.
Yeah, 3 Germans have been pretty good with getting some kind of results on their offense, whether it be like a barrier or 2, just like that, and now they're looking to kind of like complete it for the goal. So Eclipse has to like push this, get this second barrier down, and kind of like end this before they can get anything like seriously going. 3 Germans, and they do have the resources to do it. All 3 of them are about to have flip. There goes the first. There goes the second barrier. They have flip if they need it. They do not need it. Tanman banking on his Tofu Fortress to just kind of like sit there and provide an extra little wall, and says like Tempe got the overall hit. Tempe made sure to like punch it in, make sure that it was even in position for the first place.
Yeah, and I mean, I think really what happened there is Layfire completely forgot about the Timeless Creator, right? And because of that, we saw the wall just dissipate moments after when Layfire hit it into the wall, right? And that just goes to show you, he was expecting that wall to fall down a little sooner, but Lucas and Nitron on the opposite side, they are finding this offense, bringing them up to match point.
Yeah, so this one, Eclipse needs this to stay alive and basically force final point. So they need to press, and they need to find some shots. They need to force some plays to happen. I think that's not usually like the best idea, but this is kind of like a do or die situation.
Yeah, definitely a do or die, and them already losing a barrier and maybe 2 might not be great for them.
No, Tanman nearly gets like blown out, but manages to save himself. Definitely tried for a bit more damage there. Nitron looking very low. Tofu Fortress to basically secure the bottom barrier, and Tornado almost helps secure the top barrier, but the flip denies it. So Tanman has to retreat. Second barrier taken for Eclipse, and it just gets through. Nobody quite on it. Nitron gets the final goal, gets the win for 3 Germans.
Yeah, Nitron slotting it through, and I don't think this is the way anyone wanted it to end, right? As people were expecting that to maybe just be that bottom clear, and then they find maybe a barrier on the opposite side, and we see some more play coming through. But no, it's just that I think Nero expected Tanman to get it, Tanman expected Nero to get it, and, well, when that happens, no one is getting it. And, well, we see that means that 3 Germans do come out on top 2-0 for the first series of the second half of today.
Yeah, 3 Germans, just very excellent play, very excellent passing, like you were pointing out earlier. In general, they were honestly I feel like a lot more cohesive and just they had that experience. That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, I mean, they have this experience, right? Last season, Layfire playing for KLB, Lucas playing for ZZZ as, well, a goalie, to be fair, and Nitron, being the one, I think, to help KLB actually qualify for kind of EUSL and also subbing in for Windows a few times, and I think ZZZ as well. All 3 of these players have had a decent amount of experience in EUSL, and well, they did lose against Retirement Home last week, but they do take it back, going 1-1 now in the season.
Yeah, I can definitely see. I can definitely see them basically shaking that off and reminding everybody, still very much a threat, still, and they're going to be here to play for real. Eclipse again, though, not quite able to get it done. Definitely, there's something in the stew pot. There's something cooking. It's just not quite ready yet for Eclipse. We keep seeing like signs that they have something. I don't want to just use like they have potential, because they are pushing, I think, beyond that. They're trying to make a name, and they just kind of need a few more reps, I feel.
And hey, I mean, we might see a few more reps coming through to the season, but that is all we have for Eclipse versus 3 Germans, right? As we are soon going to be going into what I would say is our match of the week, Fierce Fury versus TMCT. But first, as the teams have to get ready, we will be sending it to a short break. Don't go anywhere.
See you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final series of today, Fierce Fury versus TMCT. This is going to be a banger. How's it going, P-Flare?
It's going pretty good, and yeah, I'm excited for this one. Like, we all know Fierce Fury, we all know TMCT, and we all know they are going to basically fight to the death at pretty much every opportunity. This is, I believe, like you said, a repeat of last season's finals.
Yeah, this is a repeat of last season's finals, but I mean, the difference is now TMCT, they did have a goalie swap with Retirement Home, as I mentioned last week. So this will be TMCT coming in with Sloth instead of Atsuro. So I'm interested to see how that'll be, because I feel like for both TMCT and Retirement Home, the goalie swap was an upgrade. I think both of them probably, at least they looked a little more cohesive with the opposite goalie. So, yeah, we will be going first to Taiko Temple, selected by Fierce Fury, then Atlas Lab selected by TMCT, and then we'll be ending up on Oni Village.
So, yeah, we talked about Taiko Temple earlier, but look at these starting awakenings. We have Fight or Flight, Extra Special.
Yeah, Fight or Flight Extra Special. Oh, this is going to be volatile, and TMCT already taking the IME away. I think maybe just not wanting to play it themselves here, and just saying, yeah, we're not giving that over to Zarhainov.
Yeah, I could definitely see that one. And next coming in is the Juno band.
I mean, that's no surprise, right?
No.
I don't remember the last time Fierce Fury hasn't banned Juno, because Juno is literally their permaban, and they single-handedly brought up the Juno ban rate last season because that was the only thing they would ever ban.
I mean, if that's their thing, then that's their thing. Okay. But we do see the actual picks coming up. TMCT starting off with that Era and Kazan coming out. Kazan on Taiko Temple. Honestly, in my opinion, very good pick. Just good for core control. Good to keep it off those sides. Good to make sure that the core is actually going where they want it to go.
Yeah, and well, we do see the Kazan actually coming up by Sake, one of the few good pilots of Kazan, right? He is so good with it, and I really want to see what he can cook up with. But otherwise, right, we do see it paired up with the Estelle. Considering the IME is taken off the table, the Estelle is Zarhainov's probably next best pick, and we'll be seeing a lot of these consistent plays.
Yeah, very much. And for DMCT, we've got a very scary duo in Now and X. And like X on Taiko is just a perennial like thread. Like he makes the bounce house rock.
Yeah, he makes this bounce house rock, and well, we do see this Era Now X, right? This is going to be that kind of semi-kitten comp, right? I'm interested to see who on TMCT will be piloting the Era, who on the Now. I am more inclined to believe it's probably Giovanni on the Era and Sloth picking the Now, but I'm not 100% sure, and then yeah, we do see Fang picking up this Kai here.
So yeah, definitely this is going to be like just a very fun comp, like with how TMCT has their setup. Like you said, the Era, the Now, the X, a whole lot of speed and core control and just general. And honestly, X is kind of like a one-man wrecking crew on his own. So hey.
Yeah, X, being that one-man wrecking crew, and, well, hey, it might not really be that one-man, as we do have to have this Era, this Now kind of buffing him up. I'm curious to see, right, who do you think will take Extra Special, as I feel like the vast majority will be grabbing Fight or Flight?
Who do I think will take Extra Special? I could see either... I'm going to say I could see either the... Actually, I could see the Estelle taking Extra Special, or maybe even the Era, just to like have more tornadoes and just be able to kind of push the offense a lot more, or maybe like clear people out for a pass, something like that. As well as like Estelle, I think I could see them taking extra special. I do not think they will take extra special, but Estelle being able to warp a little bit more often, definitely nice. So
Yeah, personally here, if this is, well, this is Era midfield, so I think it's more likely that she goes Fight or Flight over extra special. I think if the now, since this is goalie, if they're worried about the damage, which I don't know if they really should be worried too much, might go for this extra special, but otherwise, I think everyone else is just going Fight or Flight. If not, we might just see 6 Fight or Flights here.
yeah, no, I would not. Yeah, like the people I mentioned, I think they would take extra special, but I think they could take extra special, but I would not be surprised whatsoever if we just saw like just straight 6 Fight or Flights and be done with it.
Yeah. I'm down for 6 Fight or Flight, right? We love these core control games. Okay, at least I love these core control games, and hey, like we saw last week, in NA, we might just get to see a 37-minute game on Taiko. That'd be a fun one.
Fun for who? I don't know about that, my friend.
It'd be fun for me. I don't, you know what, I don't care too much about how the players feel in this case, because I get to see some good games.
Well, you know what I want to see? I want to see blood. I want to see KOs. I want to see Moida. So hopefully, Bounce House will give that to me. Let's go.
Guess what? Fight or Flight allows for that too, right? When you stagger someone, you get that secondary back, so you will be able to get more of those. I feel like it probably won't matter for most of them because most of these secondaries are relatively passive, but maybe for something like the X Bull Rush, or if there's like an Estelle Rose Warp that staggers, something like that, down for that, right? And we do see Sloth being the one on this Era goalie, so this is going to be now midfield. And since this is Era goalie, I do see Sloth potentially picking up this Fight or Flight. Or sorry, picking up the extra special, and there it is. Sloth with extra special, Fang with extra special, and everyone else on Fight or Flight.
Huh. Yeah, like that's kind of like what I was anticipating, like at the very least for like Sloth if they went like, you know, like goalie Era. Yeah. Definitely going to be sending out those I keep calling them typhoons, tornadoes, to reinforce the situation. Meanwhile, on kickoff, Sake already low, Zarif already low, a lot of pain already being dealt.
And that just kind of comes off the back of Cookies picking up the siphoning wand, which I think he is kind of feeling like it's okay to take because he has this Fight or Flight. He doesn't need to have this slick kicks. He can just make do with just the Fight or Flight, and there it is. The X Maximus comes down on Zarheinef, and Zarheinef is taken off the map. Fang also taking so much damage himself. The second Bull Rush being burned, but Fang being out of position thanks to the damage means that the pass comes from Geo, and Cookies finishes it off.
And this just starts very quickly and very painfully. Very, very nice, honestly. Very nice KO. Very nice just finish by TMCT.
Yeah, very nice finish by TMCT. And, well, we do see another barrier getting taken by them. And they're looking so clean in this opener as they take the double barrier. Now, Era X, not typically this early game comp that you would think of, but they are putting in so much work.
Yeah, very, like, honestly, like, very quick barriers, very quick open, but like Fierce Fury not willing to just like roll over this quickly. So they already got a barrier down. They've been trying to like push an offense from a while now. They've got that now that's kind of like been harrying them a little bit, as well as the X obviously. Like they have had some issues.
Yeah, definitely have had some issues, right? And well, Zarheinef getting so much damage dumped on him. This siphoning wand actually putting in a surprising amount of work here, and he might just get unstaggered here, but this flip could come in, some damage could come in, but it doesn't matter as the core control just sends it right through on that top side.
Yeah, just quick feed from Giovanni Cookies and clean 1-2 and in. And right at off the rip, I gotta say, like, TMCT doing a very, very good job of just forcing Fierce Fury to play like play their game.
Yeah, absolutely forcing them to play their game, and there's that first barrier. Maybe the second is Zarheinef gets so much damage dropped onto him. The flip comes out by Sloth right around Sake, and Gio, he just keeps it forward. There it is, Zarheinef now staggered. I think there's still one more Bull Rush now left for Cookies in case he wants to use it, and that's the second barrier falling. We might just see a 3-0 set to open us up.
Yeah, just possibly. Like, the X by themselves has just been keeping things completely like off kilter because of that damage, because of those kills, having to make Fierce Fury think twice and sometimes even 3 times about their offense, about trying to like sustain any sort of push. Now they do have both barriers open, but it's still like very scary because of the X just constantly bullying. Sake low, Giovanna doing a very good job at dishing out some pain himself. Sake missed a bad angle, but gets it with the dive and manages to recover that, gets a point on the board. No 3-0 for this team.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah, Sake played that pretty well, but Fang, he was so crucial in making sure that play even got to happen, because Cookies had an insanely good strike reset that should have taken the goal, but I think Fang got a really either well-timed strike or a barrage. I didn't really catch that, and that's really what kept the play alive.
Yeah, I want to say it was a barrage. I may be a bit mistaken, but yeah, definitely kept the play alive, kept them in it, and now we've got like 2 barriers, and they are pushing forward. One barrier, second barrier gone, but one of their teammates also gone. Sake kind of died for that, and now they need to like push ahead TMCT, and they need to try and like make the best of this. Flip does not take, and once again, Sake's been on a tear with this offense. Been very good at holding it down.
I mean, I think both brawlers have been on a tear, but there it is, that flip. Sloth getting mixed up. I think most people would have expected Zarhynov to go for the bottom shot there, but he actually goes for that top shot. I guess just being really confident that Sake would win that strike war if it did happen.
Yeah, that was just, no, you're right. That's just like a 50-50 just got mixed up. Soft just got mixed up. Like, sometimes that happens, but that just shows how good that Sake can be on that offense to kind of like make them think twice about it.
Yeah, and he makes them think twice, and now Cookies having to bring this X Maximus on the defense almost takes Zarhynov off the map. The weird Taiko bounce means that he does live for now. But there it is, there's that stagger, it's coming through. Cookies looking for the double barrier, does find it, but a barrier answered on the opposite side by Sake. We have an open net for set 1, but it is a 2v3 favoring the side of TMCT. The flip answered by Fang, and now Sloth on this offense as Zarhynov is just about to respawn. But there it is, Cookies might just find it. Zarhynov comes back, he is looking to clear this out, looking to get it past Sloth, but Geo, Cookies, they're so good on this offense, and now it is Sake, he has this flip, but it doesn't matter as the Maelstrom, as Cookies force it in.
Beautiful, honestly, beautiful setup with the Maelstrom, like you said, like with the Tornado just coming back and pushing the core right in the position to allow Cookies to just punch it in, and great teamwork gets rewarded.
And this hot shot going over to Giovanni, right? Really solid, and the Castellast on Kai, I feel like this X, it's probably, okay, opts for the big fish, right? So this is a little bit weird, right? I think the big fish it's good on X, it's also deny away from the Kazan. I feel like that Stagger Swagger had to be taken away from one of Now or X, though, because that Stagger Swagger going over to the side of Fierce Fury now makes it harder for Cookies, for Geo to just beat down on the members of that team.
No, I agree with, I can agree with that. I can definitely see the logic of that. So we need to see how things push out. And you can see like Cookies was trying to drop Zarf real fast, but didn't quite work out. So now they've got to, now that they do still have an opportunity to push though, that's still offense taken. 2 barriers down very quickly. They almost force it through as the gate's still trying to open, but not quite. And now it's, well, it's not now that's dealing with it. Now it's actually very low in health. Now gets bounced around a little bit, survives just barely though. So again, offense being taken, both goals open. Now someone needs to finish it off. House again now goes down, and power play for the side of Fury and Shalakalaka.
Yeah, great play out by Zarhynov, finding the pass up to Sake, and Sake flipping it in. And yeah, we did see Giovanni, all that damage dropped on him, sent all the way across the map. And yeah, that means that the side of Fierce Fury is able to convert. There it is, there's that flip. Not ideal considering the first barrier didn't fall just yet, and a slight miss angle means that the second barrier does fall, and now Fang with this flip has to use it and try to get it out. But there it is. Cookies, he has the core now. Might have to force our Arhaina Fuse to slip on the offense.
Yeah, and no, that just kills. That's what happens. And, oh, blood for blood, though, apparently. So now we've got a 2-on-2 situation. Fierce Fury doing their absolute best to kind of like keep things level, but doesn't quite work out. TMCT actually managed to find a bit of a breakaway. Cookies managed to finish it.
Yeah, Cookies finding that shot. And for a second, I thought that would just bounce off that top corner and then just kind of slowly roll down. But no, it just goes straight in. Cookies, he is showing that since he has his Fight or Flight, this Siphoning Wand is actually going to put in a lot of work with this damage.
Yeah, proving like we said, it was kind of like a surprising take, but okay, now we see the logic, now we see the plan, as like just a beautiful, just a 1-2. Giovanni manages to make sure that that the core goes in. Just was very clean push.
Yeah, TMCT, they're looking so revitalized from last season, where they just got completely destroyed by Fierce Fury. They're looking to maybe even give Fierce Fury their first loss in EUSL. And there it is, Cookies punches it in, takes set 2.
And, yeah, TMCT are 2-up on Fierce Fury. 2-0.
Yeah, the Fierce Fury that went 20-0 in games last season, and they still haven't dropped games this season. I mean, this season they didn't even drop sets yet, and they've already lost 2 to TMCT. The X being rewarded with Rampage. Still a great pickup, especially on this map, which is a double barriered map. The Catalyst going over to the Estelle and the Deadeye going over to Kai is potentially worrying, right? Because now the Estelle can generate more energy. The Fang in general has been very good with Giga Blast kills. Not so much this game, but in general, whenever he picks up this Kai.
No, you're right. And we can also see, like, prime time on Sloth, which can be surprisingly helpful. Like, don't discount out Era's primary, in my opinion. Like I said, Twin Drive on Giovanna, definitely going to help with keeping momentum, keeping things up. Also, Murder. That is also a factor. Cookies just likes to punch things, and punch things they shall. So, yep, there we go. Another punch leads to an open barrier, leads to a potential goal. Cookies tries to kind of like juggle it off the bottom, doesn't quite get, and now that actually transitions into a very good offense. Sake bounces him against the center, which bounces him against the edge, and now they are in good position to finish it off. Just quick 1-2 and it's over.
Yeah, I mean, smart by Cookies, right? Just saying, you know what? It's not a situation where we can save it. I'm just going to keep my flip for next point. I'd much rather take it to score for myself, right? Because it doesn't matter how much they score if we score more, right? It's that's just really the thought process of Cookies. And now Cookies, Geo pushing up. Geo actually having no evade, which means he does fall. Both midfielders fall. A great save out by Fang means that no barriers do fall in the end from Cookies' flip. And there it is, that Kazan pressing the point, finding that first barrier on one side, may find the second, but a great Maelstrom saves it for the time being.
Yeah, Sake has just been very impressive with their offensive positioning and being able to, kind of like that, just find kills and force TMCT to play in very disadvantageous situations.
I mean, I am getting flashbacks to last season's regular season match between TMCT versus Fierce Fury. Game 1, not on Taiko Temple, it was on Oni Village. TMCT goes up 2 sets very convincingly, and then Fierce Fury gets a reverse sweep. And this is looking awful lot like that, as Fierce Fury is up 2-0 in this set already.
Yeah, I know they don't want that to happen again. Sake looking very low. Also gets denied the energy. Could be very important. Means they have to be a little bit more careful with their offense. But right now we still got barriers on both sides, right? And TMCT need to kind of like push to not let this happen again. Not let what you just said happen one more time. And they do seem to be going for it. Yeah.
But there it is. There's that open barrier. We might just see the set end here. Giovanni taking so much damage. Could drop here. And now it is Sake in a 1v1 with Sloth. And Sloth, you can't win that against Sake. And Sake, he takes a set for Fierce Fury.
Not the best for TMCT, but Don't let it shake them. Yeah, there's definitely still some good awakenings on the board for them. They need to cool off, and they just need to keep running their game plan.
Yeah, the adrenaline rush. I mean, we talked about it last game too, but I think for this game, because of how much damage the side of Fierce Fury is layering onto the members of TMCT, this Estelle adrenaline rush might actually be proccing a lot more than you think. But on the other side, we have Chrono Boost for TMCT and then Knife's Edge for X, right? Even if Sake did pick up his second spark this game, there's going to be so much speed on the opposite side.
Yeah, no, TMCT definitely has like a lot of speed to work with. They all have like their own speed, and then you've got like, you know, like eras buffs anyway. So that could mean like lightning fast attacks right there.
Yeah, and typically that's kind of what you see happen off of a new set when you get a massive amount of speed. That first point typically goes towards the team that has that stupid amount of speed, and there it is. We see it go over to Fierce Fury, and Giovanni just gets nuked off the map thanks to Fang, and the adrenaline rush popping for Zarheinif means he has the speed for the core control, but Cookies, he is so big. He's making sure this goal doesn't fall, but the barriers are opened. We're looking for a confirm out by Zarheinif, out by Sake, but the damage, it's on Sake. He's not looking the best. The Strike War is trying to be won by TMCT, but it's so hard against the Kazan.
Yeah, like Kazan is just very nimble and very able to do what they do. Meanwhile, the X very good at what they do, which is punch the hell out of things. Punches Zarheinif and Fang and the core, and just look at that statuesque stunner of a man.
Yeah, I mean, he's a big fish. He's on a rampage, and well, TMCT, they're at game point. They're 1 point away from handing Fierce Fury their first loss in EUSL history, and there it is, the flip. Doesn't get the second barrier, but that's still one barrier for TMCT, but they still need more. Fang looking so low. He has to be so careful from Cookies, who's looking for him. He's fishing for a kill, fishing for damage, looks for the dribble, doesn't actually get the barrier in the end, but now Geo, Cookies, they're pushing up. Sake, he has the slip in case he needs it. It's an open net. They might just be able to find it. Fierce Fury, they flip it out, but there's so much damage coming on the opposite side, and there it is. Sloth pushing forward. He's flipping it forward. It gets intercepted, but Cookies, he finds it. And a moment in history as TMCT hands Fierce Fury their first ever loss.
Ladies and gentlemen, the beast has bled. It is not immortal. It is not invulnerable. It can bleed. You can kill it. It can die.
And, well, it's not yet dead, as TMCT still has one more game to take it through, but bear in mind, this next map is TMCT's map pick, and, well, you could say, yes, Taiko Temple is Fierce Fury's map pick, but pretty much everyone is comfortable on it. So we'll have to see if Fierce Fury can find an adaptation on Atlas Lab, or if TMCT will take this.
Yeah, like, they've got to be riding high. TMCT have to be riding high off this win. They have, like you said, a moment in history. They've done what was widely considered to be near impossible, but they already cannot let that go to their heads. They need to stay the course, buckle down, be prepared for retaliation, because we know that Fierce Fury are not happy about that, and they're going to be thinking about, okay, how do we shut this down immediately now?
Yeah, we'll have to see, right? If they can, if TMCT can kind of figure out a way to close this out, right? Because again, Fierce Fury, they have been dominant for so long, for so many reasons, and well, eventually they were bound to lose a game. But if they lose a series here, this really calls into question: is Fierce Fury going to be that single Titan that's favored to win EUSL?
Yeah, that is definitely going to be the question. I do have to actually bring up a note. I recall earlier in the pre-show, we had one of TMCT on, and they were feeling particularly confident. They were they had like a bit of a swagger about them, if I'm recalling the words correctly.
Yeah, and hey, they talk the talk, and this time it looks like they walk the walk, but hey, that's only the first game, right?
Yeah.
We still have more games to go through.
Yeah, like this is far from over. So let's see what we got going on here? Like you said, Atlas Labs, something everybody knows and loves. As for starter awakenings, we have Egoist and
no.
Rush.
Oh, Egoist Adrush, and well, this is gonna be interesting to watch, right? Egoist is typically that awakening that you just grab 6 of, but Adrenaline Rush, especially on a damage-focused map like Atlas Lab, there can be people who want to opt for that instead.
Yeah, like if they think X is gonna go through again, if they think they can get kind of like that repeat performance, I can see them wanting Ad Rush on X. But yeah, Egoist is Egoist. That's just so much energy.
Yeah, Ego is just so much energy, and well, Egoist is also one of the ways you can kind of stop that KO potential, right? It's just you generate more energy, so you can evade more, and you can deal with this KO, but again, we can kind of see that dealing with the KO might not always be enough, and there's that Kazan taken away from Sake, right? Last game we saw, right? Kazan is typically a character, after all of the nerfs, that is now known to be a little bit more core control with some damage potential, but he still topped the damage charts on his team, right?
Yeah.
So on an Adrenaline Rush start, this could be worrying, and that's Fierce Sphere, you banned the Kazan away from Cookies, it looks like, and TMCT banned the X away, and Zentaro is what gets picked up for Sake.
Yeah, and those are kind of expected. Zentaro, plenty capable of dishing out damage, plenty capable of doing a bit of core control themselves, and we can see we've got Aimee, we've got Estelle, and hey, we've got the brother sister duo Atlas and Luna.
Yeah, okay, so let me talk about this for a sec, right? This is very interesting because what it is Zarhanev, he is typically known for the Aimee and the Estelle, his 2 most played midfield picks, and I would say his 2 best midfield picks. He's played stuff like the Drakkar. I think I might have seen him on Kai or something one game as well. But Aimee and Estelle are typically his go-tos, and this time both of them are picked up as denials, which means he is going to be on the Luna. Yes, it's going to be an Adrenaline Rush start, so we'll have to see how that goes. The Luna might still be very favored, but it's going to be really interesting to see how Fierce Fury adapts without the Aimee or the Estelle backing up the Zentaro.
Yeah, you're not wrong, and TMCT rounding things out with the Drakkar, which, honestly, I could actually see Drakkar being goalie. Am I tripping or no? Because I don't think I am. I've seen a few Drakkar.
No. I think what's happening here is it's actually just going to be Aimee goalie, Estelle midfield, and Drakkar brawler, right? Because I think last week too, Cookies did pull out a Drakkar brawler in a game. I don't think so, but I believe Cookies has played this Drakkar brawler before. Right, so
okay.
It can come through, and well, with everything else taken off the map, Cookies does still play something like the Julie, but when you have an Atlas on the opposite side, it kind of feels bad to be playing Julie.
Yeah, because a lot of what would be KOs are just no, you're not, and even then, Atlas just is very good at kind of like Atlas is good at shutting out Julie's game plan, really, in general.
Yeah, we'll have to see, right? How that kind of shakes up as we will hopefully be loading into game pretty soon. Aimee Estelle Drakkar, though, I think this is not your traditional damage style comp, but it can pump out a surprising amount of damage, right? Yeah. Aimee generally very good on these kickoffs, looking for these blink primaries or just dropping that ult 2 after the cyber swipe forward. Estelle just being able to pump out solid damage because most of the time you're going to be wanting to hit players while hitting the core to guarantee that these plays happen. And Drakkar is a brawler. Drakkar has always had solid damage, but a lot of the time he's been played as midfield, so he's not able to use his abilities for damage as much. So he just kind of finds himself having a little less damage than normal. But now that he's able to focus on a lot more of these dash punches since he is brawling, it'll be interesting.
You mean like shotgun hits?
Yeah, it's like shotgun into ult, right? That is the Drakkar dash punch.
Right. So yeah, like you said, a bit non-standard, but you can see the logic. You can definitely see the logic in there. Meanwhile, what we have over on Fury is, I actually don't think I personally have seen Atlas and Luna on the same team.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because Atlas is generally very good at holding it down, but sometimes you do need, because you're playing an Atlas, you do want that long-range core control, and Luna, yes, she can provide it, but realistically, how much are you going to be using your primary, your secondary for long-range core control and not getting punished for it, right? Especially that secondary. If you hit it, yeah, it's great, but if you miss it, you're just going to be in the middle of nowhere, and well, Fang's Atlas is really good, right? So we'll have to see how this plays out. And yeah, we see 3 Egoists for TMCT, and Fang be the only Egoist taker on Fierce Fury.
Yeah, I can definitely. Yeah, I can see the reasoning behind all of those. So we're definitely going to have a very aggressive start here. You can see already Luna kind of got bopped.
Yeah, I mean, Zarheinif looking for a boost forward, but then Geo, he just finds the perfect primary to send him off, and, well, looks like Zarheinif will have to get a little acclimated to playing this Luna, a pick he's not that familiar with in the EUSL level, but hey, we see Cookies, we see Geo keeping it forward, and it is one barrier piece. The barriers are on the same side, so this has potential to be awkward for either goalie.
Yeah, Atlas Lab is one of those maps where it's kind of like, you kind of expect one barrier to fall pretty quickly. You don't really want to worry too much about trying to like defend both. That may get you out of position for like a quick double barrier.
Yeah, it may take you out of position, and there it is. Luna boosting forward as Sake now has to step back to play this midfield just momentarily as Luna walks back, but Sake not needing the flip. He slots it in for the first goal of Atlas Lab.
Yep, that one took a little bit. It got to overtime, but ultimately, clean shot, clean goal. Let's keep it rolling. Like we need to see if they can like hold this up though.
Yeah, but I think this early game for both teams is going to be relatively slow, at least until you see these Egoists start popping. And there it is, Sloth popping that flip to kill Zarheinif. A flip on the opposite side by Sake, but Sloth just defends it and passes it forward. Fang has his flip, but he saves it away from Cookies without it, and now Giovanni, he's looking low. He could be taken off. He might have to burn this up defensively, but he is not paying attention and taken off by the middle black hole. And that's a pass from Sake to Zarheinif, who secures it on the top side.
Yeah, no, that was just like breakdown of attention there, I think. Just was just should have been watching the timer and shouldn't have been there. Like it's right there in big red, so
well, it wasn't even the timer thing. It's just, it was open. Sake was walking towards it, and there it is. There's that double barrier found by TMCT. TMCT looking pretty good so far, and, well, now this pass comes down to Cookies. The boost saves it, but the offense still continues forwards. Geo almost taken off the map, and there it is, the combo out by Cookies. Geo, they find it. Well, this is one thing that does worry me, is because of how they're positioning, Zar could look for a lot more of these kills, especially once he gets something like a Deadeye, a Missile Prop, even like a 1-2 punch or something, and it worries me for later on in this game.
No, that definitely makes sense. They have been kind of bunching up a little bit, and they have been, you know, like kind of edging a little bit close to the edge, like right there, and that allows for like a whole lot of damage to be dumped on them, and again have to make them think twice about it. But at the same time, they like we said earlier, they are also capable of delivering plenty of damage themselves, TMCT. So it's honestly, like you said, it's going to be slow, and I think it's really is going to be coming down to like this first awakening. That's when we're going to see our ramp, probably a pretty heavy ramp up in intensity, and honestly probably even on more KOs as they get the tools to kind of get their game plans really flowing.
Yeah, and they just might, and well, that's the second barrier taken, and Geo's taken off the map too. Now we have a 2v3, a power play in favor of Fierce Fury. They might just take this first set. A kill found by Zarheinif on Sloth. Cookies in this 1v3, but he doesn't find it. Aced by Zarheinif as they take this first set 3-1.
Wow. Okay. Just decided, yeah, no more of that. Zarheinif just blew through everyone. So
yeah, and Well, this explosive entrance coming in for Zentaro. I mean, he might have wanted the rapid fire, but Aimi getting the explosive would have been pretty dangerous. And then on the opposite side, missile propulsion might have to be taken away, or it just goes over to Zarhainov. And yes, it does. They're going to be at even more threat, but the rapid fire does go over to Estelle, but the stagger swagger now already being gone. This is a little worrying for TMCT.
Yeah, Fierce Fury got a lot of good stuff there from the looks of it. TMCT didn't get, like, their picks weren't bad, but probably not ideal.
Yeah, exactly. And, well, we see a great double barrier actually coming out from the Molten Bolt by Cookies. Geo walking forward, trying to convert stuff, but a lot of cooldowns blown by TMCT. This may be them getting punished, but maybe not, as now Cookies Geo, they're looking to continue on this offense. Sake having to walk backwards for this defense. So much damage dropped onto Cookies means that he could fall when he tries to go on this offense here. But there it is, a great Rose Warp reads Fang's clear.
Yeah, that was just honestly precision work. Just Fang tried, and Giovanna was there. That's all there really is to that. So now TMCT have a little something to kind of like work with in terms of possibly like game plans.
And there it is. We see the shotgun into the ult, the 1-2 punch of the Drakkar, and that second barrier does fall. We just have to see some clean passes, and we do. TMC take it at the bottom side of Fierce Fury's goal.
Yep, very, very just standard, clean, clinical, and they're 2 up. And TMCT saying, nah, we're not about to go out like that. Not by a long shot.
And yeah, I mean, Drakkar doesn't have this missile propulsion, but he's still doing a lot of work with these shotguns for core control. And, well, that's the first barrier falling. The second one maybe, but the Oni's Blade used, but that just means the second barrier falls on the opposite side. Cookies, he egoists, he shotguns, he finds it with a flip.
Just honestly, quick 3 and out for TMCT. That was just, like I said, that was just clinical dismantling, and could get very rewarded for it. With like,
yeah, it could be a second spark. It could be like a spark of strength here, or no, also the spark of agility instead, right? Since he does have that spark of focus already. Fight or flight going over to Zarhainov means that, yeah, he has a damage, but now he has core control too. But Geo gets rapid fire prime time, and that's going to be really scary.
Yeah, that's a lot of gun that's about to happen between Drakkar and Estelle.
A lot of gun. Yeah, a lot of gun indeed, and there's the double evade that comes out to kind of live away from the Crater Maker, and now Sloth drops this Firewall Sentry. That's the first barrier, second, maybe soon to fall, as Geo is now completely staggered, but so much damage coming in on the opposite side too. But unlike the side of TMCT, they have a Celestial Intervention that will intervene with their chances of death, but Geo, he's taken off the map. Sloth taking so much damage. There's a flip ready for Sake in the face of TMCT as he flips off Sloth, and, well, now there's no stagger on Cookies. Geo respawns, but it might be too late as both barriers fall. There's a Rose Warp out on the defense, and there it is. Cookies taken off. It's just a chain of deaths again and again and again, and the goal goes in.
That was horrifying to watch. Like, Zareth just constantly on the hunt, and we can see basically, that address, that missile propulsion, that fighter flight, just everything kind of getting, just kind of like proccing and getting ready, and just causing Zareth to be just like a complete, just a heat-seeking missile almost. And now they have flip.
And oh no, Sloth blinks forward but not in position as he just loses that second barrier, and then the goal. Sake slots it onto the bottom side, and we're just seeing back and forth dominant sets from both teams.
Yeah, that's really what I was about to say. It's just been very clean and very clinical. Almost not much to say because it's almost been by the book how these sets have been playing out, and how, like you said, like how one-sided they've been. One side gets just a full 3-0 and the other side just gets a full 3-0. Right now we've got like one barrier apiece going on, but then now the deaths start, which might end up being like a bit chain if we've seen anything like it before. So yeah, now Sloth is getting weak, both barriers down.
Yeah, but now, I mean, Geo respawns, but it's an open net in favor of Fierce Fury. They could just take the set right here. The core tries to continue staying forward, but a great clear out by Sloth buys time, and now Cookies Geo on this bottom side, this Timeless Creator not doing them any favors as the flip in the face of TMCT means that the goal goes in. Fierce Fury up 2-1 in sets.
We've seen that it's not necessarily over. Draft time. Luna up top. Luna.
Oh, no. Oh,
Deadeye. This is going to get very. Yeah, no. I see Deadeye. We got perfect form out. That needs to be like taken away like real fast. Nope. Ayu takes Twin Drive. Leaves the perfect form for Zentaro. Yep, that's taken up. This is gonna get real. Forget that typical. This is gonna get real nutty real fast all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute massacre, right? Yes, Aimee gets this Twin Drive. She's able to contribute more on this offense, but I don't know if that matters when you just have so much damage being dropped onto you, right? The Deadeye Missile Prop Luna, you saw how far that pushes Cookies back, and the perfect form in Zentaro means that more... It's not just damage, more core control gets to come in too, right?
Yeah.
So it's just well played out by them on this draft, but on the other side, we do have an Egoist Catalyst double spark for Cookies, so he is going to be scaling to the next dimension, and, well, if he has this energy, he might just be able to use it more to evade, and I think that's what he sees, and, well, that unstoppable pickup for Fang really just kind of saved him there, is he didn't have to burn that secondary, and was able to save it for later.
Yeah, okay, so we can definitely see how... Oh, I was about to say, we can definitely see they're still in this, and then suddenly Giovanni's just dead. And Sloth is not... I mean, the Cookie's not looking very good either. Good gracious.
Yeah, Cookie's not in the best of situations. So much damage being pumped out onto him, but he is unstaggered. He's looking for a play on Fang if he can find it. Sloth just pops this Egoist, and now he might be trying to go on this offense. He might just be saving for the defense. There it is, Fang. His Egoist popped as well. The flip popped by Fang. A good attempt, but Geo, what a great pass up to Cookies, finds it.
Honestly, amazing hold, amazing tenacity by Cookies. Just managed to hold in there, managed to hang on, and really kind of like put that goal on their back and prove that, you know, like, yeah, they got some scary awakenings. That doesn't mean we out of it.
Yeah, and I mean, Geo kind of believing the same thing as he takes this first barrier for Fierce Fury. There's the kill. We could see a chain start to happen as that's the first barrier. The second barrier is soon to be found, but actually found on the opposite side on both sides as Sloth is completely nowhere to be seen as he's too staggered and he blinks back, but doesn't strike soon enough as Sake finds it past him.
Yeah, that was kind of wild. I feel that one almost like bounced from one barrier to the other, like almost cross country. So yeah, things kind of getting very nice and very nutty real quick. Nice missile starting to get the first barrier here, I believe, with a little bit of backup. One taken, two taken on the side of Fierce Fury. This is the time that both bears taken up. Gracious.
Yeah, and a slight misclear by Sloth. Sake able to read it. He kind of finds that top side, but I think for TMCT, they're at least happy that Sloth's stacks are alive. If they can keep this up, if they can kind of keep it alive, keep it stacked, maybe they can find this set and bring them to a set 5. But the damage on the other side, it might just say no, as we already see there's this Ego's pop. Zarhine taken off the map. It's a 2v3 power play in favor of TMCT. They need to make something happen. That's the first barrier. Second barrier maybe to be found. Great passes coming out, but Fang with even better clears.
Yeah, they managed to save the first barrier for a little bit. Not now. Flip goes out, gets the second barrier, and now it's Fierce Fury. Wait, no, wow, barely hit on the second barrier. Does Cookies. Both goals open. It's not over with yet. That Fang has to flip to save it. Oh, Core goes on a trip around the world. Sloth is out of position, and the goal.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Sloth maybe not expecting the angle that it would go, and he thought it would just bounce back cleanly to him, and he wouldn't have to blink, but he realizes too late, and Fierce Fury takes the game back.
That was horribly unfortunate. That's
yeah, hey, I mean, a little bit of a brutal game as we see the Luna, the Zentaro, the damage they're pumping out, right? Because Sake has more damage than any 2 members of TMCT combined.
Which kind of, well, not quite. Giovanni and Cookies, I think, combined to make a little bit more damage, but I do get the point, absolutely. Like, Sake was just swinging that sword everywhere and just causing a whole heap of problems.
Yeah.
And they couldn't, like, TMCT couldn't quite figure out how to get around it in time.
Hey, maybe for TMCT they might have wanted to ban the Zentara. Yes, Kazan does damage, but maybe their thought process could have just been, we leave this Kazan up, but I think the idea might have just been, take the Kazan off because Kazan is problematic for Aimi as a brawler to deal with. And, well, we do see Fierce Fury taking this back, and now we're going to be going to Game 3, the deciding map of Oni Village, and some lore is the last time TMCT had a really good showing against Fierce Fury, it was on Oni Village, right? This was the place where they got reverse swept before, and they have chance to change history this time. They have chance to maybe take this series over Fierce Fury.
Yeah, definitely going to have to shake off the fears, shake off that, you know, maybe if there's any underlying trauma, got to get rid of it. This is the time to excise it. So, what do we have for starts? Interesting starting awakenings here. We've got Missile Propulsion and Spark of Focus.
Yeah, I'm not yet seeing this on the stream, unfortunately. So Missile Propulsion, Spark of Focus, you say. Missile Propulsion, very interesting, right? But this is not a KO map, right? So we probably won't be seeing it. You can still technically play it as a semi-KO, but I don't think it's going to be great. I think this Atlas is going to be very high prio, right? Because of the Missile Propulsion start, and I wouldn't be surprised if I see TMCT first pick it, but first picking it also leaves the threat of the enemy team grabbing 2 of Estelle, Kai, and Rasmus.
Yeah, no, there's nothing really to say about that. I just fully agree with it. The bans are very much going to tell the tape what spooked them, what spooked both teams, like, you know, like last match. See what's going to get taken off the table or what they think might show up on the table. I mean, Oni Village, we all know it for being like a very big map, for being just something that is not really conductive to short range play. So we're going to have to see what happens here in terms of like who gets banned, who gets picked, because some of these characters just operate much better at long ranges, some not so much.
Yeah, some not so much too, right? And well, we're hopefully going to be seeing this first ban come in. I think the other thing also to keep in mind is last week Sloth also did play this Drakkar goalie on this map, so even if he doesn't want this Atlas, the Drakkar is still pretty great, especially on the Missile Propulsion start.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how this draft really shakes up. I will check with, I guess, production to see if draft has started or not, or if there's just a overlay bug. Not quite sure on that yet.
Yeah, nothing to say that hasn't been said yet. We just need to see if we're rocking and rolling, or if there's been some kind of hang up.
Yeah, so we will have to see that. Now, one thing I will kind of want to talk about here, right, is the thing is Estelle and Kai are typically the 2 premier midfielders on this map. And okay, we already see the Kai taken away by TMCT.
Yeah.
But I think between the 2 teams, I don't know if either Giovanni or Zarhynef are nearly as comfortable on their Kai as their Estelle. So I actually potentially see that if Fierce Fury doesn't ban the Estelle here, we might see a first pick Estelle for TMCT. And yeah, they probably won't, because Juno is their perma ban, and the Estelle gets first picked for TMCT.
So now what do you do about that? Like one of the cornerstones of your like game plan is generally kind of like taken away for Fierce Fury. So
I mean, he could still certainly make do with the Aimi, right?
Yeah.
Like Aimi is still pretty great on this map. Obviously not nearly as good as Estelle or Kai. No ops for the Luna round 2, and I mean Missile Propulsion, it does make sense. He's going to be looking for the people playing through these speed lanes, looking for a way to take them off.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, like I said, like with Missile Prop, I can definitely understand the Luna, like all long range, and we'll be making probably be making a lot of cross country shots if I'm being honest. Now since Missile Prop is immediate, and Kazan being taken as well. So that's going to be an interesting pair right there.
Yeah, Luna Kazan. I mean, Cookies' Kazan, or sorry, Sake's Kazan has always looked really good. And on the opposite side, we see the Atlas picked up for Sloth, and then the Drakkar going over to Cookies, right? Which means that Fang will be opting for this Era goalie.
Yeah, we've seen Era goalie happen before. I think we're gonna. I think it'll work out. I think it'll be mostly fine for Fierce Fury in that situation. Like. We know what the Lunar can do. We've seen Kazan being able to make like a lot of shimmy and shake plays. Let's call them that.
Yeah, but I think a character like Atlas generally lends itself better to being able to deal with it, right? Because Kazan, he likes to kind of mix you up, but how are you going to mix someone up when they're going to take a guaranteed primary shot against you and just make you unable to just go for these plays?
No, I definitely agree with that, as well as Drakkar, that's going to be like you said that's going to be like a midfield Drakkar, right?
Probably like I guess we want to say brawler, but more like forward Drakkar, right? It's going to be a little bit more core control-y because it just plays functionally to like a second Estelle when you have a missile propulsion start on it.
Yeah. So honestly. Both teams looking very interesting, looking very good, and we need to see if DMCT can excise those demons that are in this Fury.
Gonna be interested to see how this plays again, because I haven't seen how Cookies as Drakkar functions on a more open map exactly, right? Because yes, we did have this Atlas Lab game before, but I feel like Oni Village is the true open map.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's honestly massive. It's almost like a football field, and everybody knows it's kind of like infamous for being like, okay, pick one side, north or south, and defend that, and you kind of just sure you can pop up to the other one if you want to, but for the most part, it's just too big to really like defend on all counts. Though again, missile prop start, and with the people we've got here, I could see it being a bit more feasible. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, it could very well be quite feasible, and I don't think anything will change. Like I don't think we're gonna suddenly see like this Era go to midfield and then the Luna go to Fang, because these picks are picks that they have played. Now, again, this Luna, not traditionally one of these Oni Village picks, and the only thing with regards to gear that we need to just talk about maybe is this Magnetized Souls and Giovanni. This is something that he's been taking pretty much always on Estelle and something he's pretty comfortable with. And yeah, we have a 50-50 split between Sparks and Missile Propulsion is Giovanni, Sake, and Fang opt for the Sparks while everyone else goes for Missile Prop.
Yeah, all of these make sense. So we need to see how this first kickoff goes. We've got one barrier already lost on the side of like Fierce Fury. Well, 2, scratch that, 2 off for TMCT and goes open. So now we need to see if they can finish this point off quickly. Great offense so far from TMCT. They're very good push, very consistently. Gets the second barrier. Missed the piercing shot though. Giovanni did, and now they have to try and keep Fierce Fury from making any sort of breaks. Crater Maker comes out, doesn't get too many hits right there. Overtime, Flip comes out, tries to clear it. Sake nearly pushes it through, but Sloth doesn't quite make it right there. Giovanni, piercing shot. Nice first goal. And TMCT, early lead. You're going to be hearing me FYI, you're going to be hearing me talk solo for a bit. So pardon me, pardon my dust, and pardon... Oh god, pardon Fierce Fury's dust. They get one barrier, lose one barrier as well. Sake tries to make something happen. Sloth has to flip to save it. They get the second barrier. TMCT on the hunt. But no, ooh, nice boost by Zarif. Gets the interference, gets the interception, goes for the goal. It's open now. Sake making a move. Desolate dive, pushes it in. Beautiful strike war won by Sake.
Yeah, played so well. Now, you know, Fierce Fury, TMCT, tied up. I think Sake has looked pretty great so far, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, Sake has been on one this entire match, this entire series. Ooh. And especially with things like that happening, that'll only help him.
Yeah, and Flip burned out by Giovanni. Not much to really be gotten by that. And Fang, he still has his Flip for a later offense in case he needs it. And so much damage being dropped onto this Estelle. Rose warping back to make sure she gets some healing. But she's still staggered. She could still be taken off this map. Has to be so careful. This Drakkar has to actually walk back and play this defense. But Gio, no energy to work with and still taking so much damage.
Yeah, like, Kazan's just kind of like drilling him all the time. And it doesn't help with like missiles and beams and flying out everywhere as Cookies once again taken off the board, and that leaves a power play for Fierce Fury.
Guys, Oni Village is not a KO map, and oh, Zarhainov, we cannot see that, and a great clear out by Sloth means that now TMCT is in a great position to take this goal, and a good combo as Giovanni reads the clear and takes it away from Fang.
Beautiful piercing shot, was just, like you said, was just very ready for it.
Yeah, very ready for it indeed, and now TMCT, the double barrier means that they might actually be favored to take this set very quickly, but Fang, he has his Flip, doesn't use it as Cookies gets it right past him. TMCT up 1-0 in sets.
This is very incredible. MVP going to Estelle, going to Giovanna, and we got Catalyst. Ooh. Looks like going immediately for agility.
Yes.
And yeah, I definitely see that. So that is 2 sparks for Giovanna.
Yeah, so Giovanni taking that second spark, hot shot going to Luna Danae from the Atlas, but the Atlas still gets rapid fire, and I don't think he's too disappointed. The Unstoppable going over to Era, actually pretty big, means that he won't be getting hit stunned by this Estelle and occasionally the Drakkar. The Drakkar opting for the Spark of Strength over the Catalyst. I don't know how I feel about that. I think maybe he's just looking to potentially see if he can look for some of these cheeky kills himself, and Giovanni reading that, and there's that Spark of Strength. It comes in clutch as they take the double kill, and now looking for a clean goal, they find it.
Okay, Cookies immediately brought out the shot. He's like, nope, I'm about to light all you up. Boom. Now, let's see if he can keep doing it, though. Keep it at it.
Yeah, he very well might. He might be able to find these, and, well, that's one barrier taken a piece, but on opposite sides, this is traditional Oni Village gameplay that we'll be seeing for quite a bit, likely, and, well, we see Gio and Cookies looking to come in on this offense. I think if Gio had that shotgun there, that was probably a barrier take, but unfortunately, he just didn't.
Yeah, no, but they are very much on the hunt. Barrier gets taken, Flip not in time to save the barrier. Beautiful boost Beautiful boost, though, to get the second barrier by Zarif. Now both sides open off of some very incredible plays.
Yeah, but I think that hit stun there from the Astral Projection from Sloth actually saves the goal from going in, right? It means that Sake doesn't get the opportunity to go for that crooked leverage, and there's that Strike War win out by Giovanni. Keeps the core forward. He might just be looking for a goal attempt here. There's that piercing shot. Burned. The boost. The whammy. Everything used from the Luna, and now she's staggered. She's not in a position to go in this offense anymore.
No, and that's dangerous because Giovanni was in a one-on-one now. Zarif feeling maybe a bit too timid to kind of like try and interfere. And like we said, Estelle very good in 1v1s. Just piercing shots it through. 2 up.
Well, that's the thing, right? It wasn't just a normal piercing shot, right? It was a piercing shot that won against the Strike War of Fang. Fang has this Unstoppable, right? It means that he should, in theory, win these interactions more often than not. And, well, he didn't win there. That's a second barrier taken. That's Zarhainov taken. And now Sake, he has this flip. He needs to make something happen. Make Cookies unable to use this flip here. And there it is. Cookies, he's flipping in melee range. Shotgun takes Fang off the map. Takes the set. TMCT are one set away from making history once again.
This could be incredible. Cookie's playing kind of lights out right now, making sure that those shotties hit. Like, full pellets to the face. Do it again, good sir. And Chrono Boost is going to be very nice because that's going to mean, like, he's sneaking. He coming out the dark.
Yeah, so a lot of really great picks here from the side of TMCT, right? The Chrono Boost coming in for Drakkar is solid for the Drakkar, but I think it's also a really big deny from the Aragoli because Aragoli benefits a ton from Chrono Boost. Geo getting this Knife's Edge means he gets to control these side lanes a lot more, and also Sloth. Rapid Fire Prime Time getting picked up for him, but on the opposite side, Sake is looking pretty with that 1-2 punch. Luna getting the Fighter Flight. Still no slouch when it comes to their own picks.
Yeah, no, it's not over. It's just, I'll be honest, I'm excited for TMCT. I mean, Fierce Fury, incredible. I kind of want to see TMCT make history. I'm biased, forget it. Let's go. I'm gonna call it what it is.
Hey, everyone enjoys a little bit of an underdog victory, but I still want to see Fierce Fury put up some sort of fight, maybe bring something back, and, well, we see both sides having one barrier apiece. Giovanni taking so much damage, has to walk away from that NATO, and now he could be taken off the map. The Crooked Leverage staggering him. Sloth missing that strike. Not ideal, but Giovanni, he gets it back, and there's that barrier taken. Dodges away from the boost. Sloth looking to potentially take Zarhinov off the map, but it's actually Cookies who gets taken off, and maybe soon to be Giovanni as well.
Yeah, Zarnif looking low, Giovanni looking low. It's very scary situation at the moment, but it was in the favor of Fierce Fury. Crater Maker comes out, not quite hit. Nice boost to keep things in front. Sake goes for the flip, waits, doesn't quite get anything off it. Piercing shot and the shotgun combo. Make sure that the core goes in. That's one more. Two more.
Crucially, right, Sloth there, while Cookies was dead, while Giovanni was staggered and completely unable to play the game. This is the power of Sloth's rapid fire prime time. I think he used 3 primaries there on defense in order to keep the play alive until the Estelle Drakkar duo could come back into commission. And we see one barrier fall, maybe a second, but Sake, he does Crooked Leverage it away, and now Giovanni, there's a Celestial Intervention for him, but he's still taking so much damage, almost taken off the map, has to burn that evade, but lives for now. Sloth on this defense, he's staying alive, the barrier falls, but maybe Cookies, maybe Geo, maybe they find it back, but a great pass, intercepted by the Rose Warp. The piercing shot continues through. These strike wars have to be won by TMCT if they want this barrier. If not, Sake, Zarhinov will find something. They find the kill, but now they need to convert. They need to find some way to get it forward. But Sloth, Cookies, they're looking so good on this defense.
Yes, incredible holding by the defense. Crater Maker comes out, tries to force it through, slightly mistimed. Sake doing their best to kind of like harass Sloth, make sure that not in position. Zarnef looking very low, has to back off for a minute, make sure that TMCT is still on the offense. They get to the second barrier. Cookies hunting for the goal. Strike war going out. Giovanni comes in, takes out, takes out Fang. There's no goal.
He finds it with a singular Crystal Thorn. We're now on series point for TMCT and Fierce Fury. They have so much ground to make up. They have to make up 3 points and then 2 sets.
Yes, this is looking dangerous, but that may be how you start as Zarnif, boosting him straight off the map. Cookies has been such an integral part of these goals, of this sustained offense. If they can like keep him off the map, that may help. But that still does. But that's not going to be like a guaranteed thing all the time. They're trying desperately to get this last barrier, but an amazing hold by Sloth and Cookies. Giovanni with the piercing shot gets the barrier. It is almost over. This is a power play for TMCT. They might be able to make history here and now. Sake trying to do their best to hold on to it. Cookies gets the core. Or they've had Sloth, make sure it's pushed up. Oh my god, I am losing my breath.
Yeah, I mean, we see TMCT, they might just do it here. A great Rose Warp comes through, and, well, now Sloth, he needs to hold on this defense for long enough for TMCT to find something. Geo, Cookies, they're looking so good, but so is the side of Fierce Fury. They're keeping alive for so long, even when Fang fell, even when TMCT is looking so good. Fierce Fury is answering back, and now Geo, he's looking so low. These passes, they have to come through from the Estelle, from the Drakkar. Geo, he might just be staggered. He might be taken off the map. Cookies, he's looking for the play. He's looking to find it. They don't find it just yet, but there's that Celestial Intervention healing up Giovanni. There's a flip for Sarheinef. Where does it go? Top side. Strike War 1 by Sake. Giovanni taken so low, but there's 2 flips on the opposite side. If Cookies is in a position where he can flip, this might just be over. But there it is. Geo looking for the bottom side. The Maelstrom finds Cookies off the map. Now it's a 2v3 in favor of Fierce Fury. They're looking for a way to take this barrier against a rapid fire prime time Sloth. And Sloth, he doesn't want to falter. He doesn't want to let it go. And there it is. Now Cookies respawns the flip just to clear it. And we might just find it a great flip having to be answered by Fang. And now it's Sarheinef. He's looking really low. He's looking for some sort of way to take this barrier. There's the boost. It comes forward. Cookies, he finds it. And TMCT, they make history as they take down Fierce Fury. Okay, you're gonna have to calm down for a sec, right? This is... Yeah. This was an insanely cinematic series. I don't think anyone expected it to go this way.
No.
I don't think anyone expected TMC to take 1 game, let alone 2 from Fierce Fury.
That was absolutely incredible. That was amazing offense, amazing hold. Cookies playing absolutely lights out. Not to take anything away, obviously Fierce Fury. Sake was playing out of their mind. Sloth held incredibly. Giovanni with every piercing shot, every crystal thorn was just about on absolute target, was where it needed to be. Oh, that was a masterclass of just Omega Strikers in general. Oh god.
I mean, hey, we saw last time TMCT, they came so close to taking down Fierce Fury on this map, and this time they do. And I said it. I said it last week. I said it today. Retirement Home and TMCT both, I think, getting upgrades from their Goldie swap, and we see it here. TMCT going from being a grand finals team to being able to finally take down their demons in Fierce Fury. And in the end, I think Fierce Fury has to be asking themselves, where did it all go wrong?
Exactly. Like, what happened? Where was the weak link? They are going to have to go back and watch the tapes over again, and then maybe watch them a 3rd time, because that was phenomenal. Just how TMCT managed to take control and hold and hold and hold, and the push came, and it was good.
Yeah, it was good, and, well, I am definitely in shock. I don't doubt that you are, considering how you felt towards the end of that game. But I think this just goes to show we might have a season on our hands. It might not just be a Fierce Fury sweep anymore, and they might have to work for it a little bit more, right?
Oh, absolutely. This may very well be a glorious portent of things to come. Let the carnage happen. Let these people battle it out as this was meant to be once more. Fight for the mountaintop.
Yeah, we're fighting for the top indeed, and, well, I think that's probably it for us. Anything you want to say, P-Flare, before we hop off for the day?
I need a drink. Maybe a smoke. God. That's about all I can say.
Hey, I mean, I guess if that's all you have to say, I think there's not much left from me. Thank you, everyone, for coming today, and, well, thank you, everyone, for letting me have the pleasure to cast this game alongside P-Flare. It was a phenomenal series, and considering that we've had 5 3-1s across 8 matches this season already, I think we're going to shape up to have a much more competitive season. And, well, with that, don't go anywhere, guys. We still have a post show on the other side, and we very well might just hear from one of TMCT's players. See ya.
Peace out.
And hello, guys. Welcome to the post show of EUSL Season 2, Week 2. Today I have kidnapped Atsuro from the Hope Retirement Home, SMG from Flames Kittens, and our goat Cookie66 from the most recent game we played. So,
Hey, you
first of
forgot the
all,
underscore, man.
I want to go back to our first game with Atsuro and the Fridge game. So, since the Fridge are a new team, like, was there like any like actual, well, not actual, any actual, but do you think that they have like any talent? Well, not talent, but like, do you think they're going to be better through the weeks?
I mean, yeah, they could improve for sure. Like, At is a good player, but he's kind of the only good player on the team in my eyes. So, like, the way we played it, we just denied his picks. We banned the Rune, forced him to play Kazan, and then I took every single size awakening, even though I'm playing Wound. Like, I took Big Fish over Deadeye. Like, you just deny him from playing, and I think the team can't really do that much.
I mean, yeah, you guys did 2-0 sweep, and the retirement home. How is it looking so far? You guys, I've heard from intel that you guys have not played since last EUSL, basically.
I mean, I've been grinding again. I got top 10 on the leaderboard as well. Zoe's also like top 20 Pro League, whatever. But Lila, she's in Diamond right now. I don't think she's played one ranked game.
Hopefully this doesn't impact any other future games.
Surely not.
Surely not. And we're gonna go on to Flames Kittens' own great sub, SMG. I've heard it was a close game between Tripod Fish. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I mean, going into the game, of course, I was in the pre-show. I predicted 2-0 victory. A lot of people were surprised and yapping a bit about that, and they were telling me, what's he talking about? And I think overall, a message from Flames Kittens is everybody wanted to know what would happen if we didn't win, and I guess we'll never know.
That's so real.
That's true.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you're. I mean, I think you're. Well, yeah, you are a sub for Flame, and you played last week against the Fridge, which meant like it was like I think it was like maybe your first time playing with the team, but like playing an actual game with the team. So, if anything, I think you kind of just proved there that you're not just a sub, but probably maybe best fourth man. Who knows? And unfortunately, no 3 Germans versus Eclipse players, but now we come to the star of our show. Cookie66, Grand Brawler for TMCT. How was your experience playing against the #1 seed last season?
It was really fun. Yeah, I don't know. It was too fun. I don't know why these guys just ban Juno every game. But yeah, I mean, we just won because we outdrafted. And
now drafting
good music.
And yeah, I mean, you guys. I mean, did people? I mean, I don't think I was here for the pre-show, but like, did people say like it was going to be a TMCT sweep or like a fierce sweep?
Well, basically, I was in the pre-show, and we were doing the rankings. You know, like which team is gonna end up first, second, and that.
Yeah.
I predicted my team is gonna end up first, of course. You know, high hopes, and we actually did beat them. So yeah, all the haters, stay quiet, and yeah, we're just gonna win.
All the hitters stay quiet. What a great statement by Cookies. And basically, we're getting like, what are your hopes for these next few weeks? Because again, you beat the #1 team. You guys are on like a really high horse right now. Like, do you think you guys are gonna go undefeated this season?
I mean, yeah, we just need to like focus, never underestimate the team, and yeah, I just think if we get a good draft, we shouldn't lose to any team because like on paper we're all better players individually. So if we just get a good draft going, I think we should just go undefeated.
I mean, you can't say anything harder than that. And Cookie's probably just yawning in the background right now. Smile. Anyways, our week 3 matchups. We're gonna pull up the graphic here. And our first matchup is Fish against Eclipse. Currently, I think they're both 0-2 teams. So, what do you guys think? Like, any opinion on who's gonna win this?
I think it's I think it's pretty clear. Tripod is the favorite. Individually and in terms of like what picks they have, I think they just. I don't know. I don't think it's a particularly close matchup.
Yeah, so you're expecting it to.
Yeah.
All right. What about you, Etsura? What do I hear?
I'm expecting a big fish sweep, but you never know. Town Man might pull out the boo-boo, do some fat man tech, roll all over them.
Yeah, tripod fish sweep. What about you, Cookies?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I just don't think Eclipse stand a chance against the goats, you know?
All right. Yeah. So tripod fish. 2-0, I guess. Eclipse might wanna bring up their A game this game, so we can see an upset basically. And our second match, Flames Kittens versus TMCT. SMG, what do you think? Do you think you guys are gonna win?
I think that I have no idea what Cookies is talking about when he says he thinks they're going to go undefeated from now. I think he probably didn't read the rest of the games. He thought maybe we weren't going to play against them or something. I don't know. I'm taking Flames Kittens in 2.
Damn. Okay. What about your odds, Sarah?
Yeah, I want to let Cookies speak first, and then I can give my unbiased opinion.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. Go Cookies.
I mean, SMG speaking, you know, but he's just a sub. Maybe he should sub in and let us know if he can win.
I mean, kind of just brings up the heat. We do have 2 members from one member from each team just talking it out. Sir, what's your opinion on this?
You know, like, I'm gonna be real, it's probably a TMCT sweep, but, you know, I believe in the Flames Kittens. He's been popping up lately. Ayuki's doing really well. Grim he's doing things for sure. But I think there's a chance we might see it, but
Might see an
probably
upset.
TMCT sided.
Yeah, so are we saying TMCT 2-0, TMCT 2-1?
I'm thinking like a 2-0, but every game they lose a set or 2.
Okay, so SMG, you kind of just had to hype your team up next week. See if you guys can bring out the dog in you guys and bring not the dog, but the cat in you guys, really. And bring it back into and kind of just silence TMCT out there. In match 3, the Fridge versus 3 Germans. What do you guys think? I'm pretty sure. Well, I'm kind of sure that TMC, well, not TMC, but the home have played them before, and Flameskins also played the Fridge before. So, what do you guys think? Like, see anything happening?
Oh, my team has played against both of these teams so far, and I'd say they're around the same level. Like, I don't have any particular favorite here. It just depends if Layfire plays well, I think Free Germans win. If Layfire gets scored on every 3 seconds, then the Fridge win.
I mean, that makes sense. And what about USMG?
I would say I'm leaning towards 3 Germans, maybe by 2-1 victory. I think the edge comes from they're in a kind of unique position of a few teams that have a player who's comfortable on Kazan, and then you can ban Ruin, and you're denying a significant portion of the strength of the Fridge from Atta's defensive capabilities. So I'd say 2-1 to 3 Germans.
3 Germans, 2-1 so far, and Cookies, you have to say.
Yeah, I agree with Hatsu. I think this whole series just depends on how Layfair is feeling. Because if this guy is inting, that means Lucas is inting. And he's typing in all chat, and it just all goes downhill, you know? So it's like, I believe in Lay. I think they can win. So I'm gonna go 3 Germans 2-1. But if that guy doesn't do well, it's just over.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm hearing if Layfire sweeps, then it's an easy 2-1. But then if Layfire doesn't sweep, it's an easy 0-2.
Yeah.
And our last game, 2 EUSL, well, 2 EUSL Season 1 members, home versus the Fierce Fury. At Zero specifically, like, you guys have played before. I'm pretty sure you're very familiar with Fierce Fury in general. What are your aspirations for coming into this game?
Like, you know, they're not doing too good at the minute. They've just came off a big loss. They were tilted because we beat them in scrims like a few days ago. Because, like, thanks to Nuben, he's turbo gapped by me, and he's the most replaceable goalie of all time. Like, I can name 5 goalies that can replace him, bro. You suck. Get better at the game. Maybe if you start grinding solo queue again, you'll win, bro. Have fun. That is my
That's
message for Fang.
That's Zero speaking big game against Fierce Fury. Let's see if they can back him up, I guess. And SMG and TMCT kind of just looking at the sidelines. What do you guys think?
I agree. I wonder what the mental of History will be going into that game. I think home has a really strong chance of getting at least one map because I think they're maybe like one of the best teams in the league at playing only village. But I'm gonna say it will be 2-1 Fierce Fury, unless their mental is completely shattered.
And what about you, TM? And what about you, Cookies? Kind of just feeling the fire of bad mental right here, just by defeating Fierce Fury.
I mean, I just feel like Atsu is gonna smurf on these guys, you know? Like, I think it's gonna be a 2-0 sweep for retirement home. These guys just like, if they get enough scrims and play together, they can beat anyone.
That kind of just, I mean, that kind of just proves that anyone can be the best, really. Like, Fierce Fury doesn't have to be this almighty opponent, and like, it's here, I think we've like mentioned it so many times that like Fierce Fury like stomped out EUSL entirely, but now they've just lost their first game and currently 1-1. So, I mean, I guess next week we're gonna have to be looking forward to the game again to see if Fierce Fury really like fell off. And I think that's it for the Poach Show week 2. Thanks to Atsuro, SMG, and Cookies for coming on today. Cookies especially for being here for the pre and post show, really. So the GOAT here, our MVP of the week, kind of just gotta be Cookies here.
I mean, I
Good
gotta
job,
give it to my
Cookies.
team, you know? My team played really well. It wasn't just me. But yeah.
And I guess that's it. We'll probably see you guys next week on Saturday. Tune in at 3 p.m. at whatever time you guys are looking at for USL, and we'll catch you there.